5 in that group. So this is the sort of game that you need to win. This is that extra points, because not only are you getting points for yourself, you're denying them away from someone else. So for both of these teams, you're wanting a 2-0 here. You know, I could really see the Entity series going down to the line as well. It could really go either team's way. So we'll have to see how it all pans out at the end of it. And what a story for SMG to be able to get through. They've had some trials, they've had some tribulations, they've had some moments of not so great PR as well coming through, but you know what, mind control's here with them as well. I really feel bad for Masros that he isn't able to be participating in his first TI ever since you and I have been following him ever since 2019 2020 when he was playing on Motivate Trust. A lot of members of that roster now firmly entrenched in the Dota scene in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, but it's such a shame that he's not able to be there, but what a stand-in to have. Probably the stand-in of the entire year. Mind Control completely transformed how OG played when they finished, was it 4th at the Berlin Major? They had a really good showing. Top 6. Okay, so still not too bad. And the thing that I'm happiest about is that we get to see some Australian representation at TI with Zhao Newell playing the mullet god himself, doing it for us down under.
At least get some representation, right? It's good enough. So yeah, you mentioned the stand-in MC. I mean, if we even want to go back to 2018 when he stood in for NIP Kuala Lumpur, there was a top 4 finish there as well. So MC stand-in is a different beast, but for SMG in the qualifiers, Masros was a pivotal reason why they were able to get over the finish line. I think MC and Masros have a pretty similar hero pool in those qualifiers in particular. We were seeing Darkseer and Doom played a lot, which will go back and forth between the hero pool, but the big one that we will not see MC play is the offlane Naga. They played it in 3 games. They never gave it over to mid one, and all those games were victories as well for SMG. So that is going to be the really big difference in regards to kind of the hero pool between the two.
Man, this team is like just stacked with both like underdogs as well as fan favorites from over the years. Like, who said Secret's not at TI? You've got Heen there, and there was rumors of even Puppy being the one to stand in if Zhao's visa issues did continue. Luckily for Zhao, he did end up getting that one. So, fortunately for Puppy, his streak of attending every single TI is now over. But I mean, what a player to be able to get a chance in Zhao. I know he was really stressing for the longest part, and finally he was able to get there. But we haven't even talked about their opponents in EG. I mean, they are looking pretty strong over the year, but it really was that first half of the year that they had a lot more strong moments. Of course, playing at the Lima Major in front of a home crowd, finishing top 6, I believe. And then at the Berlin Major, they came top 4 off the back of a big lower bracket run. But ever since then, it really hasn't been looking too great for them. They dropped out of the Bali Major pretty early on. They dropped out of the Riyadh Masters pretty early on. And, they've been looking a little bit shaky. Of course, losing 0-2 in their first series can't be a great way to start. But these guys have so much potential, man. And I really think you can get the vibe of how well they're going to perform just based on, like, the body language. Like, are they upbeat? Are they looking positive? And if they are, they're on point. But if not, then, you're in for a little bit of a struggle here.
Yeah, definitely feels like a team that thrives on that confidence overall, that they're feeling themselves on a particular day. So we're going to have to see if they can shrug off that early series loss, and if SMG are going to be able to do that as well. As we do go a little bit into the draft here in the second phase, EG Conquer Tream, SMG with the Pango and the Coddle now as well. So we kind of see a little bit back and forth. I mean, Conquer, kind of flavor of the month, Tream Protector, really good support that was not nerfed enough, one of the better 5s, and also to deal with the Pangolier with the overgrowth. And then SMG, if Arfu's going to play ranged hero, Coddle is one of them, and now you can amplify the Pango with that Chakra.
I wonder what you play now. Do you play something like the Underlord? Do you play something like the Beastmaster here for mind control, just to be able to pair together with this? Just because with the Keeper of the Line, of course, you've got that Chakra magic to be able to keep you up and sustained in the lane. Of course, it's great paired together with a Pangolier as well. But I really think you need some sort of melee hero that's buying a Quelling Blade just to make sure that this Treant isn't going to have that same level of effectiveness in the laning stage. You just can't let him play around the trees, and Coral doesn't want to buy a Quelling Blade.
Well, just all go for that. I mean, this is top 3 of his heroes that he's played overall in regards to the Batrider. I mean, you can also give it to Januel. It's not like it's going to be MC playing. We haven't seen a lot of Batrider core. If anyone's really going to do it, it's potentially like some South American teams in the offlane. Whisper really likes that hero, but there is some flex for SMG.
5 seconds.
They're going to Whisper as well. It's not a guarantee that this Conker is going to be mid either. You know, see Smile as well as Whisper do flex it. It's why they feel confident enough to be able to pick it up first. You can be versatile with the sort of build that you're going for, the role that you're playing it in. So I like it as an opening for them. Now it's just a question of, like, what do they want to be able to contest into this bat? Is Slark banned out? I mean, I dual melee doesn't ever feel amazing, but I feel like a Slark into a Bat Rider generally feels quite good. And you're one of those heroes that can actually look to get on top of that Keeper of the Light and look to punish him. You know, all that movement speed and that blind isn't all that effective if you're just able to Dark Pact it off and land the pounce.
They go for at least showing one of their supports at the moment, which can be really nice against the defensive swap for the Bat Rider Lasso. Against Rolling Thunder, it can be nice as well, just because, I mean, Pango kind of relies on being able to chain control someone, and Swap can disrupt that.
Yeah. I mean, like, you just look at EG's draft, though. Pretty hard to kill. You know, Conker, plus Overgrowth, plus Living Armor, plus Leech Seed, plus Wave of Terror, plus Swap, and Phoenix is banned once again. Like, this is the thing that I'm always considering. And a bunch of Spirit Vessel buyers, too. Brewmaster, Earth Spirit, Invoker, all gone. And I'm seeing a lot of flat damage coming out here from SMG. So hopefully, for their sake, they've been watching some of these other games, if not them, then their coach, and being able to say, look, we need to find a way to make percentage-based damage happen. You know, maybe it is the Underlord that you're pairing together with the Keeper of the Light. Who knows? Maybe they want to wait until the position 1 on EG is revealed before they end up revealing that sort of thing themselves. But this is the sort of thing that they need to be considering.
We definitely have the Coddle go the Vessel route, if that's something that's required this game.
Yeah, I suppose, but are you really wanting to be in, like, Vessel cast range on a Keeper of the Light? I feel like you're in a spot to just get blown the hell up if you are.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to come down to Arfu's positioning then, and how he's able to play this Coddle, and the choice is going to be for him. They're using a lot of their reserve time here from EG to work out. They're going to try and close out the second phase.
Well, the Conker against the Pango is good, right? But, like, part of me still really wants it to be the mid-Ogre Magi against the Pango that I was talking about before. Just, you know, I want C Smile to be playing this mid-Ogre, right? He absolutely crushed his pubs when he was playing it in the past week or so. They're just going to go down some normie route. Boring, nothing to do. I mean, they've got a lot of minus armor now, though, right? Wave of Terror, Tide, could potentially see a TA, Tide TA. How do you beat that? But, you know, it feels strong, right? And you're a Meteor Hammer buyer, so you're not really lacking in that tower taking potential.
Are they potentially slow, though? Like, I feel who makes plays on AG besides the Conker? Like, Tide is Ravage reliant. Trees.
When you say make plays, what are you looking for?
Well, like, who's going to be the active hero, the roaming duo trio from, like, 10 to 17 minutes, even maybe a little bit later?
I wonder if you even need to make plays, right? Like, maybe you just cordon off an area of the map and say, right, we're just going to play around this Tide Hunter and make sure his Meteor Hammer is the one to take the objectives. And, you know, it's a Tide Hunter, right? If he gets lassoed, he can just crack and show it off. You don't have a lot of damage right now to be able to burst him through. And then you could just look to still stay farming around that area of the map. So if worse comes to worse, you can look to help him, right? So that's really how I'm thinking that they're going to be playing around this. But of course, you need someone else. I feel like that then allows you to have a lot of the map to be able to play around with. So I think they can get away on EG with going for something that's like, just takes up a ton of the map. I'm not sure if Bat Rider is the one, Nagasari is the one, just because you're going up against a lot of heroes that have that AoE damage that are able to deal with it. But something in the Nagasaran style that's just able to completely take the map. I mean, even TA can, right? You could use the traps to be able to do it. You can push waves relatively quickly. I could see it working.
Also give them Roche taking potential, which is something, sure, you have the minus armor, but you kind of need someone to be able to get that damage out. So maybe some questions on if they're able to deal with the TA early on, though, with maybe the Bat Rider burn and the Swashbuckle.
They might have been just spend. Like, again, you're against a Bristleback, right? And you just want to be able to blow people up. And I feel like if you go that, it's a viable route. I feel like if you go PA, again, viable. Break for the Bristle. Burst potential for these squishier supports. You've got minus armor already on your draft. These are the sorts of things that I can see work.
I don't feel like SMG, though, are looking to pick up they currently feel like it's still MC's hero that we're yet to find with the Darks here and the Doom getting banned out. Do you agree that it's probably mid one playing the Bristleback?
Yeah, I really don't feel like he's going to be given too much grief at all in that side lane. You know, going up against a Tide Hunter feels pretty safe to me. So for mind control, what are they really lacking? I mean, they're lacking some tower taking of their own. Sure, you could just shove the waves and let the creeps do the majority of the work for you, but yeah, I wouldn't hate to see something like a Beastmaster come out here. Now, okay, Slack. All right. Against the Tide, I mean, it does fix what we were talking about, right? With the beefier heroes, just go for longer fights.
Avoid as well to be able to play into the Slark.
Bloodseeker?
10 seconds remaining.
Bend up, second phase.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, honestly, can you still just PA? Yeah, just anything that blows up. PA or Sven were always the two that I went back towards, and it's a Pakaz PA. Well, you got to remember that, like one of his best heroes by far, and something that he has just carried games on games on games with. So I could see this working for them. Again, I feel like the mid matchup is favoring EG. I think the off lane, maybe not so much, but Pakaz into the Bristleback, probably not the easiest to, but again, you've got that Treant Protector to be able to play around with. It is going to be that position 5 Bat Rider that you were talking about. I'm probably slightly favoring the SMG draft. It's really going to be on the back of C-Smile to be able to make a lot of those plays happen and just try and dominate the lane, because you're not really going to have a lot of freedom to be able to make moves with Matthew or Panda. They're very much stagnant-ish heroes.
It feels like really EG just you're hoping that Pakaz is able to get to that stage where he's going to be the late game threat we've seen from PA. We know this hero has been nerfed. Regards to the Scepter route, has been nerfed pretty heavily, which was a core item on this hero. Overall, still feels relatively strong, but we'll see if Pakaz is going to be able to get to the stage or not. So all eyes on C-Smile and what he's able to do in this early game.
Yeah, for sure. Like it really is around him, and again, he's going to need to do it pretty much solo, right? Like you just can't have that potential there. I mean, you've got Panda, who's going to be playing the Venge, so it's not going to be a Treant into the Bristleback, which does make a lot more sense. You can obviously just harass the Treant a whole lot easier just with a Quill Spray. So yeah, I could see this one working out quite well. But again, even just Zhao playing the Bat Rider into the Treant Protector's lane is going to work out pretty well for SMG as well. So I think overall, slightly favoring SMG for this one. That is zero SEA bias coming through.
All right, well, we'll see, of course, some representation from Zhao with the mullet as well. We'll see both these teams who's going to be able to get their first victory on the board as well in Group A. So overall, you feel like it's not like too big of a draft advantage from one way or the other. It's going to come down to execution.
I think it's going to come down to execution, as well as SMG not getting too passive, right? They have the tools to be able to get off to a pretty good start. It's just, what do they do with that? You know, you go able to win team fights and then still with those S and shift stacks, use that to assist with taking towers. I think similar to what we saw from Zai, I think this is going to need to be mind control given a little bit more space. You know, he is the farming core. You need to be making plays around no one a whole lot more. And that's really what he did really effectively all during those sequels, right? Like he sacrificed his game a fair amount to be able to enable not just mid one, but you know, Masteros at the time. But mind control is no slouch either. You're feeling very confident in giving him the keys to be able to carry this game too.
Yeah, it was a bit of a different role that we've seen from No One as a whole. And you know, of course, he had his stint on OG, and I actually think he was really transitioning into a pretty solid carry overall, but he made the rotation over towards Southeast Asia. It's very interesting if you take a look at kind of the names as a whole on this team. I mean, Arfu, really, when you think of this member, you go back to like the LFY days. I know he's been on SMG and C for a while now, but you know, when he had his bid showing, it was in a China team. Your mid one, you're really over in Europe. MC as well, of course. I know over in Europe, and No One with that Virtus Pro lineup. So this is a mixed bag of people that we have on SMG up against a team that really made their name, I think in particular, because in last TI. Like that was the big one. We've always known Whisper has been, without a doubt, has been your uncontested, you couldn't argue against, he was the best offlaner in South America. You know, there's maybe been some argument now with the recent showing that we've seen out of EG, but this roster as a whole really showcased how strong they could be at last TI. So they're going up against some veterans, you know, new guns against some veteran in this series.
Yeah, you heard it, Sacred. Aries thinks you're trash. Absolutely cannot hold a candle
Didn't say
to
that.
Whisper. No, but yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, I don't think Whisper was the best top laner. I think he was the best player in South America for like a good 2-3 years. Now you've got a whole lot more players coming to the front. You've got 4 SA teams at the road to the international. You see, we saw earlier today, Thunder Awaken taking a game off Shopify. I had a quick look over, and Keatstars was pretty neck and neck with Quest as well. So, certainly not the easy beats that a lot of people had tipped them as being.
There's a lot of eyes on South America. I think that there's just going to be, especially when you get 2 qualifier slots over some other regions. There's going to be a lot of people looking at how they can, continue with, honestly, a lot of success that we saw. They haven't been able to get any victory so far, but they're showing so far in a lot of the majors, e.g. in the first 2 majors, and again, with Thunder in last year's TI as well. So I think it's deserving of a lot of eyes to be on them. And I think one thing that often has been praised about China is just all the third-party tournaments that China have gotten for such a long time. They've been up there towards the top. We've seen multiple TIs with 4 Chinese teams, sometimes even at a TI, the top 4, top 5 has got multiple China members. And I really think a big reason was these third-party tournaments where they were grinding and improving. And this is now happening in South America. We're getting a lot of these grassroots tournaments where Keatstars, where also Thunder have been grinding, and we'll see. It's going to take a little bit, but this could be a region and some teams that can really grow up and potentially take some of those top spots in regards to Western Europe and the likes.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm really hoping to see? I'm hoping to see position 5 Venomancer come through for Zhao, specifically because of the suffix to his name. The hashtag for Cuckoo. The Cuckoo Mancer has to be part of TI in some way.
Yeah, definitely just for Cuckoo. It's not for your own greed about liking.
Bro, I'm happy for the heroes that I'm good at to be buffed because they are quote unquote trash. If I'm winning with them, that's all I care about.
I saw a little bit of buff from Wyvern. I also thought that hero might be played a little bit so far through.
I'm surprised it hasn't. Again,
Yes.
It's the percent damage. That's what you really want. And I think maybe it needs to be played as a 4 instead of a 5 these days,
Yeah,
just
I agree.
because you need that little bit of extra farm to be able to get into that Aghanim Scepter. That's really the big difference maker for mine.
The battle
It's
begins.
definitely going to be an interesting hero as we move on towards the road to the international, when we get to that main stage as well as how he's going to be played. I think we've seen the likes of Katomi on Entity really liking the position 4 went to Wyvern, so we shall see how that hero comes into play. But we do have lanes about to
Katomi.
yes, he's quite the player indeed. So it'll be exciting to see how he's able to go, and everyone as well. There's a lot of people you want to see have success at this TI. Unfortunately, there's only one that can come out on top, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, success means different things for different people, though. Some would be happy enough just to be able to play in front of an international crowd as topside. Zhao gone on a little bit by this early kill threat, but certainly can look to try and start clearing away a lot of these towers. You can see mid one's putting a lot of attention onto that. Every single time that Quelling Blade comes off cooldown, as long as it doesn't disrupt his last hitting, he's going to be able looking to try and remove that laning threat from Matthew.
Dire's courier
Careful about
has
these
been
couriers, though.
There's one. Yum.
He's the one getting the business now. Ends up buffing him actually a little bit further.
This is not good at all for mid one. Another blood grenade. Back to safety. Meanwhile, Jenny was pumping a decent amount of damage out into Matthew too. Whisper's got another out of the gush and a right click. It's not enough. Mid one. Dude, he's got no resources though.
Extra armor underneath the tower, and that means that courier kill is worth even more, right? It had a salve on it that Matthew was able to take from away from Zhao. At least he's got 4 tangos to be able to play with. Might even end up planting one of his trees just to give mid one that little bit longer duration.
Bottom lane, MC might be killed off as well. Arthur's going to trade blood grenades to maybe help MC be able to get back into the tree line. Also stacking up, so Picard has to think twice about this attempt.
Can't stay for too much longer, unfortunately. So back off. Again, EG, they're hoping for a slower game. They want this one to go to 40+ minutes. They want this PA to get absolutely out of control without losing too much of their map. The onus is on SMG. He's for the start, though. See Smiley's having a pretty good time in that mid lane. I know it's only 2 or so minutes in, but he opened up about a 200 or so net worth lead over no one.
And you feel like all eyes are going to be on no one with your playmaking potential early on to make sure we don't get to that late game for EG?
I suppose so, but like again, I understand the issue that you were having. More prominent for EG, of course, but it's not like they have overwhelming damage for SMG either, right? Like you can make a rotation towards the Keeper of the Light, and you know, with an Illuminate plus a Chakra Magic onto the Pango, end up taking out a hero. If it's the PA, even better. But still, what you can do beyond that is still not quite so simple, right? They don't have that great tower taking potential themselves.
Yes, that's going to be kind of the biggest issue in how you're able to convert these kills into objectives. I do think, you know, Januel gets off to a good start. We've seen in the qualifiers for us when we were casting the China qualifiers with the lack of Ice on the on the forward Bat Rider, he was able to have a lot of impact. So if Jar can somehow get some farm, then you know, we can see what he can do. Maybe mid one as well with that second nighttime. Could get active depending on when his items are going to be.
Might even see some old school Treant Meteor Hammer come through as well from Matthew, just to provide them that little bit of extra pushing potential. For now, not even just focusing on the tower pushing, just focused on surviving, focused on not giving up too much net worth over to SMG on Whisper. He's going to phase boots first before considering even starting to build into something like a hammer.
Precious bounty.
Everyone seems very happy with the start though. So no one having to TP back to mid after being able to get that bounty rune to refill some of the bottle sips. Orb corrosion completed. Another water rune as well for him to pick up. So not going to have any attention until maybe a minute 30 with some of the support starting to rotate. Any stacks as well. There is a double at the hard cam created from the Coddle, but Ancients has been blocked from EG.
You have to say though that, like we were saying before during the draft, is SMG by far who have the more suitable supports for being able to make these rotations towards the mid lane. It's eventually going to get to the point where mid one, if you can get to level 6, then you obviously have a potential to stay in the lane. It's going to become nighttime as well, so you know when the ganks are coming before EG are able to make it happen. They might actually make it happen themselves.
Matthew getting burnt out at the moment. Nature's Grass though proving to be a really big issue from Januel to keep on to Matthew. But the pounce off the mark as well. Like he's going to be okay for the moment.
Don't even think about it.
Although what a nice lane for him, already up into the Vanguard, and it's where Panda able to body block up one of those camps. Yeah, nicely done, as the Observer Ward is just about to expire as well, so Afu would need to have a sentry and immediately deward it. Not going to be able to do so.
Ooh.
Actually ends up placing one down right at the end. Let's see if they were watching it. Might not have been. You could just leave MC on his own down here. Honestly, there isn't too much threat of being able to take him out, and we'll see.
Yeah, actually, is it kill threat? Because Bakaz has gone down the Orb Corrosion route.
MC, look at that. He's like, I think he's a little frustrated that the cart ended up doing that. The creep was perfectly placed in outside of tower range, and because it just decided to move on forward, he's not going to be able to keep the siege creep alive.
Mid one top lane's going to be in some trouble. Oh, nice timing out of the pounce. Just gets away. That nighttime vision coming into play there for the Slark. So first rotation from the mid lane, sees Smile. Didn't have a power rune to use, and she wasn't able to get the kill. Now, meanwhile, we've got a couple back and forths going on through the portal. Panda will run straight to Januel, and I think this is more than likely going to be our first blood. Unless he somehow gets denied, and that's not going to be the case. Arfu claims the reward. Meanwhile, back over to the northern side as well. No one in mid one. Should be able to catch up to Matthew as well. So one perma Agi here for the Slark. Gets involved early with the use of the Rolling Thunder.
Nice little start there. Not enough taking out the tier 1 tower bottom, but it's already at half HP. Mind Control did a great job of just using his body. Obviously a lot tankier with the Ring of Protection plus the Vanguard, that he's happy enough to do that. Would have loved if he had the full creep wave hitting into that tower unopposed.
I can see Smile. This time he's got a haste. Again, mid one's able to duck into the trees. They won't fight him. Very nicely done, Slark. Put himself in a bit of an awkward position, but see Smile's going to run all the way around and won't get him. Like a job.
Nice. Yeah, he's hunting around for hoping for the Wisdom Rune. Don't think he'll be able to claim it, but I mean, if you're taking away 3 people, you're generally okay with this. At least it's going to be C-Smile picking that one up, and going to be Arfu making sure to secure SMG's own while making some stats. Not like they're suffering too much. Again, you're wanting a not passive early game, but they don't exactly have too much build credit till you've got like level 6 on SMG. Then, you know, you've got that Bristleback available, you've got the Warpath available, you've got the Slark able to go for dives. Oh,
Well, mid one.
mid one. Yeah, and a nice pounce.
Are they gonna keep chasing mid one?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Simultaneously, we see SMG, their own little play across the map. They're going to be too late to catch up to anyone, though, because
Dire's top tower
it's gone through the
is under
portal,
attack.
climbing up towards his top side, where the rest of the team is. Mid one will run into him shortly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're not going to stop there. Panda, yeah, drops the one on the cliff. The cards jumps over the top. It's going to be a kill into the Slark, and in fact, it's Whisper that claims it as well. But the Gush are nicely done because dodges the gank down bottom, gets involved as well. And we do have to be cautious though. SMG, we're going to buy back coming through the portal.
I was about to compliment mid one. I think the big difference from him from, you know, times past is that he puts so much more value onto his life. You know, he's not going for these super deep dives, but he just stayed around far too long without the level 6 and really heavily punished him. You know, obviously maybe feeling a little bit more confident with that Mighty Mind buff.
If you're getting this kill, so much of the one though doesn't get knocked to the high ground. Again, doesn't get knocked. No one though. Oh, that's so good. Trying to predict the knock to the high ground. That doesn't get the shield crash mitigation as well, as MC is too late. So they take the stack, they get the kill, they waste the rolling thunder. Once again, see Smile now 2 kills in the name of the Conquer. This tower's going to take a little bit of damage with the remnants of the double damage rune.
Very, very nicely done by them.
Dire's
In one, at
middle
least he's been
tower
able to
is
pick
under
up his
attack.
level 6. And something else I want to point out, I was talking about Meteor Hammer all this time
Yeah.
for Whisper, but he's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? You got Battle Fury coming up for the PA, you've got a Kunkka as well, so that Tidebringer Cleave is just going to be doing so much damage, and it even provides you the ability to potentially kite out a lot of these team fights a lot more effectively. Maybe we even see a 10% Gush Slow at level 10 talent instead of the Anchor Smash.
He's going to run into mind control with Januel nearby.
Radiant structures are
Be able to get the kill though. TPs are starting to come out, and this Bristleback is not at the stage where he's unkillable. Not with every single member from Evil Geniuses. The Ravage clips onto 2. Whisper's got the double, and now C Smile is here for the cleanup as well. A little bit awkward with the spell casting, but nonetheless, they'll catch up to the Bat Rider. There's EG, 5 members required, but they're able to kill off 3 from SMG.
Exactly what you want, right? Like SMG, this is their timing to be able to make sorts of plays. Not quite yet level 6, so maybe they were a little bit too aggressive with a lot of their positioning, but it's understandable considering how farmed Mind Control was on that Bristleback. But every one of these deaths just creates so much more space for Pakaz on his PA. Now he's picked up that Cornucopia, he's got a little bit more sustain and damage for farming, and yeah, you can't let this one get late if you're SMG.
What are we hoping out of mid one in regards to his item build this game? You know, he's got the diffuser blade currently queued up, but we're going to see the echo afterwards, because you know, I'm kind of looking at the PA and how he wants to address this hero. If Silver's Edge is something he's considering, MKB is like 4th, 5th item. What are we wanting out of this lock?
I mean, I'm wanting a Silver Edge, but I feel like it's one of those cases where if you get it and you don't get a bunch of kills, then you feel horrible about it all. But it's really a balancing act, right? Because if you go the Echo Saber and PA continues to have a pretty decent start to the game, then you know that you're not going to farm at the same speed as the PA does. You might be a whole lot more enabled around the map at consistent times, but you're just not going to be able to keep up. And it's like, maybe if PA gets dumpstered, you can afford to go the Echo Saber, but if she is part of a couple more kills, then I think you need to maybe go into the Silver Edge route and just bank on your team being able to find one of those quick kills.
Been denied.
Again, like you mentioned a lot, that this game, AG wanting to try and get towards the later stages and been able to take that top tower, continue to slow the game down, and maybe able to get a kill mid lane as well. Genuel, drag back with the boat. Sismar's going to be rewarded off the back of this as well. They're going to make him work for it. No one's starting to move on over. Oh, great use of the ultimate. Swapping in the overgrowth. No one. Not going to get a whole lot of value out of the Rolling Thunder. We'll still bounce back onto Panda. Oh, misses as well with the swashbuckle. So, yeah, kill into Januel. They force some rotations. And SMG unable to convert.
A couple of times now that he's been a bit off the mark there with the swashbuckle on no one. Certainly when I think no one, I don't necessarily think the Pangolier. I think more spirit style heroes. Maybe the Invoker, the Puck, Wop. No, not so much.
He's enabled though with this Kodo. It might also be under a little bit of danger. Cars and Panda scouting out the Pingo. Meanwhile, down to the south, once again, mind control. No boys behind him, so they're going to be able to get the kill onto the bristleback. He'll make him work for it with the wand. His quills are starting to stack up, so they'll have to respect the bristleback and his potential to maybe find some turn kills. It's like nonetheless, though, they'll be able to bring Kim down. They do need everyone nearby to kind of help out, so still, I guess, you're okay with that? I mean, mid one's getting farm up top. You see Januel as well with the Bat Rider also getting a little bit. Never mind.
Generally, no. I mean, the thing is, again, like, you just have to consider what you're giving up. And this is a game that was set up for mind control to be the one that's enabled to get a lot of this farm. So I like the fact that they're responding to it. They recognize that they don't exactly have a mid-game bristleback killer. So you got to kill him while you can in the early game. This is not what mid one wants to be doing. He doesn't want to be hitting a tier 1 tower.
They don't.
Not forced to.
They are not going to win this fight if EG bring multiple members. Whisper's got the rabbit to the ready. Got the boat as well, and you see the reed's going to be there. Or is it? Mid one actually wants to charge in forward.
I don't know.
Starting to feast onto the backline support, potentially getting the kill onto Panda, but the Ravage will protect him. And mid one, he's got no one here. He's got the ulti to work with, jumps over the top as well, gets the kill and now gets some separation. No one might be forced to use the Rolling Thunder as well. Defensive factor, what a turn, they see an opportunity to chase down C-Smile, but the overgrowth is perfect. Matthew enables them to turn it back around as C-Smile, he'll stay alive momentarily. No one tries to snipe him over the top. He'll get the last right click, but of course, he'll still go down, and nonetheless, Bakaz is here to clean up.
And he cleans up a killing spree as well, so very well worth his rotation towards that side of the map. It was a really ballsy dive, like you mentioned, with that Ravage available, with the overgrowth. You just don't feel the same level of effectiveness coming out from this Pangolier. He's going into the Aghanim Scepter, but I have to wonder if he's asking for someone of his team to go into something like a Lotus for himself.
Agshot still dispels, right? I think this is also something you might be considering. I don't know if I would imagine it's a bit early on, but something you definitely need to be thinking about. 5 MC
replay, yeah, replay is getting MC, excuse me, is getting dived up here.
This time he's got the boys though, and it is that second night time that mid one's looking to fight. Should be able to close the distance onto Matthew. This is really the window where SMG need to start playing aggressively.
I just let you free.
At least they have. And that's the thing. You want to make sure that you're taking out this Dream Protector. He recognizes that they don't exactly have the strongest tower push. That's why he's only got the 1 point in the living armor for right now. It can end up biting you on the ass if you just end up surviving longer against the Slark with one of these heroes that isn't all that effective, right? Just enabling him to pick up a lot of those Essence Shift stacks, and good rotation from Mind Control as well to be able to take away a lot of these stacks that Bakaz was hoping to be able to pick up.
Again, without a doubt, this is the time where SMG need to start to build the lead. Battle Fury is not enough from Bakaz. If you're able to sweep across the map, look at the wards they've placed as well. Like, really aggressive in the triangle between the tier 1 and tier 2 top. And they are going to do whatever they can just to roam, sweep, go from top to mid to bottom, and continue to repeat that, especially knowing that EG are cooldown reliant with Ravage and Overgrowth, which are back up though. So this can be scary if you don't execute perfectly. They will, never mind, they don't get Matthew.
Do keep their ward up though. Sure, they're going to try and deward that as much as possible. As another tier 2 dive.
Oh, swap in, Whisper. Now the position where he might be able to land the Ravage. A lot of damage onto the Bristleback. They're going to be able to confirm the kill though, 4-star. But it's an Overgrowth once again onto 3. Meanwhile, no one in mid one. They're trying to deal with Bakaz, but it means they're not protecting their supports as Januel will now be chased down. And that strong window from SMG continuing to be stalled once EG are able to play with their ultimates.
Just did so much kiting around, right? The boat hit onto the bristleback. You had the torrent hitting onto him as well. He was slowed down. He had minus armor on top of him. Everything just stopping the bristleback from moving forward. And Mind Control even had the voodoo mask in his backpack as well instead of the wand. So he wasn't even able to lifesteal. He took like 13 seconds to die, so it's not like it was a quick death.
Dude, Matthew's overgrowths this game have been incredible. I mean, just that jump in. And we're just seeing how difficult it is for them to be able to deal with all these AoE spells that AG are working with. And I wonder how different that fight would look. Just hold that thought. Maybe mid one trying to get Matthew, but Prince already okay.
It's cat and mouse right now, right? Like they're just trying to stay away from this Slark while baiting him into not farming or not taking objectives. You've also got a Treant Protector, right? Who now has put the second point into the living armor. So, you know, could take no one. No. See him. Like at nighttime.
You going for it? Dude, this is...
overgrowth. This is the time.
And no Ravage as well. This is super deep. It eats the boys. Is there going to be enough health coming back? It's not. Mid one. Blown up. And now Arthur as well. There's no escape for the poor Cod, who is just here to try and protect his carry. Runner here will give another kill over towards Evil Geniuses. And meanwhile, because this Phantom Assassin is going uncontested on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, 2-0 and 6, almost finished up into his Desolator as well. Probably just looking to play around the next minute or so, right? As soon as it... Oh, no.
Can he get a free kill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe... Oh, not long enough. Crit.
Yeah, they're just playing for the next minute, basically. Like, you'll have Desolator completed, it'll be daytime, Roshan will be on your side of the map, you've got minus armor as well, you've got a Solar Crest on Panda, like, they have all of the tools that they need to be able to take this and just continue to play for the next 5 minutes. And isn't that kind of fitting? That's around the Aegis' duration on the dire side of the map. And having a 4-staff now on the Treant, so you've got even more survivability against this Slark. You can kite away from the Bristleback, you can kite away from the Rolling Thunder, even if you diffuser bladed up. Well, he's got the water park available as well.
This build's a little bit interesting from Mind Control. I hope I actually see Smile. They're going to try and steal a little bit of essence before our fight breaks out, but mid one in some danger again. This Conquer X, such an issue for the Slark, and he's going to have to pop the ulti early on. Guess one thing is C-Smile doesn't have the greatest mana pool, and no one's going to jump in the middle. But SMG are in two minds. No one wants to fight, but the rest of Die want to get out. Mid one's starting to get some health back. They won't continue on.
Cheeky little attempt there. You went for the swap from Panda onto Matthew. He could have overgrowth there to be able to land onto the Slark as well as the Pango.
Ravage out early on. Darkpack is going to be there in the nick of time. Magic Missile still connects from the low ground. They get another kill as the lasso is too late. Mid one playing with fire, and Uppercars is here with a Desolator completed. Let's see if they'll be able to deal with Mind Control. Maybe they go from everyone out, so Arfu stuck in the river. Gush connects. No one's starting to come back over. Again, they need to leave the Bristleback till last, because we see what can happen once Mind Control's damage does come out. The water park is there from C-Small, but this is starting to look a little bit awkward from EG.
Yeah, he just needs to be acting as that bodyguard, and he's going to continue to do so, allowing a complete retreat away from EG. Nicely done by them. Not giving up a single hero, and once again getting multiple in return. He's even lucked out in being able to secure the Vampire Fangs for himself on the PA, so doesn't even need to go any sort of lifesteal. He's already back up to full. See how much you're able to do as well on the Tide Hunter. One of the better answers. I mean, traditionally it was like Slark counters you, but mid-game, as long as you get the dead in the water, Slark has a horrible time, right? He is all about, especially with this Aghanim Scepter, mobility. Jumping onto the supports, bursting them down, not being kiteable. Well, suddenly you are very much kiteable.
This is pretty big, though.
It is. It's a really big call by them, and pretty smart one as well.
Looks like they're going to get it too. Ultimate's on cooldown. Really good ward set up in case a fight breaks out. Scan will come out, but it's too late, unfortunately, for EG to contest this. So who do you give the Aegis to? Is it mid one?
Yeah, I personally would look to give it to him. Like, you You picked a Slark because you're going for a dive comp, right? And at the moment, the dives have resulted in his death a fair few times. So it's really just about getting into that next item, the Echo Saber, and then what can you do with it, right? Like, you need to make sure that you're getting this next item, securing your farm, and not allowing the PA to get any more big than she currently is. Being the PA, she might be coming up here to help.
Yeah, mid one's in a lot of danger, but using all these pounce charges. One is back up.
Is under attack.
Cast range.
Oh, the hero's cool, man. Nerf Scepter, but we'll still see late game potentially what he can do, especially with being 3-0-6 and having a flawless game so far.
Still hunting. Be a little bit careful, of course, seeing the creeps disappear next to him on mid one. Provide him with a little bit of understanding of where exactly he can look to play.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower is under
we're gonna have a window here where Mind Control won't have to deal with a break with this Scepter Bloodstorm, but very shortly Pakaz is gonna have this Aghanim Shard, and once you have the Fan and Knives, then there is definitely potential for MC to be able to get blown up inside these fights.
I think they've got about a minute or so once you finish up. Well, you've got the Bloodstone now finished up by MC. I feel
was
like you
away from the team.
Yeah, but you need him to get the Echo, that's the thing. Should be able to get it slightly, well, maybe not. Like, him and PA will have their items at around the same sort of time, so not making the best use out of this Aegis right now. Again, this is just a remnant of what happened in the early game, and EG's really good job at being able to counter out some of the moves that, I don't want to say they were obvious, but they knew exactly what SMG game plan was, right? You know that you can't go late game against a PA.
I get to that stage, both sides are hitting their timings. Maybe EG look to try and smoke as well, so we do have the Blink Dagger completed for Whisper. He could be the one who wants to look to start with the Ravage, with the fall with the Dead in the water as well. Again, they're playing pretty separate though from SMG. Mid one is not with the boys. This ward's gonna give them so much information, and Whisper can utilize it perfectly. And look at the follow-up. Evil Geniuses playing two, and they don't even sweat.
Dire's
And
middle
they know the Slark's not ready, that's the thing. Like, if they're not making plays on them, doesn't matter if it's daytime or not, because Slark still needs to farm and take a little bit. I think he actually went for the Depth Shroud instead, so that's even going to delay the Echo Saber timing even further. TP'd on, down on this bottom side. It's fine, it's really just to make sure that not too much of their map control gets removed during this point.
Hands up. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
It's a difficult game so far from SMG. So what they're able to do though, Ravage on cooldown. Everyone's starting to move down bottom as mid one's going to start early on. As soon as the X is out, it starts to get a little bit awkward for the Slark. They'll poke and prod, trying to deal with the first life. Meanwhile, but just blows up the cuddle. Now he's got the Ag Shard to work with as well, but it's an early use of the Fan of Knives. It's not going to matter though, as they won't protect mid one. Age is taken care of. Look at them just setting up around there, observing inside the cliff, but Kaz gets another kill and he's not done, man. No one's in, but is it too little too late? As now they'll turn the Bristol back. The Torrent Storm is out. It's an ultra kill for Pakaz, and he's at the stage. Well, I don't think they can deal with him at all. Pakaz 8-0-7 is EG. They're going to try and continue to chase no one. They've got this high ground ward, but be able to get some distance away. But it's over, is it?
I think it's over. Like 8,500 damage done by Pakaz in that single fight. He's already got 16 charges on that Desolator. Like, he's increasing his damage even further at this point. He's going to be level 20 in not too much time at all. Even more difficult for SMG to be able to contest into. Might look to try and go for maybe a cheeky wraparound behind, but I think he's happy enough just to be able to take away a lot of this farm. And you see the effectiveness of the Dead in the Water, of that AoE gush coming through, really just enabling these quick pickups. Like, it was 3 hits from a slot, 100 to 0.
Yeah, what the hell? It's at the stage now where what are you gonna do? How are you gonna find a way back in here for SMG?
I have to wonder how much of the neutral item RNG was a factor as well, right? Like, because you're going up against a PA and a Kunkka. I would have to say Gossamer Cape gives you pretty good value against both of those, and I see 0.
No way.
Side.
Oh, Matthew, are you serious? That's the hunting. That's the hunting.
Got Midas as well on the tree. Why not?
Philosopher's Stone too. He's only 3,000 gold behind mid one. This has not been. Slark has always been one of his better carry heroes, but it's also something in regards to his play style and overall, like he plays a very fine line of maybe too far or not far enough. In this game, potentially a little bit too far. Bottom of the cars.
Gotta be perfect.
Take control before the BKB and Nemo Pen. It's just perfect positioning. Again, he blows up mid one. They'll get the return kill into the Venge, but now he's got another target to be able to jump away, and he might even go back in. MC is a different beast, so this bristleback's not easy to be able to blow up. They'll need the fan and Knives if they want to consider it.
You know you're going up against a Ravage and an Overgrowth and a Death in the Water, though.
Poking, dude. Trying to force some reactions out. Now Whisper's going to jump behind him with a Ravage, hoping he clips multiple members, and he does. All four get caught by Whisper's ultimate, but Cards again beyond godlike for the Phantom Assassin. Januel can hide under the glimmer of the Fireflies, a bit of a beacon of where you're moving. It will not matter though, as they do not care about him. Towers, it's the only thing on their mind currently.
Got a heart to be able to play around with as well, so you thought it was hard to be able to take out heroes before. Well, now it's just so much more difficult. Like, they just don't have the tools for that perfect 100 to 0 kill threat. I mean, I really don't feel like we've seen a single, like, lasso usage in combination together with everything else, you know? Like, you can't use the perfect Rolling Thunder anymore. They changed that. You're always going to be able to have that ability to be able to pop the BKB, even without the Venge swap. But Panda, his positioning, like you mentioned, has just been on point all game. Both supports by EG, honestly.
Oh, they've had a phenomenal game. That is nice. Corey sniping at the gem. Something. SMGs away, but it might be too little too late, unfortunately for them, as EG just continue to get whatever farm they want. They do spy out Matthew, who also again somehow escapes.
Take a good hero.
Oh yeah, definitely needed maybe a little bit more nurse, and what he got in the recent patch, and that's what Matthew's able to do with it. Very impressed with, like you said, support so far, what they've done this game. So
and Hitone has just completely gone away from the Echo Saber. His item progression has been basically nothing ever since the past, like, 5-10 minutes. He's going into a Silver Age instead, wanting to make sure that he can take out that Tide Hunter. He wants the Dead in the Water to not be a factor.
You go the Scepter and Bakaz, very interesting.
It's still good, man. He's just 100 to 0ing people.
Can you see if the Dispel is any value? I mean, a little bit this game. Can you get the Quills? No, you can't. Maybe just the Bat Rider with the Blinding Light would be a little bit frustrating. Of course, it still has all the other bonuses as well, just not as strong as before. We have Roche up in 40 seconds as well, so EG starting to move down bottom to try and get some vision set up inside the area for this Roche fight. They might even get Januel too. So be able to catch up to him. And the rest of EG is shortly there to follow as well. So Rider's going to be dead for a decent chunk of time, which will mean there will be no fight for Roche if EG scouted out straight away.
I don't think there's too much reason for them to leave the general vicinity, right? Like, this is what you picked your draft for. You make sure to go a lot of this minus armor so that you can secure a lot of these Roshans, and pretty quick that they're able to take it out. And that'll be the cheese as well. So, honestly, who do you even give that one over to? I don't think the Smile is killable.
Oh my god. Mid one. Still right clicking because I hope there's no vision there. Fine with the Shadow Blade.
Who do you even give the cheese over to if you're EG, honestly? Maybe Paz? Just give him the, like, third life?
Yeah, I was going to say maybe just the Tidal Conquer in case they don't have Manika's Diffusal.
Yeah.
I don't
They don't need it for help.
No, not at all. Not at all, dude. They are almost unkillable. As smoke from SMG, too late, unfortunately for them. Aegis gets clean. EG, they're going to use their own smoke as well. It's a call, SMG.
Get out of there. Get to the other side of the map. Jump in lanes. Paz has to be a little careful of sticking around for too long, especially with people not revealing on the map for this portion of time.
Yeah,
Get out though. I think the map is pushed in and
EKP's in the backpack. Alright, they might be able to deal with the first life. Everyone else is so far away from the rift.
the long TPs,
They're
remember.
going to start to TP and at least Whispers first so he can use the Ravage to buy some time. The cards can turn, the stun is there preventing the BKP, but once he gets it off, how are you going to be able to address him? As you killed him the once, but I tell you what, there is no chance you get him a second time as EG show up in full force. It'll take some time to deal with mind control, especially with the Vandal Knives on cooldown. But a slow and painful death it'll be for the Bristleback. They'll drag him back inside the lane because he's got that break back up now. A big crit to shut him down. And Arthur will join every single member in the grave.
They're not going to tap out. They feel like they are able to find a way to be able to fight for this, but they can never find that true initiation that they're wanting. Was able to hold all the cooldowns for the second life, give enough space for the entire team to be able to TP in. Even that long 6-second TP, it's plenty when you've got that Aegis available. And consider the alternative. Maybe the Rolling Thunder needed to start a little earlier. Maybe it needed to just be looking to try and roll back and forth over the outpost. But if you do that, then where's the control for the PA, you know? So much just to be able to take out the first life. Got the Abyssal Blade now. What are you supposed to do?
Fire. Ah, yes.
This is what the value of having that last pick overall. This is what you want to see coming out from a team.
Especially for the cars, right? I mean, giving him last pick, he does have a very, very wide hero pool. So you have to use it incredibly well.
Peak around TI time as well, doesn't he?
He's a scary carry, dude. Something when the stakes get a little bit high and something you would not say for a lot of people that don't, I mean, really, because they have a lot of experience. I know he's hit the scene big last TI, but nothing if you look towards the mind control, four times TI veteran, your mid one, 4 times TI veteran as well. But only that doesn't matter when the stakes get too high when you've only been to 1 TI for Bakars.
Almost level 25 as well. Crazy how much impact he's having so far, and even looking to go into a Lincoln Sphere after this as well, just making sure to take out any sort of initiation attempt on
mind control? You're just not at the stage anymore where you can play like that. Not with the farm that Bakars has got. I mean, you get a kill on Matthew across the map, but that's a kill on a Cord. You get a T2 tower.
It's something, right? Like, what's he got coming out to him now? He's got the full Silver Edge. Okay, I mean, it does allow you to have a lot more of that roaming potential. It's also just about to turn nighttime. You've also got the Wisdom Root available. Honestly, like, either Mind Control or mid one claiming it wouldn't be the worst, just to bring them up to that level 20 mark. Big boost, especially from the Aghanim Scepter build on the Bristleback, if you're able to get that plus 25 cool stack damage through.
Mid one instantly starting to set up onto him bottom lane. The car's going to reveal with the Abyssal and yeah, very cool. Very, very cool.
I mean, to be fair, it was pretty far forward there.
It was, but
right in front of a tower, solo. I mean, if you asked me to, like, pick a mid one hero, Slark would be at the top of the list.
Yes. Unfortunately, 8 dash here for mid one. The game that he was hoping for at all, and EG start to steamroll down some of the lanes as well. Hero Division put themselves in a position where they can look to go higher. And I guess always that is one of the critiques about your Phantom Assassin, is that you do struggle with high ground sieges, but not if everyone is dead, and not really if you have a 23,000 network lead as well.
And a swap to be able to get you out of safety. You can even just X-Marks the PA, right? Make her hit a few times. If you get gone on, pull her back.
Or Conquer with 4,200 health can siege, along with a Tide right next to you as well.
Shiva's, Blade Mail, Gem. That's that. Spoiler alert. You're not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because still wants a little bit more. He realizes that, you know what, the one thing that probably will stop them from winning is just a big lasso back underneath the tier 4 tower and getting blown up before he's able to pop his BKB. He needs that linkers. He's not even willing to use the X-Marks to be able to finish off that tier 3 tower. So taking it safe, he realizes what a big stage this is, especially with the past couple of months that G have had. Just from his timings.
In the middle of multiple SMG members, Blur's gonna pop. Over to the left side inside the river though. I mean, we do saw Picard's hasn't been able to get the kill just yet. And now no one's there with the Rolling Thunder. BKB activated along with the Overgrowth. It means Picard should freely be able to turn and kill off no one. Doesn't get the full control out of the Overgrowth. Actually still held it from Matthew. So has his second ulti if required as Whisper jumps in with a Ravage. And the Awaken chance is too much. Almost every single member of EG have some big teamfight ultimate that can come into play, and you look at SMG, they do not. And so far, AG, I mean, just no one dies once again.
It's just another one of those instances, right, where unfortunately they're not able to fully connect. I mean, Akaz was caught in no man's land, and then you end up using a lasso and the Rolling Thunder onto him. Once again, Matthew, fantastic positioning with being able to just force stuff in, get the Overgrowth off, make sure that Pangolier does absolutely nothing. But yeah, the Slark not being there, the Bristleback not being there, you just are completely lacking the damage to be able to make the most of that lockdown.
We shall not tap out though, my friend. 3,000 net worth lead, 38 minutes.
2% win probability somehow, I'm not sure how.
I see 5, hang on, is mine not uploaded? Oh no, it's 2 now, yeah. That is up next.
I mean, you look at it back at, what was it, like 16 minutes? It was about 50-50, which is where it was at that time. It's just that EG took these fights so much better. Like, it really is the supports that got them through that difficult part of this game. And because he might find another, might get picked off though.
Also just gets a first hit bash as well. And he's going to jump over to deal with the Coddle. He's got a buyback. Matthew will be able to jump in and offer the control, which means Picard should be able to freely siege down some of the members. You got the Torrent Storm enabling the Phantom Assassin to go to work, and they can try and cover themselves with any of their items, but it's just not enough. Triple kill, looking for the Rampage. Unfortunately, I mean, the Ultra was still needed nonetheless. He's happy with going 21-0-10, a flawless performance out of Bakaz, and EG as a whole looked incredibly dominant in this game one.
They did from start to finish. And yeah, both you and I, we've seen over the years the minus armor strats come through, whether it be the TA, the Slardar, the PA, whatever it might be.
Evil geniuses turn to bad.
3 on the board to the road to the international. SMG still unable to find their own. So see what they're able to do in this upcoming game. Danok felt like it was just a very clean showing from EG. Nothing too crazy. Only 9 deaths as a whole from them through the entirety of the game. What differences do we want to see from that game 1 draft to the game 2 draft from SMG? Is it even maybe drafting as a whole in regards to some execution issues?
A bit of both for mine. Like, I think there are a few times where they were just way too far forward for the stage of the game that it was at. Maybe not necessarily. Like, I feel like Mind Control could have been playing as far forward as he was, but he needed someone there with him. You know, and he was just like right next to a tier 2 tower solo. Same sort of thing with mid 1 towards the end of the game when it was already coming up against a giga farmed Picard on his PA. So that's the execution side of things, as well as what I was talking about in terms of like using spells together so that you can actually kill the PA before she gets a BKB off. But on top of that, I feel like if you're going to go this draft that's on a clock, let's call it, where you can't let PA get huge, you got to have some sort of push, and they just didn't. They didn't have any way to really open up the map outside of the Bristleback, and if that's going to be the case, then you need to play with the Bristleback, and they just didn't. So it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately for them. And well, wisely enough, they're taking away Matthew's Trio Protector. One other thing, like I feel like Zhao didn't feel super confident on the Bat Rider personally. And when I think Zhao, I think more like the saving style supports, the ones that provide sustain. So, your Io, your Enchantress, your Treant Protector, your Pugner, your Dazzle, your Warlock. That's what I think when I think Zhao. I don't really think a Batrider. That's more of like a, I guess not really Arfu either. I think it's just not really an SMG hero.
Team SMG. Evil geniuses.
Yeah, let's see if they want to go down into that then. Well, they will go back for the Pango, nonetheless, though, for no one. So let's see if we get the same response out of the Conquer from EG. I would be kind of surprised if we don't, yeah.
Especially for them who, like, they're so comfortable putting it into different roles. So I really don't see a reason to go away from a successful formula. Clearly, Heen has something in mind. It's not mind control, sitting in that seat he's sitting behind, just waiting for it. Those chairs look comfy as well, don't they?
Yes, they do. It also looks like a very comfy rune. I kind of like the
10 seconds.
the
floor
vibe.
pattern. Yeah,
You like the downlighting. I think you just want to stand in front of a mirror and look at yourself.
Okay, well, that's just all right. Now, come on. Just because I
That's
gym,
just true.
just because I gym doesn't mean I want to always look at myself. What's going on now?
It doesn't mean that, but it is what happens.
What? When? What if you see me? I feel like you're generalizing gym lads. Come on now. What are you doing?
Like I'm not a gym lad. Come on.
10
You're not.
seconds
Let's be
remaining.
real.
All right.
You were
Well,
even.
he's got the
5
papers.
seconds
Oh, man.
remaining.
Where's the stack of sheets? Come on now.
Coach is holding on it. Stack right there.
What do you reckon it says on
The
it?
car's PA just in big text.
It's all you need apparently. For cars is mode chill. Just lean back, feeling comfy. Nothing to worry about. When
Gotta get some lean in that chair. It's not good for the back, especially with these first 2 days, right? They're pretty long. You're playing at least 2 series. I guess it's not that long actually. If the groups were like the old ones that had more, like the 10-team groups, then sure. But they're 5-team groups now. So you play 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Shouldn't be too bad.
some, if you're unlucky, got 3 today. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's you've
true.
got to build them eventually. So
Turn to ban.
definitely, it's just not good if you. Sometimes that day break can be huge for a team just to reset and honestly just see what else is going on and be able to think about potentially some strategies, because we've heard a lot from people be like, ideas is the most important thing when we look towards TI, where it's just teams come in with a different set of ideas. They feel like theirs is better than the other team, and unfortunately in a day you can't really change things. Even just multiple days you can't. Like, you need kind of the break, and that's going to be the difference here at this TI with the format, where you have like a full week to work that out. But we need to get to the international as a whole at the moment, so even one day might not even be enough for a team to reset and be able to actually analyze kind of their strategies and their ideas once you have a couple of games.
Especially if you get unlucky and you're one of those teams that has 3 games on day 1 and then 1 game on day 2, right? Maybe that's not enough to be able to come back. And, there is notorious slow starters like, old EG, now Shopify Rebellion. They're notorious for not doing super great at the start of a tournament. And then as the tournament builds, they gain momentum and more and more and more. But maybe that kind of was the case, dropping a game to Thunder earlier today. So at least they've got games to make up for it. This time, though, this is the second series. SMG cannot afford to drop this one because I believe they would be uncontested dead last, because 9 Pandas was able to pick up 1 game against Entity. Entity already got a 2-0 on the board against EG, I believe, and then EG, of course, would be 2-0 against SMG if they ended up winning this one. AoE.
Again, lots of AoE like we saw last game from EG. One difference as well is SMG didn't protect the Pango with the Bloodseeker ban. They changed it for the Venge instead, so felt like the impact was a little bit too much out of Panda in the previous game, and now he's got his Comfort Warlock as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Also feel like the Bloodseeker isn't anywhere near as strong as it used to be, though. That's another factor. And these bans really feel Arfu targeted, don't they? Like the Earth Spirit, you want to see Arfu play Earth Spirit at TI, and the Elder Titan, the Enchantress, even the Invoker. They're things that they've had come back to them. This I feel a lot happier about. So this is the style of hero that I like to see. Either Arfu or Zhao playing. It's percent damage, it's sustain. You're able to, deal with a lot of that damage over time that the Fatal Bonds is doing to your team as well. They feel a lot stronger about this, and even this, right? Like, we get to see probably Arfu playing it, but you were mentioning before when we were talking about MC and his stand-in runs. When he was playing for NIP back at the KL Major a few years ago, I think it was 2018, he dominated in the offlane on the Earthshaker. So we'll see if that's the case again.
5 seconds remaining.
And it just overall gives you a little bit more team fight, right? Like that was kind of the big thing. We're sure, like if their last draft works, it's because you get a huge lead from 15 minutes and you just look to run over the map. But once you weren't able to get that, we saw team fight be an issue. Now you've got Earthshaker, Phoenix, and Pango on top of that.
So I wonder if now it's a case of like, okay, do we feel like they've revealed their off lane, for example? And if so, then maybe we can get away with playing something like a Slark that has relatively little downtime compared to, you know, the Supernova, the Echo Slam, the Rolling Thunder. Like that feels to me like a way that you can look to try and abuse this a little bit. Yes, you're playing with a Warlock yourself, but the Chaotic Offering is not the strongest part of the kit by any stretch. The Fatal Bonds is just incredibly good. The Upheaval, we know how good that is, especially when you combine it together with something like a Torrent Storm from the Kunkka. So, you know, Kunkka notorious for not really having too much of a downtime as well, right? You can just Tidebringer, you can use the Stampede for safety's sake, as well as just having Blink, Double Edge plus Hoof Stomp. Just so much damage early on that you're able to dish out here with this EG roster if they decide to go down that pathway.
Really big fan of the Centaur. I think we saw the power of this hero in the earlier game that we covered with Liquid versus Bedboom, with Zai Stampede just against the Rolling Thunder, and it's going to have a very similar effect versus the Supernova as well, right? Where SMG are pretty committal with their ultimates, and you can just reposition and you go back into a staple. Rubik Centaur, very strong combo with a lot of kill threat in the lane, and of course Rubik against the Earthshaker to be able to steal the fissure as well is exceptional.
That or Rolling Thunder or Sunray, it all feels really good at this point in time. And I mean, who knows? It's 99% not going to be the case. Could be a position 4 Centaur and a position 3 Rubik. Whisper's been known to make some great plays on an offlane Rubik happen, but probably more likely to just be the standard.
Team SMG's turn.
That Lifestealer. So again, like, at least this deals specifically with the draft that you're going up against, right? Like, Telekinesis really doesn't do that much in the lane against the Lifestealer. You've got a strong lane against the Centaur. Beast is very effective against these beefy heroes. You don't necessarily worry too much about them buying a Blade Mail or a Heart because it just makes you deal even more damage. You've got more percentage damage from the Phoenix with the Sunray, and you've even got a little bit more in terms of control, right? I would have to say that the Shaker, just to be able to deal with the Warlock Upheaval, is going to be huge.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Would you agree?
Yes, sir. I would indeed. Just trying to consider about what we get from Arfu. Looks like they're currently...
It could be an Arfu Shaker. He's played plenty. But it could be offlane as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Wonder if it's one of those things where if it is
5 seconds remaining.
if it is off lane, then you maybe only put 1 point into the Fissure and don't give Rubik as much of that steal potential. Obviously, because you're going for a little bit more of that like right click style. Try and hinder in that way. Also gives you another form of early-ish initiation, because obviously you're going to get into the Blink Dagger a bit sooner. You're another vehicle for the Lifestealer, who already has 2 with the Phoenix and the Pangolier. Getting around this one out.
What are they lacking? You feel like they need to cover overall? It doesn't matter what the role's going to be. What do they need to fix with the draft?
I mean, for me, it's always tower push, right? Like, what are you going to do to be able to open up this map, to be able to play aggressively, to be able to take fights in choke points where, you know, Pango and Phoenix and Earthshaker really do thrive? You know, you just want to make sure that you're locking down these enclosed sorts of areas, and you can't do that if you're just forced to stay back in your lanes because you haven't taken any objectives.
That's...
So,
how do you get that though? Yeah.
I have to deal with. And I'm also just thinking, like, what can you afford to give away? You've already got a bunch of great spells for Rubik to be able to steal. They seem to think that it's still Mind Control's hero, which I probably would agree with as well. More teamfight, more stuff to be able to lock people down. Like, would Underlord be the worst? I really don't think it would.
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds.
I mean, I don't know how you fix it, but I feel like you're going to have, if it is your Earthshaker Phoenix support duo, they're very reliant on levels as a whole, which can, and they're not the strongest laning supports either. So it feels like you should be able to get away with the Centaur and whatever the Bakaz hero we get.
I mean, they've got a huge amount of damage output at level 2 on EG in this offlane. Centaur Rubik is none with what you're able to output. Maybe you're going to see like a
10
Gyrocopter
seconds
or a
remaining.
Muerta come out from Evil Geniuses, just something that's able to really take advantage of the fatal
5
bonds.
seconds
Like you use
remaining.
bonds and dead shot the entire wave and you're on like half HP. Same sort of thing with the Gyro, who can still be doing things in the middle of a team fight while dealing with the Supernova. They get the luxury of choosing last.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Maresca has arrived.
We get the Willow. Okay, so
More control, offlane Shaker probably.
what is the pick
Going
here
off
for
lane Phoenix.
Bakaz?
10 seconds
We've seen
remaining.
earlier on the Festus Void was banned against the Lifestealer. That's something you want to be
5
considering here for
seconds remaining.
Bakaz.
Probably like Bakaz, Morphling, PA, and Faceless Void are the three that I think of when I think of him. So that certainly does seem like a pretty valuable option to me. But again, into the Phoenix, it doesn't feel amazing. They're going to go TA instead. I mean, minus armor is decent against the Lifestealer. Maybe they were just thinking of a good core-to-core matchup, but the Phoenix makes your life a little bit challenging. So does the Willow.
Earthshaker's got decent armor as well, right? I guess, I mean, Sideblades can still cut that away inside the lane. I'm just trying to think of how they're able to play. So how do we feel about the Templar assassin? I know Bakaz really does like the hero a lot. It's going to be able to give you a lot of vision across the map as well, which could be frustrating for like something like the Dark Willow Phoenix, which are pretty position based, and the Earthshaker as well. If you're able to potentially enable Centaur to get the jump in, or even Conquer as well with the X as well. But how do we feel overall? Is this a lane that can be punished with the double range on EG?
I don't really think the lane is going to get punished all that much, to be honest. I'm just worried about once the laning stage dissolves and like your Phoenix is around your level 12 or so, that's where things could start to become a little bit more challenging. The plus side for EG is that that's around the time that the Centaur and the Conquer should be looking to spike in terms of their effectiveness. But to me, it still just all comes down to, are you able to find that quick burst? You know, if Wisp is able to go into a Blink Dagger, plus Bakaz also getting a Blink Dagger, find the Phoenix, Hoof Stomp into Meld Strike, into Double-Edged Kill, then suddenly the team fight is just so overwhelmingly strong in your favor, because this is a game that Jaluel, I think, can not solo carry, but he's going to be a big reason why SMG win if they are able to do so.
Are you putting all the emphasis on the Phoenix in this game in particular because you feel like it's strong, or you just feel like this hero as a whole is in a really good position currently?
Both. I think, like, with the current meta, it just feels incredibly strong. You know, you always want percent damage, you always want to be able to out-sustain, you always want to provide yourself and your team the potential to, like, live longer, to be able to get into the right positions, to be able to set up for more things like ultimates. You know, MC could potentially get an initiation off, then back up, then while the Sunray or Supernova is going, use that as setup for an Echo Slam, things of that nature.
We will see. We are back in the kind of the history books here with MC offlane Earthshaker. He's completely taken over games, and we also need to look at SMG, how they're going to be able to get the Tormentors across the map, because they have some very valuable shards, in particular the Phoenix. But if you get an early one for the Earthshaker, I mean, yeah, very, very important for him. Even the Dark Willow is pretty nice as well. So you look at dyes, maybe not as impactful. It's definitely not the worst, though. So to see the fights with the Tormentors across the map.
I mean, even just the Lifestealer open wounds as well feels pretty nice too. And, I mean, if it gets super late, Arfu can turn into a carry himself. That's the thing that we also need to consider. You've got the Bedlam, of course, against the TA with the refractions, plus the Phoenix, all of his spells as well. No one.
Looks like it would be 3 for SMG.
I mean, I was watching the Asian games, and Willow was the reason that the Mongolia and Chinese teams won every single one of those games. Once played as position 1, and then twice Jingqiu played it and carried China.
Let's see if Arfu is going to be able to get to that position. We can help out SMG as this game goes on, because it was all EG in that previous game. And again, though, we will see technical mid matchups. It's on the Conquer, the one on the Bingo. So The theory should be fine. I don't think we're going to get any difference from what we got in the last game between these two.
Do you think we're going to get the mid ogre at all this tournament?
I think
really
so.
want to see it.
If he had success in pubs, I think we'll get. I mean, EG have always been a team that will pull some flashy heroes out as well. You just kind of need to be feeling yourself. Something I think you brought up to start the series was this was a team that is like very confidence driven, where you know if they're feeling good on the day, then they'll pull out some flashy heroes. We've always known Whisper has a bit of a peculiar hero kind of pull as well. So we'll see. When do we get the Matthew Ricky too? That hero is buffed up a little bit, so we get some of the traditional heroes or some of the quirky ones as well. Another Chorus Snipe. It's going to be a Bracer this time.
We've seen very little Bounty Hunter as well, which I'm a little surprised about. People have been spamming that one in pubs as well. It got a base attack time decrease. See if that is going to be a factor both for support and core. So historically against Bristleback, it's been a pretty solid support just with how much armor you've got. You really don't care too much about the cool spray stacks, and you're able to just keep Janataing him, yoinking that gold. Don't let him get into the Bloodstone or the Ags.
I think something that you brought up, whether it's been just with me in private or just in some of the games we covered, is that you feel like, there's always potential for bounty offlane against like some very high sustained carries, and I wonder if that's even more now with the changes. So even mid bounty potentially, because we're at the moment in a meta where, perfect example, we got two melee heroes mid lane, Pango and Conquer, and I don't think that's going to change, especially with like Primal Beast being really strong as well. So we saw previously when Nine was playing mid, and I think it was a Dream League game where he just absolutely bodied I think it was an Ember with the bounty hunter. So we could even see that as well in a particular game.
There was a period where everyone was doing it. I remember Yopaj doing it as well in a CDPC game. See Yopaj back at TI, man. It's too good to not be here.
Well, she was not their year. And I do hope we get to see nonetheless SMG be able to kind of... they looked... I know this is not their full roster, but they bodied the qualifiers. Like, they really didn't break too much of a sweat. And I hope we get to see them at kind of their strength as well, and what they're able to showcase, because so far they haven't been able to do so. Maybe this game will be a little bit different. I mean, the lanes are looking pretty solid for them overall.
They are, especially this bottom lane. This is what we were expecting to see in that previous series between Liquid and Bedboom, with the Lifestealer going up against the Centaur. They've just got so much potential to be able to stay in lane against
top lane, because should be able to find first blood here. He's got a little bit to play with in regards to the Wands and the Lotus. MC's got another round of the Enchant Totem. The Kaz is proving to be a huge issue with this meld, and now Arfu might also die as well to the Fatal Bonds.
Really dangerous territory though to be playing around in. He's getting up onto his level 2. I wonder if they look to go for any sorts of plays down bottom, but they are very beefy right now. Down here, already Bracer picked up by mid 1, already level 3 as well. So yeah, the Ghoul Frenzy and the Feast just provides him so much survivability and stain. For mid, pretty much as expected, right? No one, very slight disadvantage, but C-Spile, it's really just around that Xbox that he's looking to play once the laning stage breaks down, and they're looking to try and make a few of these skirmishes happen.
Any stacks as well? Looks like Matthew maybe
Twice now that he's been on point with being able to make stacks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Are we expecting a Radiance build out of mid 1 as well? A lot of the pubs that I've been seeing has been kind of this Armlet Radiance. I know we've got the Nightfall Radiance earlier in the day that didn't have success, but what do we feel like is going to be the item progression for the Lifesteal?
Against a TA doesn't feel too terrible. I could certainly see it working. Might also just be considering something like the Deso, considering, I'm not sure if you really do have a Solar Crest builder for your team right now, but certainly with the Lucky Shot armor reduction, does feel nice to be able to have something else that's going to be able to enable you to take things like Roshan. Especially denying it away from someone like the TA is a vital part of ruining her game somewhat.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, this is a hero that has a really big kind of 3-item power spike. It has not changed a whole lot, whether it's going to be, Dragonlance BKB, or maybe, if a Desolator's in there instead of a Dragonlance. So we'll see what the choice is going to be. We do have our lane starting to dissolve as well. No one and Arfu is going to combine together to maybe put a little bit of damage into C-Smile. does have the boat now to work with, so turns to the Dark World with Matthew here along with Panda. They've got the numbers superiority. Is it going to be enough to get this first blood? Looks, oh no, Arthur's actually still alive for the moment. Matthew's still trying to drag him back. Uphill miss, not there just yet. It's Matthew finds first blood. But what about the gold? And might be in a position where they can't contest the power rune though, which will be something.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See about that. It does come down to luck a lot of the
No
time.
way.
It looks like, oh, nicely done, Panda. Knows that he's tanky enough. He's still going to get the bottle refill. Nice start though for VEG once again. Of course, would love to give it over to a core instead of Matthew, but just with that, we're going to enable him to pick up his speed.
Gold for my chest.
He's got ways to be able to make a few more of these rotations happen, allows him to make a few more stacks.
He's going to get knocked down to the low ground. Nicely done from no one. First ultimate usage of the game. Going to be able to convert into the kill. And you see what they're getting out of the map though. Mid one, of course, uncontested down bottom. You've got Genuel getting some much needed experience on the Phoenix, and now they're going to go to Bakaz as well. So potential for SMG to get multiple kills off the back of this first rotation, and MC is going to yoink it as well. So much better start coming up from SMG in this second game.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what they needed to do, right? Probably pick off that maybe not shouldn't have happened, but they just had really good positioning to be able to scout out exactly where C-Smile was looking to make moves towards. Because of that, they end up getting a kill. Because of that, there's nothing really to stop them from making that move up onto the TA. So it is that flow-on effect continuing forward. The real thing that I'm looking to consider is, like, when are you going to have an understanding of, okay, we're going up against a Centaur, a Kunkka, and a TA. Three heroes that love stacks. When do we look to prioritize a little bit of vision? And you can see Zhao is already starting to make that move towards the tire try area. It's like they're going to at least yoink away the hard camp. Nicely done. This is the sort of play that you need to be making.
You got a little bit of, I don't know, support battle going on. Arthur and the Warlock. Might have to go back to a river. No, never mind. Genuel should be fine. So back over towards the Warlock. Looks like they will finally get the kill. Dude, we're chasing each other for a very long time.
You know what? If the cause farm, that's all that matters. And you'd have to say that you're very happy to stay 1v1 in a lane as a TA versus an Earthshaker. Like, there really isn't too much that a Shaker can do to oppose you. So that's the sort of thing. That's why Bakaz, even with that death, is still top of the net worth.
Ooh, no one. He's in trouble now. Might have to ultimate. It's going to be the case, so we'll be fine, but it's a rolling... it wasn't Arcane Rune used with it, but out of resources and is in a lot of...
Early? He'll be fine.
Dire's
Yes,
tower
yes.
is under attack.
See, though, I mean, the car's top of the net worth and he's having a very good time. So when do you feel like he has to go back to the jungle, though? Is there a, next couple of minutes maybe, or is he always going to feel relatively safe to potentially play this safe lane?
Depends who's missing off the map, basically. Like, I really feel like he has the potential to stay out there as long as Willow and Pango aren't there to kill him. Phoenix kills a little bit too slowly. I think the Shaker still needs time to be able to pick up that early-ish farm. So I think he can look to stay in that portion for now, but looks like they were spooked by that previous movement to be able to yoink the hard camp away. They just don't want these Ancients to go uncontested as well. Important as well, but you mentioned the supports on SMG side, how great their ultimates are if you're able to pick them up, and well, like another one of those heroes that doesn't really need too much in the form of items. You just need levels. He's able to sit up here solo, push the wave out with the fatal bonds. Happy with that.
I don't look at anyone's really too at least excited about potentially making rotations. Like, very happy with the status that we have. Maybe there's a little bit of movements out of the supports to secure the power rune, which will once again go no one's way, but everyone's finding a decent chunk of farm. I mean, even Whisper, to be honest, is Vanguard 1300 gold, so he's still finding his way towards a pretty good timing out of his blink.
They all have higher priorities there, right? Like, supports need ultimates, and the EG cores need their stacks. That's basically. You know, both of them, if they were to make a move and it didn't work out, then that's a huge disadvantage.
Is under attack.
Always going to be important though, especially for SMG. When you're a lineup that does not have ways to take objectives, you need to utilize the catapults. We'll be able to do so with this push towards top. So they're going to be able to open up the map.
Dire's
And we
top
do see
tower
some similar rotations down bottom for EG. Bring Panda down here as well. Wisp, I think, was getting dived from the life stealer, but nothing is going to happen.
One's getting a bit ballsy down on this bottom side. Maybe he's learned from last time. He doesn't have any point in the infest just yet. Doesn't even have one to skill up to, if that was the case. 1 point in the raid should be enough to be able to provide him safety if there is stampede.
We're getting ready to go though. There's the ultimates and smoke out of SMG. Do they go through the portal? What's the call? No one's actually going to reveal on the lane, so it'll just be a solo smoke out of Arfu. Trying to connect with mid one down bottom. Just got, of course, the Bedlam at the ready, which might be the damage required to be able to get the kill on Wisp. I mean, it can always stampede away, so maybe you're happy with just forcing out that ultimate.
Look at the haste being popped as well by mid one. He's trying to. All players have like an estimate of how long players take to be able to
And
have
there's
it.
the damage. They get him actually. Okay. Kaz is also ready here. They're gonna. Oh, nice timing out of the infest. Dodges out the rock stun. Now the counter can be there from Januel. Supernova drops straight on the head of EG, but there's just no stuns to prevent them from retreating. So multiple ultimates are going to be expended between either side, but it's just SMG that get the first kill onto Whisper.
I feel like they're confident enough to be able to move on forward, but I'm not so
Can
sure.
they? Yeah. C-Spaw's coming down to bottom. SMG really got to reevaluate if this is an area of the map you want to be in. Now with the Conquer nearby, no one's still got the Rolling Thunder. Gonna look to try and disrupt the Conquer. Sunray's out as well, but it's only just level 1. The damage is not enough to be able to turn the Conquer away. Now no one, I mean, his ultimate's expired, but it's going to be Mind Control that's in with the big Echo Slam, but the damage that needs to fall, and it's going to come through once mid one's able to re-enter inside the river as Evil Geniuses bite off more than they can chew, and a Matthew will be chased down as well as 5 members is required, but SMG find 4 big kills.
Just see the impact of that one coming through. Obviously a fantastic Echo Slam coming through there from Mind Control, dealing basically double the damage of anyone else in that team fight. But that's what I was talking about in terms of fighting around these little choke points. That's the point where these SMG heroes really feel their strength. You know, we saw the impact of multiple brambles. We saw the impact of the Sunray being able to just push down onto that stairs and hit onto multiple people. So not only were you dealing that percentage damage, even just with the 1 point, it's that that mischance as well that you're providing. It doesn't change per level. It's 10% at all levels.
As net worth lead is ballooned up to 5,000 as well now for SMG, and another tower is probably going to go down as well. And maybe another kill. He's got the Stampede at the ready. Whisper really wants to hold on to it though.
I'm happy that we're not delusional with like how we thought that game was going to go between Liquid and Bedroom, right? Because this is much more of the lifesteal of the Centaur matchup.
Wait, mid one?
A little too far. Got the Rolling Thunder available. There we go.
Arfu might even be able to get a solo kill onto Matthew. Nobody getting ranged though for the bedroom. He's still going though. They got the infest bomb as well into the tower, and Whisper got no poise here. Your Templar Assassin is not ready. Conker's TP was on cooldown. SMG continuing to play this kind of fast-paced lineup, or at least fast-paced order, I should say, very well.
And with the Swashbuckler as well, he wasn't even able to get the Stampede off. And one of the reasons that the Pango is pretty decent, if you're able to get that Swashbuckle first before the Rolling Thunder, he only has about 400 max mana, and it costs 150 of it to be able to Stampede away. No mana boots, no Soul Ring, no, not even a wand to be able to use as that sustainability tool.
This is a bit more of a... What is that damage? See, smart. All right, more points. Sunray and the Bedlam. Tani goes. Matthew is there a little bit too late. And no one else from EG. In fact, Panda started to move over. They're able to get a glimpse of him with that Observer Ward, and they will hunt MC. Not able to catch up to him there with a fissure. But Kaz as well, just sidestep it. They've got another ward though. We'll see Panda. And it should be rewarded in the end.
Where are you watching? Set.
Kaz is being a little greedy here, still moving towards them. He's going to be underneath that ward. He's
No
obviously
TP.
not going to know that that's the case. Yeah, he doesn't have a TP. He's going to just be forced to sit in the
Level
meld for
5?
now.
Amazing what
Hang on, what's going on here? Link reveal. This could be decent, actually. The Kaz going to reveal himself onto Arthur. What a timing out of the swashbuckler. Are you serious? No one somehow reads the blink on Whisper, but Kaz blows up the Dark Willow, but that is all they'll get. His mind control is able to TP out, though, and that does force pretty much everyone top, even Panda TP'd here. So meanwhile, just got a T2 tower.
Yep. I mean, he's got the Blightstone, right? He's got the Sustain for the lane, and now he's got the Desolator. So one of those two options that I was talking about, either the Radiance or the Deso, is what he's going for, and he wants to force people back to the base. I don't mind this. Like, how are you actually going to kill the man? You're going to need, like, Chaotic Offering. You're going to need a Blink stun, everything from the... And you can just invest and run away inside the Siege Tree.
Just
Absolute worst case.
casual half damage under the tower. Okay.
I mean, he was hoping for a TP back so that he could maybe look to join with the rest of the team.
What? So close from C-Smart from being able to land the torrent. They'll get the host on, but it's not going to matter. Chain control is not there, and now as soon as they see multiple members from SMG, they've got to retreat. Whisper will die inside the base, and now they're going to be able to catch up to C-Smart as well. But the Rolling Thunder stolen, it will not matter, as the fight is already over.
Bonus, right? Like, you're seeing the impact of the Sunray coming through from Zhao. He's doing so much work right now, and he's not worrying about any vessel or anything like that. He's going straight into a Scythe of Vice on this Phoenix, just giving them that little bit of extra control that they need to be able to start things off. Not even needing to worry about the Roche either.
Not gonna get dropped as well with a roll. It's a great initiation, but it's just not enough. Mid one.
Yep.
Armlet out, Infest on Arfu. Nice attempt, but EG, that is everything used though.
It's like they might be just pinging Roche, saying, you know what, it's top, we can look to take this one, just shove out another wave, do the safe play. They absolutely cannot fight into us with this. Maybe they feel like they can just because there's only 15 seconds left on both the boat and the Stampede, but no Chaotic Offering is pretty significant. Especially if they're able to find a quick kickoff here, but it might be Arfu that gets picked.
Some boys starting to funnel into the area. MC's ready with the ward. He's just waiting for them to group up to drop the echo. He might just use it solo to see small if it's required. It is not, dude. They've got so much percent damage. Now they're even looking for more as well, as Matthew's going to get caught out towards the north. Not the double kill for SMG. They don't have some creeps around the mid side to be able to get the tier 2, but like you said, Roche could just be the prize for them.
Or Arfu just ended up dying to the Blade Mail from the Kutka. Wasn't even able to do too many right clicks to him, but it's suffering from success is basically SMG this game. But you just see how much more effective this percent damage is, right, compared to what we saw in the last game. Like, both the Lifestealer and the Phoenix more than capably deal with both the Centaur and the Kunkka, both in the lane as well as the mid game.
That was
Even like mid to late, right? You've got a Phoenix and a Shaker, like great teamfight ultis and late game Dark Lord. It's not like you fall off.
not at all. I mean, Arfu's going to get a solo kill into a Warlock, so you see the level difference between the two. Warlock level 7 compared to Arfu's 10.5, so the heroes that we are going to see. You already got a 13,000 net worth lead, but if somehow this game, you lose a couple of team fights, you still have the supports that could be very pivotal as this game goes on.
He has an Octarine core as well, and 20 minutes in, plus the Blink Dagger. Just want to be able to consistently make plays, not have these big weak points where, you know, the lowish cooldowns of the Stampede, the boat, EA's full kit going to be all that effective. So this was the Dragonlance, Blink Dagger, Desolator timing that we were talking about, those 3 items for the TA. She doesn't have that BKB just yet though, which is pretty significant, right? You're always vulnerable to the Terrorize, you're vulnerable to the attack speed slows coming through from Januel, who's level 12 now as well, so the Supernova much tankier.
First bomb. Target down C smart. Who cares about all your health pool when you've got someone like mid one with that feast? That'll be now the map fully controlled from SMG in regard to top and mid lane as well. They might even be able to chase down another if they sense Whisper. I'll see no creeps. I'm going to continue potentially hunting the troops.
I don't think they're worried about heroes at this point. Like, if they find them, great, but objectives is what you want to get out of this H, right? Just make sure that TA isn't free to be able to contest on this high ground, because it really does feel like she is a huge portion of the damage output that you're going to have. The start of these games for the Kunkka and the Center, I mean, just have a look at their net worth to see what sort of game they're having. Jiao has overtaken C-Small in terms of net worth. Without a Midas, and he's actually got that sight device coming out to him now.
Very cool. All right, Hex on Phoenix, 21 minutes in.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Killing those imps. Oh, just right. Oh,
Just gonna go back in. See Smile again on the front line, feeling tanky. Crimson Guard this time might stall it out at the moment. And they jump onto the Rage expires. Of course, mid one still has ages. 3 minutes here for them to work with.
Radiant's bottom tower.
There's always the stressor though, right? Going up onto high ground. Even with this much of a lead, high ground is the great equalizer, especially when you've got someone like the Warlock. Full points upheaval, full points fatal bonds, not wanting to give over a valuable tool like the Fisher as well to potentially be stolen by Matthew.
I mean, MC is instantly using that enchant totem. Very, very comfortable. We obviously see with this Shaker into Rubik matchup.
A full wraparound here by Arthur. This is a cheeky play if he's able to make it work. Hiding vision up on the high ground, saying, "Mate, no one's here right now."
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just holding onto the gem, seeing if there's any observer wards.
That's
Can
what
he
is he
get the
doing?
ball back? Like, he might be
It's
fine with
crazy.
observer ward.
Okay, he backpacks. I
Dropping
think,
the gem.
dude. I was so worried how deep he was. He smile. He's like, "Hang on, where'd that purple pop out?"
They fixed
Now
it.
he's stuck. Where does he go?
Ooh. He can't come out now. They see him. They see
Oh,
him.
they'll just take a fight instead. Straight onto Mikaz's head. Stampede helped get some distance along with the 4-star. That's a good start to the fight. Multiple ultimates are now down from SMG. Whisper, what a jump!
great
Whisper
stop.
onto 3. Mikaz will line them up as well with the side bleeds. Age is taken care of. Have they got enough left to take the second round, though? As mid one, he'll just go back to dealing with the objectives.
Dire's structure.
Got to make sure you get something out of this Aegis. They're going to use the Fortify just to try and live that little bit longer.
Echo's still there for
available.
MC. Oh, he gets forced outside the base. Matthew, no buyback. Oh, Whisper just a little bit too late as well with the jump in. They might be able to get Arfu. Torrent to follow, but we see how scared Pikaz is to also continue to right-click. Whisper as well is also in some danger once mid one's able to lock onto his target. A couple of swipes feasting onto the members of EG, and it is a full set of barracks and pretty much for free.
They basically play the reverse card on last game. Mid 1, 6-0 and 4. Whisper 0, 5 and 0 on this Centaur. This is the sort of matchup that you're really expecting to see from that life stealer. You really couldn't ask for too much more. Take away their outpost control, not giving them any breathing room.
How long till the rock? Oh, yeah, very long time. Never mind. 75 seconds, so we're not going to see this one. There's still a while. Potential into things over towards the right side, so a little bit away.
I'm trying to think of an avenue for them to be able to come back into this. I mean, it has to all be on Pikaz, right? There was a great triple stun coming through from Whisper there with the War Stomp. He's got the Crimson Guard as well, but he's not doing anything beyond that. So is it just going to be around having that BKB so that you're not worried about the Rolling Thunder, you're not worried about the Willow's damage, you're not worried about... Well, you can still get blocked off by the Shaker stun, I suppose.
I don't know what they're able to do with it, but Matthew's still in first, so we'll see if there's some crazy save play with it inside a fight, but... I ain't stopping anytime soon, though. Might have to, though. It's a lot of damage. Mid one's not even going to die, though, again, but... Rolling Thunder.
This is what I was talking about, like, Bat Rider, not a JLUL hero. Phoenix absolutely is, right? He just feels so much more confident playing these like, he is a position 5 at the end of the day, right? This is your role, to be able to back up your carry, both in the lane as well as the mid game. And I feel like you're just not enabled to do that as much with a Bat Rider, right? That's just doesn't play to his skills.
I mean, if we're playing MC, might just drop the echo, no hesitation, and Matthew's too late to do anything. He now reveals himself, so SMG will charge on forward, but be able to continue to potentially get another kill. Got to be cautious about the fatal bonds onto everyone.
Mage version off on mid one. Annoying.
Maybe ults?
Oh,
That's fine.
big hero to be down. There's that upheaval.
Poke is frustrating. Rock as well, and
Infest.
finally they get the kill. Very nicely done, but it's taken so long, and SMG might still fight.
It's only Panda that gets the unstoppable streak as well. It's not like a Warlock with money is really going to change too much of anything. Maybe if he ends up buying the shard for himself and, you know, ramping up the period where maybe the Kunkka gets lucky enough to be able to pick one up for free, because Rubik's already got one. You'd love for TA. Oh, she already has the shard too. So, you know, Warlock just laying down that upheaval from afar, just constantly spawning those imps, protecting the high ground, giving you a little bit more time and space for the TA to get to level 20 or some crit damage. I think that's the play.
Very interesting to see. All right, well, never mind. No yours. Car's able to snipe that. So I was going to say your MC wanting to go down this route to deal with potential X to delay the game. He will not have the yours for a little bit of time. I want to speak as a whole while we have some moments here. Do we feel like teams will start to put a little bit more emphasis on like first phasing Phoenix? If you're mentioning a lot, this is probably going to be the TI where we have kind of the tanky meta, and we need to look at that percent damage, which you've been saying. But last game Phoenix was second phase banned. Do we need to see like more priority with the potentially picked in the first phase?
Yeah, I don't think Pango is first pick material personally, but I also don't. I think Phoenix is very punishable too.
Okay.
So it's the sort of thing where a lot of the best heroes are still being figured out, and we see 7 first phase bans now, so it's not like the overpowered heroes are going to slip through.
This is like we were bringing up earlier. Maybe that's where the lifesteal comes in as well with some of that percent damage. So it is still a very long tournament to be able to see teams find ways to address these heroes.
Oh, cheeky defusal.
Very close.
I'm up to level 18 as well on the Pango, so a little bit less cooldown on the Rolling Thunder.
And let's see how patient they get here from SMG. Do have Roche up very shortly. So much vision as well, just on the outskirts of this base, which is going to make it you have to smoke to get out. There's no other way if EG are going to try and take a fight. So yeah, looks like they'll back up, get their runs into position.
Got the gem back again, sent it all the way back to base, got the courier to pick it up, walked on out again. There's a couple of wards in the lane that he could be able to remove, but hasn't come across them just yet. He's just being able to remove those psionic traps as well though.
Oh no, go back in with.
Oh,
very good.
He heard you.
Radiant are
What?
scanning.
No! Roshan's guarding the gem! Oh, he picked it up.
Well, they will see them starting to move over still with this lane ward, so
Never removed yet.
they have this information. What can they do with it though in EG? I mean, are they even in a position where you can take a fight? Is it just all or nothing on this high ground?
I think this is a way to get out of the base, personally. Like, if you know that Roche is going on, at least you can pick up some farm for yourself. Maybe the TA gets into level 20. I don't think... Is this the game for Meld Dispels? I'm not so sure. I feel like you really need to just blow someone the hell up. So that Meld armor reduction might be nice, especially if you're able to combine it together. Nah, he goes for the smells. I get it, but I really feel like Phoenix just living through a lot of this is seriously hindering EG's.
That should
Radiant
help.
are scanning.
It's a lot of bounties.
That helps.
Mentioning the Phoenix being able to live, Genuine, just with the casual play meld at the moment. No, this will be into the Lotus Orb, but recognizing you, like you said, TA is probably your biggest concern. So I was thinking maybe something like an Aeon Disc, but with all this armor, we should be fine.
And you're going to be clipped by some random PS as well, right? Whether it be the Fatal Bonds or whatever, so Aeon Disc ends up popping, considering you are using some of your HP to use your upsells.
And it's going to be a little bit easier now to siege now. Lotus Orb over to mid one.
Oh, triple stun, nice.
Oh, he's got a hard right now. Why not? This
I was
is
just waiting for the Tormentor to come back up to get them something for free. Looks like he is.
Are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Gonna need to do something.
because they are smoked inside the base, and if a fight breaks out right now, there will be no because they're going to go for the dive under the T4 tower. Not much is going to stop them as well as no one veers his attention over to Panda to stop the rock. They haven't got any kill just yet, and now it's looking a bit awkward. Whisper will still go down. Because is back inside the base. Supernova dropped on the head, and there's just nothing they can do against it. It gives SMG firm control of this area, and they can retreat now accordingly.
The Lotus Orb is well.
Pretty decent jump in because as well, lined up again, but Januel will finally go down to the side blade spill. Can they get more as well? Mid one's still playing with the Aegis. They'll snipe Arthur on the back line. Need more out of this. It was a pretty heavy investment, and now they're going to turn it with a double fissure. Mid one is just freely right-clicking. Will charge down C Smart. Won't be able to guarantee the kill. Whisper will jump back in, controlling no one. Another round of the silence as well. They got the damage from because Infest keeps him alive. No one won't die for the moment, and now MC's in over the top with the Echo. Because is still alive, and this is starting to get a little concerning for SMG, but mid one should finally go down. Armor toggles mid one still alive. They'll get the kill, but what have they got left?
Oh, the silence. Oh,
MC
better.
Good timing out of the Eels. What's the Infest cooldown? 20 seconds for mid one. Gonna beat away EG, just swiping it.
Mid one
flies at the moment, and mid one knows no fear. No torrents of concern. C-Smile separation. Torrent will finally land as because he's back in the middle. Soul Fission's going to be very annoying, but maybe MC can help protect mid one. Infest up in fight, but oh, okay, just Genuel's back alive. Sunray get him out, and mid one somehow he lives through it all.
Somehow, and you still get 2 buybacks out of that from both the Centaur and the Kunkka. So you're very, very happy with how that one turns out. You still end up living with your AC as well onto mid one as he looks to get mega creeps right now. The car's playing a lone hand. Ooh, too much he can do. Bot as well. Haven't scattered it out just yet, but. Whew. This is the SMG that I wanted to see, the one that just ripped through those SCA qualifiers. I thought Blacklist would have been a very worthy attendee of TI, but SMG just made absolute mincemeat of them.
Yeah, both those series were really not close at all. Need to see that on the international stage from SMG.
Dire's turret has been
Matthew pushed inside the base, smoke. Now for Nor. This Fisher still with a high ground defense might be something to prove an issue. They're able to get one, but can they get more out of this? An early B can be out of because they won't get the X back as well. Will still lost. They're hunting though. Again, the Fisher. A little bit off the mark though with the spell casting. Genuel still has the Supernova if he wants to use it defensively. Storm's going to come out. Can they blow him up before the egg? They will be able to do so as MC waiting in the tree line to find an opportunity, but Panther drops the rock to potential cancel the TP. Dude, Matthew spellcasting and overall AG inside these team fights have been exceptional, but is it too little too late from them? It's not mega creeps just yet, 8,000 deficit, but they are showing some signs of life.
Gem's still on the ground. MC pinged it out. Probably someone claimed it on the Egypt side. Yeah, Pandas picked it up. Yeah, that was a little weird. Just looking back at that, you can see Arfu really not doing too much damage in that fight. And it was because he was caught next to that weird little side gate thing, and he doesn't have a blink dagger or anything else like that. So they ended up jumping in without any sort of assistance from him. He didn't cast a single spell up until that terrorize at the very end, which ended up landing on nobody and not really saving too much. So just caught out on the wrong side of the team fight, unfortunately for them. Still though, I'm a little surprised that it's only a 7k net worth lead after multiple buybacks. I know they just claimed a few streaks and they won that team fight pretty convincingly, but you're a couple of laser racks down. You've lost the Roshan fight. Is that triple Wisdom Rune that mid one just picked up as well? Well, that's a little bonus.
I mean,
he's still behind TA in levels.
This game's getting messy though. I mean, there's a Scepter on Matthew. He will lose Fissure, unfortunately, and we have seen so far it's been very difficult for him to steal it, but I have to do that once again, so we'll see what they can do out of EG. Science of life.
So, what are we thinking? We're thinking steal both Sunray and Supernova, and then use it, suck the teammates in while using Sunray, somehow use that.
Firstly, just don't have Whisper die.
Okay.
That's very awkward use. Might actually pay out in his favor. He kind of
54
griefing his
stars.
team accidentally. It wasn't him. Whose force was what? Oh, must have. I'm still on cooldown. Oh.
Poor Whisper, even he's got a 4-star. Just realizing he needs to stay the hell away from this lifesteal and tide him out. They know that sometimes it's not about playing against the hero, it's about playing against the player. And they know that mid one is going to go for those dives, and they know that there's the potential for them to throw this game. Probability is still only 5%, but the looks like it could get to a worse state or a lot better if they take one fight, if they dive a fountain, if they somehow get pushed back with the tidal wave into the fountain. Anything can happen.
Infestal again from Matthew. And you got to keep that man alive.
Use it well.
The crazy scepter thing, right? That's the attacking side infest, so I don't think we'll get any value out of that.
Once again, playing, I don't want to say scared, but conservative. You know, they know that they don't want to give this one up again. They know they want to try and make sure that the only ones with tier 4 items are themselves. And I mean, well, that DD might be the difference. Previously, I was saying you can wait for Roshan, but take the DD and make the play now.
Managed to get the mega creep advantage here from SMG and then look to go from there. Like you said, Roche is up though, so they're going to make the call of fighting without this kind of secondary life and advantage of Roche. We'll see if that's going to prove to be an issue.
Losing the gem means that they're right underneath this observer ward with no awareness that it's actually the thing. They go for some sort of backline stab.
Yeah, just not even going to mess around. We saw previously that kind of poke with the help of the fissure though was enough to be able to blow him up. This time instant infest to retreat. He might go back in when the rage is up. He's trying to scout out MC Whisper. Dude, what is the damage?
They stole Fisher.
All right, do smoke now and get out. I mean, you need to deal with the kind of the creeps that are starting to come inside the base. You stole the gem as well.
Good one. Yeah.
40 seconds, 4v5. They got a pretty good ward as well that sees no one. They do not know that he's kindly infested though.
They'll use Ninja Gear just before he was underneath that vision, so maybe they think that they've got fewer people than just reality. In a way. Didn't have a scan available, didn't opt to use it to confirm their suspicions, even though they were on point with the fact that Kaz was up here.
He's got boys behind him. This is not going to be an easy jump, but the fissure onto 2 supports might enable the initiation. MC, well done. And now no one is going to continue to create the chaos in the backline as well. They would love to force out this buyback, and they should be able to with mid one just going straight for the objectives.
No one's just making so much space.
Can he get out there after the buyback? That's not going to be the case. So no one will go down. Lift as well use this melee barrack still left standing.
Control again, just cutting off any sort of avenue for them to be able to try and chase him down, and even Matthews Fisher, not enough to be able to catch out the Dark Willow. And you get a buyback out of them as well. So no glyph, only a range racks left, no buyback on any of the cores. It's looking good for SMG.
Still stick around as well. The Kaz who just brought back is now isolated from the team. Whisper tries to jump the Kaz, blows up Arfu once again. They want to try and turn to deal with the support, so it's Genuine credit down for the Templar Assassin. A buyback out of no one. It just gets to blink away for the trap. They still got the vision though. No one. He's got the Academ shard to potentially protect him for the moment. MC is coming back around with a jump in. They're going to try and get on top of the Templar Assassin, but no one's still isolated. A dive back onto the Penguin. Now Bakaz is freely able to right click, melts apart MC, who gets a defensive yours. Januel's even into the middle of it all, but they will not deal with mid one. Feasts onto the Rubik's Life. Now the TA's in trouble as well. But EG, they also bring some extra members. Whisper playing on the high gun. Mid one's got no boys near him. Does Bakaz have the damage though? MC tries to jump over the top. Bakaz playing with fire. A couple of right clicks are not enough to get the kill onto Januel as multiple fights are breaking out.
He bought back.
They'll assassinate the Phoenix. Meanwhile, mid one's chasing Whisper down. This is starting to get pretty goddamn messy for SMG. Bakaz straight on top of mid one. What's the call now? Mid one's got no members nearby to enable him with the stuns. He's going to run over towards the Conqueror. The Rage should be able to feast on towards him. Beautiful stun block, MC. Fissure onto multiple members, but the Torrent Storm proving to be a goddamn issue now, but it's just a life steal at MC against the world like we saw last time. Can they get out with their own lives though?
It's under attack.
No way. Inside the base.
Tier 4 to get a hit, man, yeah.
Oh my
A
god.
lot of creeps as well. Khan's having to deal with that on his own. It's like they want to try and claim that Megas potentially. I mean, MC got Lifestealer infested inside of him with the Ninja Gear. They would love a quick pick off for this Rubik.
And they'll get it. Wow. These two this game. Jesus.
It's a lot of trust being given into each other.
Oh, because? Maybe you win this man fight directly on top of him.
Too good. Too damn good. Hang around for another couple of seconds. Could yoink away the Wisdom Rune, but we'll back off for now. It was already picking the tier 4 towers. I mean, why not? You know that there's no buyback on these three heroes. You've got the outpost control right now. You've got the full team lineup behind you. Just got to make sure you don't go in too early without all the boys behind you. Remember, no one's happy enough to play distraction. For the quick one shot on the back lines.
Might be able to find an Arfu who's done it multiple times in these fights.
There's one.
But it does leave Panda. Okay, 4-star over the wall. It gets another as well, but yeah, mid one's just dealing with the throw and the creeps as well, and that's going to be all she wrote. What a performance out of SMG. It took them a little bit longer than what they were definitely hoping for, but in the end, they're able to get their first victory on the board, and we'll tie up our fourth series of the day.
Definitely not as convincing as what we saw from game one coming out of EG, right? That looked like a much more thing that went completely to plan, you know? Make sure to delay it long enough so that the PA gets huge. This one felt a bit messy. You would have to say, though, that the laning stage certainly was something that SMG can
Vivo keyed stars turn to ban.
Some lessons from Quest perhaps carry true here in terms of decision making and macro decisions, as we will take a look at the draft shortly. I'm keen to see what kind of instant bans come out here for Keyed. I'm It's like, I don't know if they had time to watch, right? Like, did they have time to see what Tundra does? Did they have time to see the Earth Spirit, the Dazzle? Yeah, it looks like they did, as they already do ban the Earth Spirit. So there you go. That's one gone.
But I think the really challenging thing about banning out these mid heroes against Tundra is Thompson just plays the weirdest stuff in the mid lane, right? Like you went over this mid Dazzle. We see him bringing out the mid Clinks whenever it's available. He's one of those players that just, you give him any hero, chances are he knows how to play it in the mid lane. So it's kind of hard to focus on Thompson bans. I feel like if you are Cade Stars.
Yeah, for sure. But it's still something you have to do. You know, it's like you can't let him have the smoothest game of his life. Just try to make it challenging for him. At least give Analog a decent lane matchup. I think that's how you kind of have to work this out here for the side of Keed. I would say though that the Dazzle has to be taken out. Like, there's no way you want to play against that. It's too much. They will take care of the Tide first, which is fair. If Dazzle slides through and Thompson picks it up, he is. I mean, that's a smart pick. It's also disgusting.
It is. It'll make me very happy to hear you squirming behind the mic, Jonathan.
Oh, I will hate every single thing about that game. I'd be very happy to see, you know, how fast Thompson can go, but it's disgusting.
Well, I fully anticipate some very high level analysis from you about Dazzle, Jonathan, if it does come out for Thompson.
Oh,
I'll tell you that
for sure. No, I blame this all down to, I swear to God it was Avo who told me that he played Dazzle in the jungle, spamming out his thing.
You keep bringing Avo up. Avo is probably not the best example of a pro player.
Yeah, exactly it. But he had the idea to spam out that spell in the jungle, drop the cooldown, and just Midas, even though Midas was not probably the best bet for that, but that was Avo's grand plan. I distinctly remember it. I don't know why. I wish I didn't. I'm sorry, Avo. That's the one core memory I have of him now in our conversation, outside of manga choices, which is also a different story entirely.
Don't even start that conversation. I don't want to hear about it, John. First pickup's coming. Here's the Invoker. So it seems like the side of Cade Stars, they are going to give that back to Analog, who was performing very well last game when it came to the Invoker mid. So why the hell not just go back down that route? Was very annoying to play against as well. Just the constant threat of the Sunstrike to come in with a stun setup just almost guarantees you a kill.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he performed really well in the first 10 minutes, like just so much action across the board. And he managed to ramp up really nicely as well in that Invoker. So I don't mind that at all. I think Invoker matchups in general are pretty smooth for the hero. Up against maybe some exceptions, like say a Quap could be annoying. So that is probably one of the few things. We'll see what Thompson will want to pick up. I'm wondering if they will just pick Thompson's hero straight up, knowing the mid matchup. Like Dazzle versus Invoker. I'm trying to ponder on this. I don't think it's too bad for Dazzle. It is somewhat playable. Maybe not as much of a crushing lane as other matchups, but still something that can work fairly straightforward if you wanted to. We'll go with the Nature's Prophet pickup first. So you've got that really annoying support jumping all over the place. Teleportation damage is still ridiculous. Sprout damage is still kind of nuts. So, yeah, you were talking about NP last time as well, Mike. There you go. You've got your NP.
Yeah, I mean, I realize they handed out nerfs to the hero, but nowhere near enough, in my opinion, to make it a forgotten hero. It just still seems absolutely ridiculous, especially with all the map changes that have happened. Like, just the fact that you have the Wisdom Rune spawning. Like, every time you're up against the Prophet, you've got to be so worried about the Wisdom Runes at 7 minutes. And the thing is as well, if one team gets 2 Wisdom Runes and your team had a bad laning stage, it's so hard to come back from that. Like, the whole mid game just feels horrible if you miss that first Wisdom Rune timing.
Yeah.
At least the support.
It does. And NP just allows you to instantly take control. Again, that's the kind of stuff that Tundra loves to maximize, right? Like anything on the map, they try to maximize their impact on it. So NP fits that bill. What else are you going to take out here, Keed? Will you leave something? I don't know if you even care about the Dazzle at this point, honestly. Just, it feels like you have bigger issues to concern yourself with the Nature's Prophet pickup. But in thinking about it as well, NP rotates into the Dazzle lane with Sprout into Treants, and then you have a Shadow Wave bomb. So that's also really annoying. I don't know. Like, it feels like Dazzle will still fit in here if they want it.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Well, final bans to come. The Naga Siren going to be removed. Tundra still focused on position ones by the looks of it. They get rid of the LD. They'll get rid of the Muerta. You still have options like the Luna that we saw earlier today.
10 seconds.
They wanted to ban that out as well, though. Again, I don't know if they really view that as too much of a threat here for
5
Tundra.
seconds remaining.
Been seeing other position ones like Gyrocopter pop up here and there, that hasn't looked amazing, and there's a real threat. They'll get rid of the Bristleback, which has been a real detrimental hero as of late, and it's right into the Brewmaster.
Yeah, and that hero is obnoxious to play against as well. We've seen a lot of Brewmasters in the regional qualifiers. This hero does a lot of work in the team fights. Plays pretty nicely in lane. Like, if you did run MP plus Brewmaster, that is a fairly easy lane to try to run down here on the side of Tundra. So I like seeing this coming out for 33. What's the call here for Keed? They have their own options for offlane, maybe something like, say, I don't know, Centaurs in the pool. If you wanted straight up pick it up, you could go for support pickups here. They go with Avenge, which is, I suppose, one way to help people out in the Sprout. You can just kind of swap them out. You can try to swap down the Cyclone here as well. That's one way to kind of ensure that the counter carry potential of the Brewmaster is not as annoying as it could be just with swap. So that is one way to kind of handle that. Gyrocopter is picked up as well by Keed, and that is a hero that has been up there in terms of the carries. It also has gotten a couple of touches down, but it's still something we saw a lot of in regional qualifiers. Not so much here in the first day of the road to the international, if I am recalling right. We didn't see too much Gyro come in, only about 4 contests for Gyrocopter, so not as popular as it once was, but with this kind of lineup, Alacrity plus Wave of Terror, Gyrocopter is not going to have too bad of a time here.
It shouldn't be too bad. Tundra, third pick for themselves. I mean, they'll see the position 1 and the mid lane now of Keed Stars. Tundra having a bit of a thought about this one. There's still support to be picked up. Unless they don't want to really reveal the position of this Prophet. Like, it still could go to the 5 position as well, but say the Brewmaster Prophet lane is going to be quite annoying to play against, so I think you'd rather go down that kind of duo. Tundra dragging out the reserve time, 35 seconds left. They'll go down the tiny route, which is not something we see as of late, and now the Clink's coming up. Here we go.
All right. Okay. Yep. I like this from Tundra. You know, the Clinks has, and like you mentioned, Thompson's been enjoying it. There's some good targets to pick off. Avenge is very, very fast. So yeah, it should be a decent time. Mid lane matchups, not the worst thing in the world. You can kind of play at range up against the Invoker. So it is somewhat manageable for Thompson. And that does mean what? A tiny 4 NP5? A tiny plus Brewmaster lane is all right. I mean, there is still flex. You could run tiny mid, support Clink still. Like, a Clink's Brewmaster lane does sound pretty damn good. I don't know if you'd want to remove that. It sounds way better than, say, a tiny 4 with a Brewmaster lane. So I can kind of see it going either way for Tundra. I would actually prefer a Thompson Tiny here, just because, again, the lane duo of Clink's Brewmaster is very straightforward. Keed do go for the Tusk once more. That should be our King RD hero. Had a fairly decent time last time around. You do have some... It's a good save potential as well. So you have Swap, you have Snowball plus Blink kind of save heroes. You've got the eventual Ags pickup with a kickback, and you've got this ganking squad once more for Keed. So you have good control, good damage, and the follow-up damage can come out from Analog to Snowball from mid with Sunstrike. So they're setting up for that same early tempo here on the side of Keed, which honestly, it did work out pretty damn well in game 2. Like, the first 10-15 minutes felt insanely good for Keed. I don't mind them going back into that same mindset.
Remaining.
We'll see if it pays off, though. Again, Tundra's arguably a much stronger team based off the results right now, so whether it works or not is going to be the big question. And going back to the point you made as well about the Clinks versus Tiny for Thompson,
Tundra
I can't see Thompson saying no to the Clinks. That's kind of my main issue here. It's I might agree with you based on the combo with the Brewmaster Clinks, but the thing is, Thompson, when he takes this mid Clinks, he just carries the game for you. You know, he just does everything he needs to do.
Yeah, but he can carry in a mid Tiny as well.
Can he though, John?
5
Yeah.
seconds
I
remaining.
mean, he can carry an Earth Spirit, Mike, not like you. So he can. He can.
Vivo keyed stars.
Believe it.
What have I done to deserve all this from you?
Hey, you're
today,
just gonna
Jonathan?
take the shots, Mike. You know.
I lost my last Earth Spirit game as well, by the way.
Oh, there you go. Skill issue, Mike LaPhoenix. Skill issue.
You should have seen it.
It is what it is.
We were 1/4 of their ancient away from winning the game, and we did something stupid, John. It involves their
Did you-
fountain.
See, because you didn't have Ags. You know, if you remnanted your allies and pulled them out of being dummies in the fountain, you would have won. You didn't think ahead, Mike. See, Thompson thinks ahead.
Actually, I was the one who rolled into the fountain, John.
Good job, Mike LaPhoenix. Round of applause in chat for Mike. Outstanding play.
What am I going to do? I can't cancel the roll, Jonathan. Do I, Pango can cancel the roll, cancel SB charge, but not Earth Spirit.
10 seconds.
Well,
Can't
just
cancel
don't
his
roll
roll.
into the fountain. Just don't do it.
5 seconds.
Why would you do it?
Final pick here for Keyd Stars. You wouldn't get it,
No
Jonathan.
defense.
Only Earth
I
Spirit
would
players
get
would understand.
Okay. If you
You
say so.
wouldn't get it.
If you say so. Sure. What's
Keyd,
it gonna be for Keyd? We're looking at an off lane for FCR. He doesn't know his safe lane matchup. They'll go with a Visage. So a bit of a change of pace. This is very high tempo coming out from Keyd. They want to take out some early objectives. They want to take some early fights and just kind of rush down. Avenge plus Visage is a pretty strong combination in terms of just taking objectives and trying to build up pressure. I think your lane duo of Avenge Visage is
5 seconds.
very damn strong. Maybe not in level 1, but level 2, level 3, it starts to ramp up a little bit more. I'm keen to see what they'd take for safe lane here, though, on Tundra. Because you see the Visage, you can kind of try to just find a lane that doesn't care too much about the output somehow, or can kind of dance around it for Skitter. I can't think of a hero off the top of my head that kind of does that, though. So I'm keen to see what they might have in mind, you know, being the big nerds that they are. And they will go over to Faceless Void, so just time walk back. You've got decent damage to throw into Chrono. It is just going to be the Thompson point, so he'll just take it. You're right, he'll just take it, you know.
can't say
Screw
no.
the lane combinations. Who cares about laning combinations, all those technicalities? He wants to play Clinks. Let the man play his Clinks.
To be fair, though, Tiny Brewmaster is probably going to be pretty strong. Right, like Cinder Brew plus Avalanche is probably going to be a huge headache to deal with. Not to mention the tossbacks are going to be a problem. So, yeah, Thompson, he can't say no to this mid clinks. I'm telling you, John. Every time I've seen this guy play this hero, it's revolting to watch. It really is. I feel terrible for the enemy every time.
It's revolting, but I'd still argue it's not as revolting as his Dazzle. Anyone that plays Dazzle mid, and special shout out to Kiyotaka, it's disgusting.
5
Well,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
John. I mean, it only got banned once today so far for us. So, you know.
Yeah, on our stream. Everywhere else, you know, they're getting the spice with the Dazzle. Thank God it's not on our stream, actually. Oh, God. Ugh, okay. Good. Thank you, Tundra, for not picking Dazzle. Thank you.
Well, what are you thinking here between these two drafts? Like, ignore the teams. Forget about who's playing. Who has the better draft in your eyes for game one?
I'd still say Tundra. I think draft-wise, this is pretty straightforward. You've got really good counter carry in the Brewmaster. I think this potential for Venge swap to take them out of Cyclone. It's interesting because, you won't have swap for anything else. You're not going to be able to use it offensively. You're going to have to hold back. You're going to have to assume that the Brewmaster will always get the split off. So it's like a heat of the moment decision whether or not you want to hold that off for the swap. And I think it can be a little bit difficult. I think the tempo that the side of Tundra brings is really strong. Just again, based on draft, you've got this Nature's Prophet that's going to contest your runes. You've got this global gank potential of the Clinks sneaking around with an NP jumping on top. Like, there's a lot of early tempo that Tundra brings to the table here. And I think for the side of Keed, like this lineup, if it falls behind, it's not going to feel amazing. Sure, you've got all these buffs for the gyrocopter, but something like the Visage, right? Like if the Visage starts to drag on in game, it can start to feel like it's not doing as much. You know, you've got the Ags build up, you've got stuff like that, but it can start to lag a bit behind when it doesn't snowball hard from the laning phase.
Well, good news, John. We do have Game 1 now officially underway, so we don't even need your opinion anymore on these drafts because we can see exactly how they'll perform. In game number 1 between Tundra and Keed Stars, Tundra should be the favorites going into this matchup purely based on their scoreline right now, which is 4-0. But Keed Stars did surprise us last series. They did take one game off Quest, and they looked like they were about to take the second. So we'll see if Tundra can remain undefeated after this series. Thompson does get sharded up, but seems more than happy to just fight against King Artie. He does have 4 heroes behind him. You know, it's kind of expected he just turns around and fights.
Yep. And I like that sneaky little play that Snaking immediately did. As soon as the game loaded in, TP down mid, plant a ward, not going to be spotted by anyone, gets forward the sentry as well. So he managed to get that instant D ward and just win the ward trade already.
Very
you have
nice.
a sentry ready on the side of VKS, you can try to spot that out, but they're not going to be able to get too sneaky here with a really nice position ward. And Snaking, giant nerd, as everyone in Tundra is, as we lovingly call them, the giant nerds of Dota. Doing nerdy plays.
Giant wealthy nerds. Giant,
Yeah,
very
that's
wealthy nerds. Yeah.
They could be wealthier if they win a second TI, you know?
Better avoid the jokes I was about to make here, John. We'll look into the top lane. I think you've got 9 against, 9 and 33 against KJ, and of course Costa Bile. This top lane, like, I think it could be very detrimental for Keed Stars. Like, sure, the Gyrocopter Venge is a strong duo in and of itself, but once you hit level 2 or even level 3 here for 9, along with the Cinderbrew and the Thunderclap, it's just so hard to walk away.
Yeah, it's going to be really annoying. Like, the Venge can't really do too much to stop that as well. I think the key thing is to always just play with Flak and Wave of Terror, because the minus armor plus physical output you have is pretty ridiculous, and Tiny doesn't have any base armor to play with. So you can kind of punish if 9 does come up. And can't see just how much they can get out from that first level, because level 2 to 3 is going to be a big spike for Tundra. As you mentioned, that's where the aggression should kick in. So having a chance to look elsewhere, down in mid, Thompson, trading blows with Analog early on. Already running a little bit low on the mana, using the Death Pact, has a little bit left for Tar Bomb spam, but is controlling the lane pretty nicely. On top of the nice 4-3 up against the 2-2 of Analog. They're just Thompson clinks, just spam that Tar Bomb and run down. Relatively easy to just keep it shoved out in your favor here all the time.
It certainly is. We should have a look at that final lane as well. Of course, bot lane, FCR and King RD are up against Snaking and Skidder. Now, this bot lane should be okay for VKS, right? Like, you've got a Visage, you've got a Tusk. Chances are both sides is going to trade farm. I was about to say I don't expect too many kills here, but here we go. Snaking going to get jumped immediately, and he is down.
Death was first blood.
There you go, Jonathan. Caster's Curse coming in hot.
That it does. I mean, again, we talked about the Faceless Void pickup to dodge out the damage coming out from VKS. A Treant, Nature's Prophet, can't really do that. He doesn't have Time Walk. So if he cops it, he cops it, and cops it fast. Well, Snaking, looking for a snipe.
He might get his revenge very, very early, as FCR now going to drop. Skidder, we'll back off. We'll leave King RD alone. Let they get their revenge. Snaking, I'm sure, will be pretty happy with that trade, in fact.
Not going to be too upset and giving kill over. And they still find little. You get some solo EXP for Skidder. He has some tangos to play with. One more share tango in the backpack. And again, you just kind of hold your own. And then the lane does get a little bit trickier as time goes on until Time Walk's at a decent level. So you should still be able to look for that nuke opportunity up top. Trading blows here.
9's getting very low, though. He's going to go for the toss back onto 33, but it is not going to work in his favor as 9 is down. And 33. He is struggling. Like, they are doing a fantastic job at this top lane, KJ and Costabile, of really making it hard for Tundra. As 33 now gonna have to go for a run because the homing missile is gonna land, and they'll have a follow-up magic missile now. So 33 might be going down to boot, but not quite. He is okay just with the stick charges. He will barely survive. As in comes 9 again. But 9, he's got level 1 toss and level 1 tree grab. Like, there's not really much he can do.
That was such a clever play by Costabile, holding on to that melee creep so he has something to bounce flat cannon off of.
Oh, very nice.
Just maximizing every single step to look for that opening. Trying to find these openings. This is what you have to do when you're up against Tundra. You have to find all these small things to play with. They are finding them so far up top on VKS. A decent enough start coming out for VKS, although the mid lane is starting to suffer. Analog's starting to drop really low up against Thompson. 19 to 10 on that Clinks, although
they're going to snowball in. Thompson, he's still actually trying to go after Analog, realizing there's no real way out. Snaking sprouts him into boot. Why the hell not? Thompson going to try to go for a run, but is certainly dead. Snaking, he will go for the chase after King RD. In fact, never mind, he'll turn back towards Analog, but he doesn't have the lockdown nor the damage to finish them off. Unless he's going to sprout back up, and they're going to snowball back in. King RD continuing with the tag team now, so Snaking still trying to run, does have the Fairy Fire and will survive as King RD will go down. Analog almost dropping along with him. In comes Thompson again. The Thompson is back, but it seems like Analog will be okay.
Scoots out of there with his life intact, has a water rune to give him a little bit of a boost. Has something to play with, but with Thompson fully reset, show that lane for even a moment.
Here comes that power spike we were talking about earlier, John. They've got the Avalanche Toss and they've got the Cinder Brew now, with the Earn charge, by the way, of 33. So this is where the top lane gets very difficult. So now, if they land a Cinder Brew into an Avalanche, you are almost guaranteed to just die.
Yeah, you're not going to be surviving that output. They are starting to force a response down mid.
FCR, Thompson, mid lane, he's going to be in a bit of danger. FCR in the meantime still being chased down bottom, though Skidder cannot quite reach. Thompson, he is still alive, but not for long. The tornado does land, and Thompson will go down as Analog. He will hand the tip over to King RD for the great rotations of the Tuscan. I might agree, John. King RD has been doing some fantastic work.
And he has. Again, we saw him do this in the last game as well. Second the Sunstrike kills.
A lot of action here in this game. 133 now getting caught out. Go for the Thunderclap and the run. With the Storm Brawler stance, he will be able to walk his way out just fine. The KJ is still chasing, but wouldn't have had the damage. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking. Getting caught out will go down to King Art.
Finding some openings on the side of VKS, trading back and forth. I feel like the space being given out to Skidder is sort of a concern. This Faceless Void isn't really being contested when left alone solo up against the Visage, and this is where this Faceless Void pick comes in handy. You don't care too much, you've got the time walk. You can always bail out when you're being committed on, and they get the rotation out early here from 33.
FCR in danger. 33 with the rotation. Looks like it is going to pan out immediately, and he has the earn up, so it's just a nice, easy way of getting through the Gravekeeper's Cloak, of course. And what does work out quite nicely is he will go right through the Twin Gates back towards the top lane. Meanwhile, 9 may have his Wisdom Rune stolen, but a nice preemptive Avalanche, knowing that KJ was somewhere around there, does still pick up the Wisdom. And now KJ probably going to die. Snaking, he was trying to go for a steal of his own, but he cannot get it, and he gets a deny. He actually gets the deny on the creeps. Meanwhile, KJ is still running from 9, but Avalanche is back up. He just needs to get within range, and he is. Toss, he was out of mana. It won't matter though, surely. KJ, one more hit, there it is. 9 will get it.
God, that is disgusting. I just don't understand why King RD didn't aggro the creeps, or didn't manage to aggro the creeps actually, and Snaking still slips by. Nice little trades coming out. Feels a little bit better for Tundra, but you're not too bad off here on the side of VKS. You are still at least finding your Wisdom Runes coming out, so you're not being starved out as much as you'd be expecting to up against Nature's Prophet. So far, a rather even game. I don't think it's leaning one way or the other just yet. You're getting some decent farm coming out in your gyro. A little bit of a smoke out from VKS now. Analog, King RD, and KJ ready to go.
Yeah, certainly so. 3-man smoke up towards the top lane where they'll try to focus on 33. 33 still level 5, so has no primal split available. He'll have to try and walk the old-fashioned way, but there is no getting out of that. Costabile handed the kill by VKS. I appreciate the amount of attention they've been giving 33. You don't want to give this guy a good game. Meanwhile, FCR, though, also being chased across the map. Thompson and 9, both having a look around for somebody. The Visage is really the only target they have. But he is hugging that tier 1 bottom tower at the moment. 9, about to see him. FCR is going to be able to walk away, and it seems like this time they will miss out. Top lane.
You don't find you. What?
It hasn't ended yet, John. 33 may get caught soon. They are waiting patiently for the Brewmaster to show himself.
They are, but they do have vision onto this clump up, so 33 is just going to be hugging around unless you can get a little bit of a flank in, maybe a TP in, but no one's really coming in from the side of Tundra, so they'll surrender the top tier 1.
33. Aggressive plays here from the Brewmaster. He does have level 6 though, so he wants to try and play like this. Snaking, also TPing in, but not really finding anyone to jump in on. You do at least get the Tusk. King RD, though, going to buy a bit of time with a snowball back towards 9. Toss back the way of his teammates, though. So King RD getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Eventually will die. With that, it's not the greatest kill, but Tundra, they'll take it. It's something.
Yeah. It's not the biggest deal in the world. At the same time, it's a nice little pickup for Thompson to help accelerate on his Clinks. So far, again, you are buying a ton of space here for VKS, for Costabile to just farm up on that Jar Copper. Though I believe he does have his crystals flying out, so farm acceleration should be in play. At the same time, you are starting to ramp up on Thompson, and even Skitter, you know, the Faceless Void, not the fastest farmer, is number 2 in net worth because of the relatively free lane Skitter did have. So he's going to be able to kick into gear on that Faceless Void sooner rather than later. Does have the Midas recipe flying out now as well. And the main thing now for both sides is really the aggression from everyone else. Like the tempo that you can expect from FCR and the tempo that you can expect from 33. It's going to be on the off lanes and mids here. And it does feel like you have more uptime for sure on a Visage. The Familiars just being alive as long as they don't die. It's much more consistent presence in comparison to the split reliance of the Brewmaster for these wider fights, but they are more than happy to farm on Tundra. They're forcing VKS to be the ones to dictate and try to find a way in here.
Oh, they're going to know Thompson's around this bottom lane. King RD having his smoke broken. Get some vision down. Thompson will see all this, of course, so he'll retreat, seeing how many heroes were around the area. Skitter will try to do the same, but now the chase is on. That Costabile even showing up. Skitter, he is trying to run, but the shards will lock him in. He's forced to chrono and just run around the chrono. He might still make it. The time walk away. They cannot kill him. A defensive chrono, but it's not like Skitter wants to fight anyway. He just wants to farm.
Yeah, and that's so much space. They managed to clear out mid. They don't need to rotate anyone else to help Skitter out down bot. So they take an objective for nothing, just costing Chrono, but he's got Midas. He wants to farm. Analog reveals his position with that Ghost Walk.
But he does. Oh? So at least get the shield rune here for King RD. The thing is, you lost your mid-tier 1 tower while that bottom fight was happening, right? Like, it's a pretty big deal to just hand that over to Tundra. They do sneak it away, and now FCR, speaking of being sneaky, Thompson trying to get a solo pick off for himself. They may have gone a bit too fast. Skitter trying to help out. Thompson, he will go down. BKS, a great pickup as they do find the mid clinks. And well, Thompson, you saw how much damage he did to that Visage, but VKS at the very least sticking as a unit, not allowing the clinks those easy pickoffs.
Yeah, he's kind of using the bounty rune as bait as well, but the Visage, not the easiest target to burst down, even with just the level 1 Gravekeeper's Cloak at that point, with a full Solar Crest up, and does have enough armor to kind of sit through the siege that Clinks provides, and now they can kind of go for a push. So
nice shards. King RD gonna lock in 9. Familiars are incoming. Thompson around the area trying to help out by taking down the Tusk. They've actually still saved the Tiny as well. He will be able to walk out of here. The 9 is fine. King RD is the one to go down. Now they might even find a cheeky Familiar, but not quite. It does manage to get out of there.
Good punish. Holds off on the mid push as well. The side of VKS can't fully commit. Try to find that objective. This is still a ton of good space coming out for Costabile. A gyrocopter 2 parts away from full ags, but it doesn't feel like he's finding enough of a lead over Skitter. Like, this space is void, despite having lost his Tier 1 tower relatively quick. With the Midas is not too far behind, now around a 900 gold deficit, 900, 800 gold deficit in comparison to a Gyro, who theoretically is supposed to farm a lot faster, is not a bad position. So despite all the space, I don't think you're finding enough for VKS to feel comfy here. Skitter's farm is still on point. Thompson's hanging up there, has some stacks, clearing out with 33. 33 going for the Radiance. So the mischance for the Gyrocopter down the line is just going to be a massive nuisance for that hero. And they're kind of holding back in this aggression that VKS wants to bring out. Like, compare this to the last Invoker game of Analog, where he was still hammering in all these Sunstrikes. Granted, he didn't go Exhort this time, but they're not able to really play off the back of, say, just pick-off potential here. On the side of VKS, they're having to try to drag in multiple heroes, and they're not really finding too much for their trouble. So it's a slower pace, and Tundra, when they're left alone like this, are just much more efficient on the map.
They absolutely are. This is like, it feels like Tundra's game, right? Like, you just give them the space, they'll just start doing all this wacky stuff, and at the very least, Costabile, he is having a pretty good time farming on that Gyrocopter. Like, he's still top of the net worth board, but against the Faceless Void, that may not feel that great, to be quite frank with you. Like, if the Void's still staying on parity, when it comes to farm, we know how strong these Voids can be as the game gets later. And Chrono never gets old as an ability. We'll see how they do intend on trying to deal with this. It's Tundra now occupying the Dire jungle. Not so much looking for an opportunity to kill, but rather just buying themselves time and space. The VKS will do the exact same thing. They have bought time for Skitter to have the full the Maelstrom up now, so his farm will start to escalate quite a bit. Costabile is very close to the Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter, so happy days for him, but you know, I just worry about the Gyro when it comes to just having that equal kind of net worth to the Void. It's never going to feel that great.
No, certainly not. I think the one thing you can bank on here for VKS is that you have some answers for both the Chrono and the Cyclone, right? So again, you have the swap.
Yeah.
Your Gyrocopter is caught in Chrono, swap out. Perfectly fine. Your Gyrocopter is caught in the Cyclone, swap out. That can save, but it's a long time for you to hit some good strides with the swap. Like, the moment where it feels like you're never going to be able to pin down the Gyro is like level 20 with the minus 57 nether swap, and that's a long ways off. There's still going to be openings where you're going to have to two spells, but you're always going to be able to put that Gyro out of the pool, out of contention in these fights. Trying to swap around here on the side of VKS. They could try for Roshan, and they are clumping up for that. They've got the full tags on Costabile, with the Chrysalis, with tag team and familiars, and the Wave of Terror. Not going to take too long here.
Roshan will be taken quite easily. VKS, we'll see what they can get away with this Aegis though. Like, it's one thing to take Roshan, but it's a matter of what you can do with what Roshan gives you. You see that mid-tier 1 tower would probably be a great start for VKS to try and, you know, get some kind of prize out of this Aegis that they will now acquire. Hell, maybe even just the top tier 1 tower might do it for them. And speaking of that top tier 1, it just goes down to creeps. Mid-tier 1 tower it is. They have smoked up as 5. Thompson is going to reveal himself up at that top lane, and that'll be an amazing pickoff, but they're going to go down to the bottom instead and go for a bigger team fight. They'll run to Snaking, though. Not exactly the target they want. It is just going to be a +5 profit they'll get.
Yeah, not the biggest deal in the world for Snaking. As long as no one else gets caught out, Skitter backs off at the right moment. Should be able to just fully retreat. So VKS... Oh?
The thing is, you don't want to jump the Brewmaster because he'll just split. It's not like you can burst him quick enough.
No. not going to be under threat. They are still set to collapse though.
Now they'll try now. Cold Snap is out. Primal Split is going to be able to come off just in the nick of time. 33 though. Can he get the Brewlings out? Not quite. A very aggressive position. Like earlier on when we talked about it, John, he had his team around him. This time he just goes right past the river on his own with no backup, and yeah, they just annihilated the Brewlings.
Yeah, being flat cannon with a Crystallis and Ags, you've got enough output to kind of melt those level 1 Brewlings. Takes a long while for them to get really tanky to kind of withstand that punishment. So, good opening being found by VKS. Tundra maybe not quite necessary to lose out on 33 there. But again, they're kind of playing the stall game. They want more items to be up in Skitter. They want more on Thompson as well. He does have the Deso up on the Clinks. Dragonlance next into the Shard. And even just the Deso alone, this is where the Clinks should start to pop off, right? Like, this is where you can start looking for that. Venge, looking for, heck, even something like the Visage can melt. So this is where Thompson should start to play his game.
Jesus, PTP, all that time you couldn't show us the death summary of 33? My goodness. Come on, PTP. We're paying you good money, PTP. Show us the death summary. Show us the death summary, PTP. What are you doing? There you go. Thank you, PTP. We appreciate it. Bot lane, Snake
why are you
King.
gonna do that to him?
Skitter, Chrono up, he's got it.
Oh.
Just cancel the TP of Analog, no wasting time. Beautiful pickup. They could still go after King RD, though he will TP away. And now mid lane, FCR. He will also get caught. Familiars, doesn't seem like they're going to be too lucky either. They both get bursted down. So Tundra is starting to really get their tempo going.
There they are. They're finding some punishment. They're breaking up the side of VKS. When they're not stuck together as a team, again, this lineup excels at pickoffs on the side of Tundra, and it's basically global pickoff potential with NP TPing in on top of the Clinks with how he can weave around the map. Good invasion of the triangle from Thompson as well, and just denying some resources away. VKS are still hanging as a trio up top though, playing off the back of Costabile. Satanic almost fully done on the gyro, so some good sustain to play with. Not focusing too hard on damage here for Costabile, which I do appreciate that he wants that sustain. We'll see, and there's not too much they can do to stop that. They'll lose their Tormentor here as well. So freebie for 9. Always nice to have.
I mean, it's you know, unlimited tree grab, I guess. It's unlimited charges on the tree grab is something for the Tiny. Sure,
yeah. Support Tiny is not the best, but you know, down the line you've got your free shard for when you kind of want to pick up a moon shard, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Like at 40 minutes, you'll look back and it's like, I'm so happy I got this at 20 minutes.
Fair. I suppose it was that or Curse of the Overgrowth, which is, you know, that's another ability, I suppose.
Yeah, that's honestly, the Curse of the Overgrowth might have been better, but you know, you look at the positives here, Mike. You look at the positives. You've got the Axe for snaking, so he gets the Axe, the shard will go to 9. That's it.
Very, very nice. Top tier 2 tower going to be under siege. The bottom tier 2 will also be under siege from Tundra. BKB now fully available on Skitter, so he might want to try and go for a fight. Costabile, though, he's just about to pick up the Reaver to finish off his Satanic. So suddenly the Gyrocopter, he does become a bit more of a menace to deal with. Speaking of a menace, top lane, King RD going to chase down 9 on the Tiny. KJ will be there to help out. 9, though, he does avoid the Sunstrike, but the swap is out. And with the tier 3 tower damage, he's not getting away.
Nah, but that drags him so far away from any other point of action here for VKS. Again, so much space for Tundra. They've got the full BKB up for Skitter. They've got Thompson just clearing out more Tormentors. 33 gets it now as well. Never going to snaking, huh? That's rather unfortunate, but you get the longer duration split, more utility for 33. Radiance also not too far off now. It should be pretty much up in 60 gold. So the timings are lining up for Tundra. 8k lead, 10 to 10. Again, if you're not playing aggressive here on VKS, Tundra will just outfarm you on the map. They just know how to be efficient. They're math nerds. They know what's efficiency.
Absolutely. Tier 2 mid tower, though, is going. Like, VKS, they are still finding outer objectives. Constabile seems to want to try for the high ground, at least force back the side of Tundra. 9, though, this is a bit of a force back. Constabile, he got tossed back into a chrono, but the swap is there. They will save for now. Problem is, he will get tornadoed up, so they've still got the gyrocopter held down, and now the root's coming out. He's forced to fight. Constabile, can he do it? It seems like he'll cop a bit of damage, but he's okay to back off for now, but 9's back in again. Avalanche and toss out. The Visage is down. Constabile, he does not have a Satanic available. Thompson comes in from the backside. That is just a complete wipe for the side of Tundra. That's kind of the thing, you know, you've got this tiny toss back. It can be a little bit worrisome here for the gyrocopter.
That it can be. You are seeing some of the saves kick in, but with the Satanic, you don't have that much damage. You're kind of relying on being alacritied up almost all time here on the gyrocopter, on Constabile, to try to deal with the onslaught from Tundra, and it's just not enough. Even a one-man chrono is, you know, in any other game you might feel bad about it, but in this kind of game you don't mind. You've got enough from everyone outside.
They've got the Invoker this time, and Analog, he just he gets away. The Ghost Walk, it disjoints some of the attacks, so he will be able to survive just a little bit longer. Problem is, King RD will get left behind. The KJ is moving back in as 9 now gets the Invoker.
Oh my
Analog
God.
moved back in for a second, gets caught by 9. The 9 will give his life up for it, but it's well worth it. Tundra, they'll be more than happy with those trades.
For sure. And KJ tried his best to save. Another swap with the damage reduction as well, doing a ton of work there for the Invoker to kind of hang in with a sliver of HP, but makes the wrong choice to walk up onto the left side. Does get punished, and that's still not enough to stop Thompson from pushing. I mean, tier 2 tower falls anyway. So the sacrifices were made. You're still losing map space. And Tundra, again, just choking out VKS. 15k up, 17 to 11. Not the most action-packed game, but man, whenever some of these fights break out, Tundra just finds a way to make these fights work in their favor. Now again, we saw an early launch up by VKS, and now it's really not doing much. Like, yeah, you're still number 1 in Constabile. Look at the sacrifice Analog's had to make. Analog is lower net worth than Snake King and 9 on the Invoker.
Yeah.
The mid Invoker.
Yes, he is. Yes, he certainly is, Jonathan. Not a very happy position for a mid Invoker. And in case you just joined the stream, this is a position to invoke you're watching. 8k net worth is not something you get to see very often for a mid Invoker, but it happens. At least he has a Midas, right? You know, he'll catch up one day, John. Eventually.
Eventually. He will. We need to see some of these combinations kick in. Like, again, there's no instant burst with the Sunstrike, with Exert being so low level right now. I don't know, like, play around with just alacritying up your gyrocopter when he comes in. Look for the right alacrity moment as well. You have to kind of wait out the Cyclone. You have to maybe think about the chrono. There's a lot of things to consider for VKS when these fights break out.
Thompson.
They might force something out here.
Constabile, you don't want to be at the front, I don't think so. Oh, that Satanic up. Like, you saw how much damage they can pump out against the gyrocopter. Ag's now coming out for the Visage, so you're going to have that Silent as the Grave now available for SCR, and that can be quite annoying, especially for this next Roshan fight. They will smoke up as 4. Side of VKS, they want to try and move in for a fight. They've got the 4 Daedalus built up on Constabile as well, so they want to try and abuse this power spike, but he does not have buyback gold now. If he dies, the fight is as good as over. Constabile will show himself. The jump is there. 9, he's going to make the jump in immediately, though he does get stunned up. It's a bit of a messy fight for Tundra, but Skidder, he does jump in for a nice chrono. He found 3 targets. Analog is gone. They've even lost KJ on the Vengeful Spirit, and now Skidder, he can get right to work. Constabile, who are you even attacking, sir? He doesn't know where to go, what to do. There's nothing to do. He's just down. Thompson with a triple. FCR, just surrounded by the trees, will also go down as Thompson gets an ultra kill for himself. What can you do? A full team wipe.
Not much you can do about that for VKS. Good angle being found once more by the side of Tundra. just kind of collapsing and snaring the side of VKS in that area. Unfortunate that Skitter did steal that rampage from Thompson, but it is what it is. You know, it happens. I'm sure Thompson will find another opportunity elsewhere, as they will take Roshan. No problems here from the side of Tundra. Aegis and Cheese going their way. And VKS now, it's starting to feel like they missed their timing. Because even scaling into late game here, their teamfight presence is just not the same. It's not the same as Tundra's. You have to deal with Chrono. You have to deal with even just the Ags up and snaking, the Rat of Nature route. You have to expend so many resources to find Thompson sneaking around, trying to look for these pickoffs. He has the full Daedalus up. Like, this Clinks is an assassin on a mission. And for VKS, it's all about just trying to keep building up in Gyro. But again, it's just Gyro farming. No one else has farm here.
Well, here we go, 9. Forced up to the high ground. Will not go down yet, but the shards will lock him in. Meanwhile, Thompson just kills off Analog on his own. 9 somehow still alive. 9 actually blinks away. He's fine. He had no help around him, but they just weren't confident to move up high ground. They just didn't have enough vision. Meanwhile,
Enough vision.
in the triangle, snaking, he might be baiting here for Thompson, who's sneaking up from the backside, but no. Snaking will drop, Thompson will leave him. They do at least get a profit. It's something.
Is something. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Thompson just waiting for someone to kind of eat up this creep wave. No one biting the bait just yet. Does have the arcane rune ready as well, so he's going to be running around on a very low cooldown relatively soon. And does not opt to try to play tag with the Gyro, not without some backup. Will just take away more resources. Again, Tundra, whenever these kinds of trades happen, they just work the map so damn well. VKS are so clumped up. It's only your Gyrocopter farming. FCR has nothing. Analog has nothing. Your 2 cores have less farm than Snaking.
Kick ID getting the Thompson Clinks experience. Very nice.
2 cores less than the enemy NP. Well, FCR slightly ahead, but this is disgusting.
It's a pretty revolting experience if you are Keyed Stars at the moment. Tundra, in no rush to put it into this game. I think they're having a lot of fun in this game 1, as the lines have been drawn through the bottom lane, but as we've seen throughout all our games today, it's, you know, there is a lot of hesitation going high ground because it does prove to be very challenging. FCR,
It does.
they're going to try and make the jump in on the Clinks. Thompson will just walk away. 9, well, they're still going to chase him down. Thompson is still being targeted, but 9 does save the day, tossing Thompson out. He will be able to retreat and reset. 33, though, forced the primal split to be able to get the fight going and be able to survive a little bit longer. Meanwhile, the Tusk back in on Thompson, but Thompson just annihilates him. Back onto the Gyrocopter. Skidder not even requiring the Chrono, just doing it the old-fashioned way, and Costabile can do nothing. He can do nothing but watch it happen.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
they
attack.
can't stop this. With the threat of Chrono still ready as well, the high ground's just going to get torn apart. And there's not much they can do to stop it on the side of VKS, even with relatively short respawns.
Split push. There goes your top tier 3 tower. Thompson's racing his own team to find a Rax. And he's actually winning that race, by the way. We'll leave the area now. But I think for the Keyed Stars, it's this game is looking pretty much as good as over at this point. Not to be anti-hype, John. That last team fight was without Chrono being committed, and now the Chrono has been committed. He'll find 2 more targets plus some familiars, and they just get destroyed. Xanalog, he will die once again on the Invoker. They do have buybacks available, but I don't really know if they even want to commit it at this stage. Like, the game's just so one-sided. It might just be time to call it. The Gyro is coming up in 3 seconds. They'll go one more time, perhaps. There's your Gyrocopter. Are we going to buy back? They'll commit all the buybacks, but the Ancient is completely exposed. They're just ignoring the heroes, and that's game over. Game 1 to go the way of Tundra. They remain undefeated here today for the road to TI, and well, game 2.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Whose draft is underway very, very soon. Tundra versus Keyed Stars. Thank goodness. I was getting rather depressed talking about it. I wish I didn't ask you the question, I'll be honest.
Why would
John.
you ask that question?
I thought you were going to give me some decent news, but my
No.
goodness, that was depressing. Anyway, moving.
No.
What's our bans? We've got a lone draw ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid ban. Will we see something like the Clinks ban, the Dazzle, the Earth Spirit? What's going to be the priority from Keyed here? Earth Spirit it is. So you take one out. Will you take the rest out? Who knows? Honestly, when you looked at Tundra's first phase, it didn't feel like it was targeting anything in particular from Keyed either. Right? Like, it was just very generic bans. It feels like this is what they're just banning in general, maybe from scrim information. But it based on the last games you saw from Keyed, it didn't feel like anything specific.
10 seconds
So I don't
remaining.
expect that to change from Tundra. See the Brewmaster being banned out from Keyed, a little bit of respect for what they managed to do there with 33.
Vivo Keyed Stars
We'll find
turn
out
to ban.
what else. They take out the NP. So no fun there for Keyed in trying to get that tank squad
10
going.
seconds remaining.
They'll get rid of the Brewmaster. I can kind of appreciate that. It's very hard banning against a team like Tundra because again, you just don't know who to focus on. Yeah, again, no point in banning out Thompson. 33 has a huge hero pool. Like everyone has a huge hero pool in Tundra.
Turn to
You know,
ban.
it really does start to feel impossible when you get to this ban stage of things. They'll get rid of the Tide as
10
well.
seconds
Fair
remaining.
enough. So they'll put a bit more focus on 33 this draft around.
5 seconds remaining.
Just get rid of all the tanky boys. I still remember when 33 first came onto the scene when he was playing. He was playing with Alliance is when I really first started to recognize how great this guy was. And my goodness, was he great! Tundra, a fantastic decision to take the guy while they could.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. He's just, I don't know, he's just insane. His hero pool is just so damn wide.
Yeah.
It's impossible to just deal with him. So they take out the Spirit Breaker as well. Another potentially a 33 hero being banned out. Now a lot of Thompson heroes left in the pool. So you kind of have to contend with that. See what they ban out. Any respect ban for the Invoker of Analog. Doesn't feel necessary considering that last game. Maybe just ban out some matchups. Maybe take care of some like the Quap if you wanted. Although, I don't know, like it's open enough. I can't believe Keyed has left the Clinks. Like Clinks is still there.
Tundra
Thompson Clinks first phase. First phase pick is maybe insane, but yeah, they go with Pango. They ban the Dazzle, pick the Pangolier. I just don't, I can't safely say that's Thompson's hero, although he did give a eyebrow shrug, so maybe
He
it
did.
is.
He did. I saw
Some
that.
expression on Thompson's face. Outstanding.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see what Keyed Stars want to go for here. I mean, the Pango, it's a hero you tend to see every second game, so I'm sure they're very used to seeing this. It really is a matter of what position this Pangolier is going to be in, and they do go for the Primal Beast route, which is the hero that we see much more often against the mid Pango, if anything. So Primal Beast will come out. Again, I have my doubts as to whether it's going to be a mid Pango. We'll see.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
It's open enough that I think 33 could just take it off lane. Honestly,
5
it's like,
seconds remaining.
I don't know if you're really locked in. The matchup versus Primal Beast is playable for Pangolier, and we did see last time around Noob did win in his Pango matchup up against Primal Beast, so I wouldn't fault Tundra to just stick that to mid. Trying to wonder what else could fit mid. Thompson could play, but I don't know. Zeus is there. I don't think it's necessary.
10 seconds.
Shaker, again, probably unnecessary with a Pango. We'll see. It's open enough for Tundra. They've got some space to ban out as well. Take care of the Grimstroke, just taking care of stuff that stops your Pango here. Take care of the Treant as well with the Overgrowth. So they're just ensuring that Pangolier is not going to be cut off too much from rolling around. I suppose you could worry about Bloodseeker, but that hero has felt dead. So I don't know if that's even viable for Keyed to kind of pick up for Costabila there.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't mean to change topics, Jonathan. I couldn't help but notice there's a very funny bug that happened in another game with Somnus on an Earth Spirit. I'll send you a link just so you can tell me how great Earth Spirit is.
Describe it to chat.
Oh, you want me to describe it? So basically, he became invulnerable from what I can tell, and He was just spinning on the spot. Literally spinning on the
beautiful.
spot the whole time.
Is he spinning like just
No,
the
he's
ball the
rolling
entire
and
time?
spinning. He's rolling and spinning. It's quite literally a burnout this time, Jonathan.
Oh, just like KP would do. Okay.
Have a look.
All right, that's beautiful. We're not going to be seeing that, unfortunately, Mike. But thanks for the information on. I hear that we're absolutely not going to be seeing any Sears at all. So
Yeah.
I guess that's something. Okay, yeah, that's outstanding. I don't know what that is. I wish we'd see it in this game, but unfortunately, chat will just have to believe us. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
As what's also pretty cool is the pickups, a Shadow Demon to break off this combination, and Key to going back to Primal Beast and Sky. I feel like isn't this their first draft against Quest? Am I misrecalling? Am I remembering right, Mike? This was their first draft against Quest, right?
They did not have. They did not have. Oh no! In fact, no, they did. I was going to say the
Yes.
Skywrath wasn't there, but it was.
It was.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. Like Shadow Demon was a ban for Keed when they picked up this combo, just because it will break off every single time. Pulverize is not going to last long. Mystic Flare is not going to do much with the save options here for the side of Tundra, and now potentially a support Weaver as well, who can, you don't necessarily rush the Ags nowadays. You tend to just go Solar Crest, but with the Ags down the line as well, just so many saves from the side of Tundra, and not that much hard lockdown from Keed. You have a Pango you have to worry about. You have a Weaver that's going to be going in and out, and you only really have Ancient Seal and Pulverize. That's not going to be enough here.
Well, there's the Muerta coming out from the side of Cade Stars. So this hero has been very interesting as of late, obviously proving to be very, very strong. If you can get those core items up, it does turn into a real powerhouse. And the thing is with Muerta, you do have to drag out the game quite a little bit, right? Like you want something like Mjolnir up, you want your BKB up, you might, want a few more damage items up. I believe earlier we saw Arteezy get to the stage where he had a refresher orb on this hero. Obviously, that was quite busted. It needs time, but if it gets the time it needs, this Muerta carry, it's a real pain.
That it is, and it also has some really positive synergy with Skyrat Mage. You can think of Ancient Seal as a amp for basically Pierce the Veil, because all of your damage is magical.
Of course.
So it is a weird combination of just buffing up. It's like minus armor from Muerta, I suppose. So that's an interesting synergy that we don't see too much. I think that's pretty clever of Keed. Whether or not it pays off is really the big question, as these are really big glass cannons. You have maybe a little bit of reach already from Tundra, but I think just Shadow Demon makes this really complicated. They do go with the Undying, so that should be your Muerta Undying lane coming out. Very straightforward. We've seen this one multiple times before. Are they expecting Pangolier to still go mid? Because at this point, a Pango off lane against Muerta doesn't sound like the absolute worst thing in the world. It's maybe not the best, but it also doesn't sound completely unplayable, as long as you do manage to get a good shield crash off in the waves. So I'm wondering how Tundra runs this, because again, it's like you mentioned when Pangolier came out, you just can't call it with Tundra. Whether or not they'll run this mid or run this off, it's perfectly viable for either one here, for Thompson and Turkey Tree.
And they've put a lot of effort into countering the Pango mid as well. So just with the Skywrath and the Primal Beast, we shall see if it's going to be like an offlane Pango we're seeing here, or whether it is going to be indeed mid from Tundra. This might be the pick that reveals that position. Go into the reserve time, have a look at the papers, see what's coming. They don't really need to force these weird kind of switches either, though, to be absolutely fair. Considering how dominant Game 1 was, they may just feel very confident just sticking to a pretty standard game plan and, not having to abuse the flexibility of their players here in Tundra. 30 seconds reserve time left. What's the pick? What are they thinking so heavily about here? I'm just trying to find a decent way of dealing with this Muerta carry, which, again, can be a pretty big handful to deal with, and they'll go down the Luna route.
I mean, they have a Shadow Demon, right? Like, you can run Luna Shadow Demon, shove out waves, equalize fairly well.
10 seconds remaining.
core to core, it's interesting
5
because you don't
seconds remaining.
necessarily care for Pierce the Veil. You can just pop Eclipse, but if BKBs are in factor, you're still not going to do much. So I don't mind this too much. I think the lane ends up being fairly all right, depending on what your partner is going to be, whether or not it's going to be Weaver or Shadow Demon. I think it works out. Just based on tempo. Natural Manta Builder, so you don't care too much about Skywrath Mage with Ancient Seal. You're not pressured to buy BKB, although you might still want it this game. It does kind of make sense. I think it fits into maybe higher tempo, more map efficiency coming out here for Tundra.
Vivo keyed stars turn to ban.
Final bans to come. They'll get rid of the Darkseid. They'll get rid of the Broodmother. So they are focusing on 33 heroes, assuming it is going to be an offlane that is to come, and it obviously does look that way. Get rid of all those cheeky 33 specialties.
10 seconds
Even if the
remaining.
Broodmother hasn't been quite as popular in the meta, you don't want to give it to this guy if you can avoid it.
Remaining.
Tundra
Final ban to
Esports
come. They are
turn
still
to
thinking
ban.
quite heavily, but they'll get rid of the Beastmaster this time around. The thing is, if you do get a tempo setting kind of offlane, like someone who just wants to get aggressive early on and just maybe build some aura items, this draft can take off quite fast from Tundra if you're not
10
too
seconds
careful.
Remaining. 5 seconds
It's
remaining.
Tundra now, final ban to come. Also looking for the offlane ban outs here against
Tundra
Keyed
Esports
Stars.
turn to pick.
They'll get rid of the Bristlebat. Surprisingly enough, for both games has been left to the absolute final ban. Neither side's bothered taking it either, which this hero has felt completely busted in this current meta, but nevertheless, it will not be shown to us here, at least for this series. Final pick,
Vivo
Tundra.
keyed stars
What do we
turn-
want? They'll go the Visage route.
Ooh. Okay. They're running Visage Luna. They want to play this fast. They want to take objectives. It's not going to be too much of a stall back and farm. I think you're going to be looking for some up tempo here on Tundra for sure, especially since you can kind of play with his physical output, with the Swarm coming into play here, with Swash
5 seconds
and
remaining.
Lucky Shot as well. So I kind of like this from Tundra. If they play their cards right, there is some really good tempo. You talked about the timing of Muerta being really late in the game. You're not going to reach that point if your objectives are under siege very early on with this push combination coming out from Tundra. So they identify how fast they want to play. This line of play is very quick, and I like it. Again, you have a lot of saves. With your Shadow Demon, you have potentially even more saves with Weaver on hand, with Ags. There's nothing to stop Pangolier. There's not that much hold still on the side of Keyed. Like again, when they opened up, it was Skyrat, Primal Beast. That's your main hold. Still is. Dying doesn't provide you more hold. You've got the Calling on Muerta, but it's only really a slow in silence. It's not the most effective in trying to pin down a Pangolier. And I honestly don't see anything in this last pick that saves it. They'll go with a Kunkka.
Okay.
So they'll try to buff up, get some AoE control. That's a little bit more team fight coming out there for the side of Keyed. I mean, if you're going to ask me the same question here, Mike, just ignoring the teams looking at the draft, I would lean towards Tundra heavily. I think this lineup is just way more up-tempo. I think flexing the Primal Beast off lane is interesting. FCR will be playing that. They will run the mid Kunkka here instead. Kunkka versus Pango matchup is pretty straightforward for a Kunkka, as it tends to be in most melee matchups. So should work out fine, but I'm rather curious how Analog builds, because I think the build has to be some like BKB Ags or Blade Mail
10
Ags.
seconds
Like
remaining.
you don't want to mess around too much. You really don't need a heart. You need more AoE control.
5 seconds
If Analog can
remaining.
reach that point where he has the AoE control for his team, it can feel good. Like X mark to hold back Pango when he tries to roll, pull him back, to hold back the Weaver. Does provide you a lot of options now to start to play that game. Still combines with your Skyrat, with X, Mystic Flare, and Torrent. So there is some play here for Keyed. They've got to play fast. Like, really buy out space for Costabile. force this movement out from Tundra to be away from the Muerta and try to hope that your Muerta flash farms into the point where it can start to show up in these early fights.
Absolutely. Well, it should be a very interesting game too to come out. We'll see if Keed Stars can at least pull off a game 2 victory and maybe force a draw here between themselves and Tundra. Of course, Tundra looking to continue their undefeated streak for day 1 of the road to TI. And right now with the draft, I agree with you. They're looking pretty damn good to remain undefeated. And if I remember correctly, is this the final series of the day for Tundra? Believe they don't have anything after this one? Yeah? No, in fact, they do. No, they don't. It is day 2 that they have another one. Never mind. I can't read, Jonathan. You know how it is.
Yeah. Something about the water down there in Australia. You're used to reading upside down, Mike. You got to rotate that monitor, to get comfy here. But we are getting comfy again. This should be an exciting one for Tundra, whether or not they can maintain being undefeated here to set themselves a good tone for the road to the international. We'll find out. Keed, again, it's not a team you can count out, but certainly in this series against Tundra, not quite the same story as their series up against Quest. Tundra just looking to be a step above so far in this tournament. We'll see shortly, as we should be able to get into our game in relatively quick time here, Mike.
Beautiful.
For game number 2. I'm really interested to see what Keed does, because it does feel like they kind of... They need to do a little bit more, right? Like we've seen this kind of draft from them before.
I know the Weaver's around here somewhere, but there is Sakuchi available, so Nine's going to be just fine to back his way out of this. And Nine, I believe, should also know there was an Observer Ward dropped on the high ground, but we'll wait, of course, for the Sentry Ward usage later. He'll get his own ward down the southern cliff of that bottom lane.
30 seconds to battle.
Very preemptive ward in that area, but maybe just looking for couriers to come out. See, as a position for Weaver, it's quite easy to snipe all the couriers, as well as that, just that kind of vision ahead of time to know if the Muerta has moved into the jungle or not. So I'm still looking to try and fight over these bounties, but it's really only 9 around the area, so chances are they aren't going to fight for it. Thompson perhaps could get into a fight here with Analog, but we'll leave them alone. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a nice even start. Shall we start with the mid lane, Jonathan? Thompson, of course, on the Pango against Analog on the Kunkka is what we should probably be looking at here in this mid lane. What do you think about this matchup?
I think this is pretty strong.
Very nice.
This should be pretty straightforward for the Kunkka. Nice D ward coming out there. Good spot up from King RD. But the mid matchup, again, Kunkka doesn't have too bad of a time. I don't think it's completely unplayable for a Pangolier. You have some good trade potential with Swash and Shield Crash, but Analog should be ahead in just that Tide Mirrors for free. And Thompson's always going to have to walk up to try and trade, but at the least, once Shield Crash has a few levels, this should be a little bit more manageable with some damage mitigation.
Nine already securing first blood here against KJ. KJ just getting absolutely destroyed here by 9 and 33, and of course you can't really underestimate that level 1 soul assumption. It does do a hell of a lot of damage. 9 just with the follow-up, able to secure the kill here up against KJ. Looking for a D ward on the high ground at the moment. KJ just take out the sentry ward, so no D ward to come. However, they might find something even better, because Constabile now is in trouble. He'll go for the fear, the shot out onto the Weaver. Constabile, he's going to go for the fight back. 9, he may have gone too far, still trying to survive. Sakuchi, oh no. Unfortunate. So close to taking down the Muerta, but not quite enough.
That sentry from King RD has paid off. Like that D ward and that kill onto the Weaver. Pretty nice for them to find here for the side of Keed. You do get a little bit of a reset. You force out a lot of regen on this Muerta. Has to be force-fed tangos now from KJ. Still has another full set of tangos at the very least. But you are giving a lot of room out for the for this Visage to just farm up, so you're feeling pretty good for 33 despite the losses there from 9. He's more than happy to make that sacrifice. I'll take a look at the last lane that we haven't really talked about up top. FCR on Primal Beast along with King RD on that Sky, up against Skitter on that Luna, and Snaking on that Shadow Demon. There is some pretty good aggression that can come out here. Just having Concussive Shot into Trample It's pretty big. Snaking's got to be really on point for disruption here.
Thompson getting very, very low. Analog's got the hand up already. Torrent is available, though he is just holding on to it for now, and Thompson is going to be all right to walk away, though. Analog is still looking to try and land those Tidebringer hits onto Thompson. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of a play onto the Primal Beast, but he will be okay to back his way out as chase from Snaking just wasn't quite enough. He just ran out of mana and probably wouldn't have had enough damage anyway. Meanwhile, Line's going to get a little bit cheeky with the Sakuchi down at bottom lane, but just a bit of damage on Costabile. Not going to amount to much.
Not too much coming out. And with the lane slowing down a little bit, it is starting to feel maybe a little bit better for the side of Tundra. Like, you are getting a lot more out for Skitter still, despite the aggression up top. 53 still farming well enough. And the Muerta really has to watch itself. Like, it is a glass cannon, extremely so. Any commitment coming out can lead to a very fast kill from Tundra if you're not careful.
KJ, Tombstone down, 9, getting quite low, has Sakuchi, will go for a run, but the blood grenade. Perfect aim from KJ, able to secure the kill.
It does cost him the Tombstone early, but you'll take what you can get. You need to find as much as possible, considering how little farm Costabile is getting. So some punishment and movement's big. Thompson mid.
He's out of mana as well. He does not have enough for the Swashbuckle, but not going to matter anyway, because Analog did not have enough mana for the Torrent either. They do at least find both water runes though, so Thompson might just have to make the walk back towards the fountain, and it seems like that's exactly what he'll do, which means Analog can just continue dominating this mid lane. And that is exactly what he's done. Currently top of the CS board on the Kunkka. No real contest coming his way, and with the double braces up, the Kunkka starts to feel rather unkillable. He's already sitting at like 1.3k HP. 4.5 minutes in, by the way.
Yep, and with level 3 Tidebringer, it's really difficult for the Pangolier to trade. Only so much durability coming out for that shield crash, not enough to really sustain yourself there. So a stronger start for the mid of Keed, but the side lanes are really not faring that well. I think your sacrifices on the side lanes are maybe a little bit too costly. The Muerta, again, we talked about having to sit back and farm a ton, isn't having the best of starts for that farming, whereas Skitter is just going to be able to get going rather quick, considering his CS right now and his denies not being slowed down too much by the combo with a Primal Beast in Sky. And that combo only really kicks in once you have your level 6s up, which is still a ways off in this kind of game here as well.
Analog, just that mid lane, Thompson's just taking so much damage from Analog. Every Tidebringer hit just takes out so much HP. Just look at that Thompson. What's he meant to do? He's trying to play around it, but Analog is just really abusing this as top lane. Skitter in the meantime. Skitter goes down. Great dive in from FCR, King RD, and KJ. The 9 has rotated. Problem is, Snaking is getting just destroyed here by the side of King RD and KJ. Though Snaking will survive, KJ getting very low, but will also be able to walk his way out as now 9 will chase down King RD, but FCR's going to show up again. Uproar out, 9 gets the kill, but the Trample's going to secure the Weaver. And, Skitter cancelled his TP. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
I believe that was a misclick, by the looks of it.
Yeah, that must have been. There's no way. He wasn't under any threat of dying. He could even look for a turnaround play. So that is one thing we talked about, right? We talked about flustering Tundra a little bit. That's the kind of thing. They miss some efficiency plays. You start to rack up a little bit more from these small wins, and it starts to add up for the side of Keed. If they can maintain this kind of pressure, maintain this kind of chokehold on the game, I think the big issue really is, as he pointed out, mid for Thompson. He's not able to do too much in the Pangolier this game. Does have the regen, so he's going to be able to hang around and should be able to farm up some camps because of that, but I don't see any connection to the Pango coming out anytime soon.
A nice easy pick off there for 33, just cutting off the Undying around that 7-minute mark, knowing that he was going to go for the Wisdom runes. There'll be a nice easy Wisdom rune there for 33 to pick up if he so wishes, and it seems like he will for the sake of hitting his own level 6. So we sit at 4-3, 1k advantage the way of Keed Stars, and pretty much all that net worth advantage is seemingly on the Kunkka, who's had a fantastic game. I suppose the Muerta is doing pretty well herself. Bottom lane 9 being chased down, does get hit by the dead shot. They'll go for the silence as well. 9 has a Sakuchi in 1. Will use it now, but the dust, it does actually connect. So they know where 9's gone. He'll run towards the south, but Costa Bile still with the chase, has another dead shot if he needs it. 9, Sakuchi up in 1, but it won't be enough. King RD able to take the kill on the Skywrath Mage, and the Weaver, I suppose you could make the argument, did buy some space, but I'm sure they'll be very happy with that little kill.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup. You're starting to really ramp up now in Costa Bile. Power treads up, going straight up for the Maelstrom. That's when the farming pace really starts to kick in for that Muerta. They've got rune control as well for side of VKS on mid. Invis comes out onto Analog. Tops are not able to secure. Again, your big issue for Tundra is you don't really have a hero you can play on top of. Ideally, you'd want it to be the Pango, but you don't really have the best hold for Pango here, although.
Nice disruption from Snaking. We'll save the Pangoliers. Thompson. He did have the Rolling Thunder, to be fair, but I believe they may have had the damage to take him out had Snaking not been around with disruption available. Bottom lane, it seems like there is going to be a bit of a rotation here between Thompson and Snaking as they will head right towards Costa Bile on the southern side of the map. Costa Bile sadly still has a full creep wave right behind him, giving all the vision. Meanwhile, top lane Skidder barely able to TP away. Costa Bile in the meantime, still in danger. The creep wave just would not leave the poor guy alone, so now he just has to die. The creep wave chased him for such a long time.
Yeah. That's really unfortunate. It does happen sometimes. If they have nothing else to aggro, they'll just keep that chase, give that vision. And that's a big pick off for Tundra to finally putting a dent on that Muerta. Skidder is still trying to play catch up here, does lose his tier 1 top, but you're more than happy with the trade. You're finding the core kill you'd want. You're starting to invade a little bit more of that bot jungle as well. Not able to go for the full push though.
I mean, they could try to do something towards 33. Meanwhile, Thompson mid lane in a lot of danger. But it's going to connect, and that's going to be more than enough. That Ancient Seal setting up easily onto Thompson. A very important kill going the way of Keyed Stars. As right now, they just want to keep control of this Pangoli. It does feel like they're in control of this game as well, so you don't want to lose that too quickly if you can avoid it. I suppose there is a Luna free farming, but Skidder's pretty far behind, and the Muerta will have no problems keeping up in terms of farm.
Definitely not. Like the Muerta can't even feel like it's an out farm if you get a couple of lucky procs with your Gunslinger and the Maelstrom once it's up. So I'm not expecting a massive lead to come out at all for Skidder. Doesn't have too many stacks built up either. And if there were any stacks, they were probably cleared out as well by Thompson, by necessity, considering how slow his game's gone. At least finally about tier 1 does open up a little bit more of the map here for 33 to just play his farm game. But you're not putting a dent on Heed. FCR just playing up top, farming, although 9's feeling cheeky.
FCR easily able to just onslaught away, but FCR maybe getting a little bit greedy now, because you do have the Luna around if necessary for that extra damage, but I suppose Skidder doesn't have any points in Eclipse anyway, so no real point in this. Not going to join as 9 continues to mess around, but now we'll get pulverized by FCR. But he's not going to back off. No need to. Just keep chasing him down. Keep the vision up on this Primal Beast. At least for a little bit longer.
Yep, just ensure they're dragged away from Skidder. He's doing a good job of just ensuring Skidder has some jungle to play in, some farm to find. Very passive game coming up for Tundra. For VKS, it does feel like they need to kick up this pace once they have a little bit more going. They do have the Mystic Flare ready on King RD. So you'd want to really group up, maybe try to play into that Ancient Seal Pulverized Mystic Flare combination now. Try to find some more kills before Tundra starts to really utilize the space. I think they could even just collapse onto mid with maybe just X-Mark Mystic Flare. Things could start to feel even stronger here, although Thompson.
Playing games here in the mid lane. Thompson going to look to set up here onto Analog, but the Ancient Seal does avoid the Rolling Thunder coming in from Thompson, and that's going to be enough for VKS to be able to back their way out. But 9 still seems to be looking for a straggler in the Radiant jungle. In fact, Thompson, he may have found one now as KJ does show up on the Undying. He'll at least get the Tombstone dropped, and that's going to be enough to force them away. The Tundra do not want to fight into that. They'll just accept the little win that they get. The 9 does get caught by an X into the turret, and with the Muerto around, it certainly doesn't take too long to just burst 9 down.
No, again, the Weaver's trying to buy space out here. Like 9 is just ensuring that Thompson doesn't die, that 3-3 has space to farm, that Skitter has space to farm. You have a full Mask of Madness up on Luna. And you can see how fast Skitter starts to catch up in net worth. Number 2 overall now. Managing to start to build up. Just needs more time, more space. But we do have to see Tundra play into the mid game. Right? We talked about this from draft. You've got the Visage Luna. You do kind of want to play it quicker. You don't want to have to scale up against this Muerta. You don't want to have to try to scale into Kunkka with a potential Ags. It just starts to get really bad. There's so much control, there's so much output on Keed that Tundra is the one that's honestly on a little bit of clock here. Whereas for Keed, even though they're slowing down a little bit in this mid game, you can have faith that the durability of both plus a Primal Beast, that the Muerta with eventual farm will carry you. You know, if you last up till 30-35 minutes, that's when this lineup really kicks in to gear
9
KS.
Top lane, FCR catches him. King RD with the Mystic Flare to ensure they've got enough damage. They'll find the Weaver another time. I mean, KS very, very happy with these little pickoffs they're finding, I'm sure. Much more even kind of game so far between these two teams. Like Skitter and of course Costa Bile, pretty close in terms of the farm game at the moment. Like you do have a bit of a 500 gold difference in terms of Skitter having 500 gold more, but Costa Bile not too far behind. He's getting there. He's got the Maelstrom up.
Yeah. Again, the Muerta doesn't necessarily lag behind the Luna. And with the Maelstrom, it just doesn't take too long. There are a couple of stacks as well to clear out here. Costa Bile more than happy to clear that out by himself. And it shouldn't be too long. Yeah, just no contestation, no forward vision here from the side of Tundra to contest. They're just more than happy to try to play this farm game themselves as well. It's really just going to be down to the understanding of these timings, these initial timings from Tundra. We need to see them be able to try to push up against that, try to deal with the control, the team fight that VKS does have in spades this time around. We shall see. They've got the full diffuse on Thompson, so that's one start. At very least, you've got the inhibit, you've got some damage coming through, some mana burn to prevent a little bit of that spell spam. It's just, I don't see an opportunity for the side of Tundra to actually play just yet. And they don't really have forward vision, it's mainly defensive. So,
Online.
need Art of One being efficient here.
Oh, dust out. Do you want to go for the onslaught? It doesn't seem like it. They don't want to risk not having that escape route. FCR, they will avoid as now the smoke is incoming. Tundra, they've run through the river up towards top lane. Snaking in Thompson. Know the Primal Beast is around here somewhere. Onslaught is out, but Thompson, he's got the Diffusal Blade now to just inhibit him up. FCR, he will die first. It's a great start, but now the turnaround is here from VKS, though Thompson, he won't cop the torrent. Still, Analog will drag him back, but the Rolling Thunder is out. They've got the Kunkka controlled up now, and this is a real problem for the side of Key Stars. So they are still trying to fight this one out. The boat will come in, but Analog, he's so darn low, he'll drag them back again. But is it gonna matter? It doesn't seem like it. Everyone is just getting destroyed here on the side of VKS. They will at least get 9 on the Weaver, but it's nothing.
Yeah, really doesn't account for much. Like 9's been such a good sacrificial pawn so far, providing these openings for the side of Tundra. And again, good understanding from Tundra. Finally take that fight with the Eclipse. They've got some output pretty far away from waves. They've got Roche control now as well. And they'll just go for the Roshan. And why not? They've got the output, slowly but surely. They know there's no contestation here that can come out from Keed. So they'll have a secondary life ready to go here. Curious to see whether or not they hand us over to someone else other than Skitter, but it does look like they might actually just have to give it to that Luna, which honestly isn't too bad, especially if Skitter does get caught out. Provides ample time for the respawns here, and they will take it. So no contest again from Keed. Keed, for their part, again, you keep mentioning this. We keep mentioning this farm on the Muerta. Feels like it's going to take some time for that to kind of kick in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty tough affair right now
is under attack.
for Keed and Skidder. Is you can see the frustration right now on the faces here of Keed. Things just are not going the way they intended here in this game too, and it must be so frustrating to have to play a game like this where you're not finding the answers you wanted. Now the net worth going the way of Tundra. Things going extremely well. Skidder has topped the net worth board with an Aegis up. Well, this is where things can get rather ugly if you are Keed, as the chase is on now. Thompson having a look for the Undying, not able to find him. King RD, he had a rod of Atos up now, so it's locking him down. Meanwhile, Skidder, he'll just casually push in the T1 mid tower on his own. There's no contest here. He will just take it for free. Meanwhile, top lane, Analog is just getting chased down by 33 on his own, but Costabile is going to show up and take care of it. 33 almost had the solo kill on his own, but Costabile was there to save the day.
Yeah, he managed to kill off the familiars as well, so some good gold being in check of the way.
Oh, speaking of Costabile, this could be a little bit awkward. We'll run around in circles for now. Thompson unable to land the secondary stun and needs to leave the area, but the rod of Atos is now out there. The Mystic Flare not really doing enough damage, but it won't matter because Thompson, he gets caught by the onslaught of FCR. Will go down. So the aggression not really paying off from Tundra. They'll lose 2 core heroes for the price of nothing.
Yeah, maybe a little bit optimistic to follow through from 33 there for Thompson. It is buying some much needed space for Skidder. Again, managing to build up on that. Luna now, it's still stacks coming through here. You still have 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes roundabout, less than 3 minutes on the Aegis for Skidder. So he has a lot to play with. And again, it's all about this mid-game timing. What items you can kind of finish up by 25 to 30 here for the side of Tundra. Trying to put a dent in that same progression here from Keed, although Widow's kills, Costabile has caught up. BKB not too far off now. And once that BKB timing's up for the Merta, that's where things start to get a little bit crazy. Maybe not in terms of damage output, but certainly in terms of trying to find that burst window onto this hero. It can feel a lot tougher if you can't hold her down with her ult top.
Bottom tier 2 tower now going to be targeted here by Tundra. And Skidder, he's at that stage where he can just do it on his own if he wants to. Just needs a creep wave. Seems like Keed are not too interested in trying to falsify and defend that tier 2 tower yet. You do have FCR around the corner, but he is the only one around that area right now, and it seems like he is going to onslaught back towards the fountain anyway. So Tundra, they'll find themselves a bottom tier 2 tower for free.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Still plenty of time available on the Aegis, about 1 minute and 40 seconds, so they could still try for the mid tier 2 tower while they're at it. Like, the mid tier 2's got barely any HP available.
Yeah, wouldn't fault them for doing that on the side of Tundra. Just try to, again, choke out the map from BKS. Like, 'cause that's what they need. They need a lot of map space. They need a lot of ways of building up. We'll find...
Whoopsie daisies. That was
the Tormentor.
That was not on purpose. He does at least get the shard, so that's happy news for KJ. Problem is now Tundra going high ground. Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah. And, again, this is what we're talking about, right? You're running Luna Visage. You just want to push. You want to take objectives. You are slowly sieging with the damage output. 50 plus 29 damage on a familiar.
Yeah, makes sense.
That is pretty funny. You know, it reminds me of, who was it? It was Execration that really liked this, plus a Marcy.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit excessive. And, you know, well, Execration's not here at the road to the International. The road
Certainly not.
was cut off, like so. Tundra makes it.
FCR. Hang around there with the Analog. And of course King RD on the high ground of that Radiant jungle, but they are really just trying to stay away from Tundra right now, I think. The FCR is looking mid lane and they will spot Skidder. Skidder's got 15 more seconds on the Aegis, so perhaps now you could force a smoke as BKS. Maybe try and take advantage of the fact that the Aegis is expiring. Problem is they're about to replace that Aegis with a double damage room. So there's that.
Yeah. And they spotted out now with Thompson. He will just pick it up himself, so not willing to hand that over, which is fine. I think It almost feels unnecessary for Skitter to even have it, considering how fast this push is going. Already applying pressure onto that last tier 2. You can just living up to the potential of this draft and playing fast in terms of this mid game. Smoke out from VKS though.
33 going to lose his familiars. That's one way to start the fight. Problem is Tundra, they're still looking to move in. They'll see Costa BLA, but he does have a fresh BKB up. Could be a pretty risky attempt to try and jump the Muerta. Tundra, they will not bother. Thing is, all outer towers are now down, so it's only high ground left here for Tundra. VKS, they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination, but it does feel like Costa BLA does need quite a bit more time to be at the stage where the Muerta just feels unkillable. And things just continue to get worse. So Tundra now that they've got an Aghanim Scepter on top.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to run through the damage output of this Pangolier at this point. Thompson's just going to be able to constantly apply damage, constantly burn down mana, which is something that will really hurt. Especially the spell spam that you're wanting to pull off here on the side of VKS in the middle of these team fights. The side of Tundra, they're also inching towards the Butterfly, where Skitter does have a full Satanic. So he can survive the onslaught a little bit better.
FCR.
Just kind of stand up. Oh.
Nice onslaught away. Let's avoid the gank that was incoming from Tundra. Line still being drawn out towards the top lane. But now VKS are waiting around the area. They'll just hold the high ground of the dire jungle and Tundra, they'll just back towards the bottom lane. They still control most of the map. That's just kind of the thing. It's like no matter what happens, they're the ones acquiring much more farm as time goes on, and they're about to force them back towards the bottom lane, I think, because Skitter is not backing off.
No, certainly not. No reason to back off right now for the side of Tundra. And every single lane's just pretty much worked out, maybe with the exception of Thompson's lane. Probably the hardest one. Again, a steady push up top.
Oh, they got an X on Snaking. They might be able to at least find a Shadow Demon for their trouble, and they will. Snaking is down. 9 looking to just back his way out. Meanwhile, Thompson going for a Rolling Thunder on Costa BLA, forcing a BKB in the backside. Costa BLA, he's almost down. Costa BLA might just go down to Thompson. As Thompson, he's still going into the tier 4 towers. They'll go for the grab ally onto the tombstone and try and give Costa BLA a way out of this, and he will barely make it. Thompson now the one in danger, falling very low, will go down. VKS, oh, they tried everything to save that Muerta, and they barely get away with it. However, high ground, is it still on the menu? Apparently not. Tundra, they will back their way up.
I appreciate that. Just playing it smart here on Tundra. Respecting maybe the ability for them to hold here on Keed. They could just wait for next Roche. And he is respawning now. So they can try to go into that area, but the pit is relatively worded here on the side of Keed, so you want to clear that out first. I think for Tundra though, having this 4K lead up once more for them is pretty massive, right? And again, for the side of Keed, their mid-game spikes are nice. They kind of plateau. You start to wait for Costa BLA to have more than enough farm to kind of play. And that, again, it's just going to take a lot of patience here. You have to cut your losses on Keed. If Tundra decides to play around like that, just do what Tundra did in game 1. You know, you see a commitment out, disengage, go back farming, get that build up, and once you're ready, that's when you fully commit.
We're gonna have a 4-man smoke out here from Keed. 9 is around the top lanes. That could be a target for them to go for. 9 might actually break the smokes here, as King RD will lose his and so will KJ. They'll pop the dust and the Sentry Ward just to ensure they find him, and that they will. I believe they wanted to try and go for Skitter to be absolutely fair, but now they have a Roshan to play for. Tundra, I don't think they're going to make this easy. They are still going to stick around, even without the Weaver. They do not want to give this away for free. Rolling Thunder has been popping to make the jump in. The Muerta already caught by Costabile. He'll get the BKB in time. Meanwhile, 33 is already down. And Tundra, they are being forced to leave the area. I think it's Thompson. He'll also get caught in the Pango. FCR, he's around to take him down. Costabile, the one to claim the kill. And now Roshan is almost certainly just theirs.
It's such a massive set of kills coming out there. VKS, and just finding this punishment when Tundra decides to come in. Like, they're sure Tundra was ahead. They're not ahead by too significant of a margin. We talk about this with the Luna as well. But here it does feel like he needs quite a fair bit of gold to be on top. And if we're without it, it just doesn't feel like you even want to take these fights right now. 16-8, less than 1k lead remaining for Tundra. And the side of VKS, well, we're starting to hit critical mass now, right? Like, you've got the level 19 Muerta, level 3 ultimate for Costabile. He's got the full Mjolnir out. And this is when the damage output starts to get crazy. It's not quite machine gun Muerta just yet, but again, you don't have anything to save you from this outside of disruption. You don't have BKBs up just yet. You're relying on this one player. You're relying so much on snaking to ensure that you're not in dangerous hands, but it's a lot harder than you'd expect for his positioning in this game.
Oh, again.
Unbind it, man. Come on.
There's going to be a tournament one day where it's straight up, if you do that, you're just going to give up the game. Like, you just fall.
I think our number 2 would do that. That's why he's number 2.
Bottom. Costabile. Looking to move in. Tundra are around the area. Costabile, he's running in by himself right now. Maybe not realizing he was surrounded, but he'll still go for the bit of a man fight here with the ulti. Trying to chase down 33 on the Visage. 33, he's a tanky boy. Snaking's going to save him with disruption for now, as 33 is still running somehow, some way. But they'll finally take down the Visage. It's on to the Luna now. Skinner, he might just be forced to fight. He's got nowhere to go but down. And he is gone. It's VKS, they are fighting back. Trying to hand Tundra their first loss of the road to TI. They're one step closer. A 2k advantage now their way, and I'll tell you what, this Muerta is starting to feel very scary.
That it is. It's a little bit of a shame that Costabile didn't have or didn't get the shard bonuses from those kills. I think you want every single advantage, but Tundra are having issues in even just pinning heroes down. Like, they're so dependent on either the familiar stun or a really good roll from Thompson to really find these openings, and it's such a disjointed fights. Again, we talked about what VKS had to do. They're making Tundra look like a fluster team. They're making them look lost. VKS is the one with all the initiation. They're the ones dictating how these fights are going, where these fights break out. And it feels like the response coming out from Tundra this time has been lackluster. Like, all they can do now is just try to split push, force a response out in the other lanes. But the side of Keed, they're getting everything they want. Heck, we're even seeing something like the Ags build up for King RD. So the double spellcast is going to be big. 9.
Could be in a spotted. Oh, he's all right. Still Costabile, I mean, he's having a look around through that bottom lane now as well for a straggler. Not able to find one. We'll head into the mid. Go after that tier 2 tower. Skidder will TP over. It seems like they want to go for a bit of a fight, and they are going to try for this one. Skidder, he's going to make the move in on the front lines, see if he can go onto that primal beast. But they will be able to back off successfully. His analog will try with the tidal wave to drag him back, but does miss.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They are still kind of staring each other down, but instead now VKS going to move down towards the bottom, where 9 will be hanging around with the Sakuchi. FCR, he does get the pulverize onto the Weaver with the torrent. There is no time for 9 to be able to use that time lapse.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just so well disciplined coming out from VKS when you do find these opportunities. The chain stuns coming out, pinning down the side of Tundra. We talked about all the saves on Tundra's end. It's not like you can always hang around where the action's breaking out. Nine understands his role perfect here, having to sacrifice, but it's such a big sacrifice. Like, you're not getting too much back in terms of efficiency now. And the high ground opens up. You can just front line here with FCR, and there's not too much you can do to stop this right now.
Tier 3 tower down to that bottom lane. Gonna go down very, very quickly. As FCR puts the hand up, waving him goodbye. Still top lane is being pushed in by 33 and Skitter, and this is classic Tundra for you. They are not going to give anything away for free. There must be some kind of value that they get out of this, as 33 is going to get hit by the boat of Analog. Analog making it very hard for 33 to get away as they force all the TPs over, and 33, he might just be dying. Meanwhile, Snaking also going down. Rolling Thunder out, but Costa Bile gets the BKB in time, and now with the ulti, he's going to go right for the man fight against Skitter. Skitter barely able to survive with his own BKB. Costa Bile now the one that's a sitting duck, and he does go down. All right, maybe we don't have such a one-sided game on our hands as Awaken getting split up for that team fight. They give quite a bit back the way of Tundra.
I'm surprised they take these fights so split up. It's, again, maybe not respecting that turnaround position from Tundra, maybe not expecting that many heroes to just suddenly show up there. But the punishment is swift from Tundra's end. And maybe not enough for the side of Tundra either to kind of start considering the high ground. I'm just waiting for something like waiting for way more on Skitter. But again, you can kind of play safe push with the disruption, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Slow sieging up while the Mortis is down.
Oh, jump in. They found the Weaver. 9 just gets destroyed. Can they get Skitter? He's the big target. Skitter gonna go for a run. We'll turn around now onto FCR. Torrent is not gonna land, but they'll land the boat, and now the Torrent Storm will come in. Skitter, he's a sitting duck. Skitter is down. Thompson, he's the next one on the chopping block right now, that he'll go for a Rolling Thunder to try and get away, but the chase is on. He'll try for the TP, but the knockback is there. Thompson, he will be able to get out, but 33 will not. 33 is down. And that's 3 down for Tundra now. As I mean, the side of VKS, they are fighting back.
That they are. They're holding on. They've got the network lead. Again, it feels like Tundra is maybe a little bit flustered. They managed to put a shove in at least the top range racks, but nothing else beyond that. Roshan, we'll see in about a minute how long that respawn timer is. I'm trying to wonder now what the side of Tundra can get to repair this game and make it a little bit easier for themselves. It does feel like you'd want more output on your Luna. It doesn't feel like you've got enough damage flying through in terms of the right clicks just yet. And then after that, you're probably going to be looking for the Ags refresh on Luna. Then again, as it scales into late game, that combination does get stronger and stronger. So we shall see.
Hands up again. Wave at 9 and Snaking. The Skitter does have buyback, but he's obviously going to hold down. Respawn timer only 5 seconds away. Thompson's not around the area. Thompson's actually pushing out the bot wave, but he does have a TP ready to go whenever. He's waiting for his team to set up for the fight if necessary. Seems like for now, they're going to allow the tier 3 tower to go down. BKS, they'll go for the racks as well while they're at it. They are a little bit afraid by the looks of it. Costa Bile. Drop the calling. Here comes Thompson. FCR, he's a tanky boy, not really taking too much damage, as now 9 was focusing the pulverize out. Thompson, oh, they've lost the Pango. He does have buyback though, so he will come back in for the fight. But VKS, they will back off immediately. In fact, they're looking to move back in perhaps. They are still all very healthy. They'll wait for the creep wave, and it's back up to the high ground they go. But Thompson, he's got the Rolling Thunder. They've found Costa Bile. Can they burst him down? Yes, they can. 33 holding him down, the Familiars. Just a perma-stun. There was no save for it. It's FCR. FCR's gone a boot. What is happening?
They get a bit too keen for the high ground. No, they could have just went for a safer objective like the Roshan. Does spawn back up, but they overstep their bounds. They don't respect the output. And Tundra now can, well, this is where it's scary. The high ground of Tundra is almost, if not faster, just as fast as VSK. And get started with Skitter, forcing the buyback from Huerta. Mind you, you don't want to lose Skitter here, but a really good man to dodge at very least in the pullback.
Absolutely. There goes your tier 3 mid tower. Tundra moving down to the bottom lane now. Skitter wants a bit extra value before he does leave. And I say leave, there are still two heroes down without buyback, so he's not going anywhere quite yet. Just being very cautious. Skitter will pump his BKB just to ensure he can get this bottom lane of barracks. And that'll be worth it for him to just back his way out. A snaking now, moving back in with the disruption onto Costabile, where Costabile is trying to back his way out, but he's been slowed up by the Purge, and now the chase is looking to be on. Costabile forced the BKB up to get out of this. The snaking, a very cheeky play, forcing the BKB usage, which means Tundra, they can keep going for the mid-racks now.
Yeah.
And that's what I call value, John.
Way too much value. Again, they're just baiting VKS in and out, and they're not able to find a good chance to commit. All of a sudden, they're down 1.5 racks. They managed to find snaking at very least, but that is a pretty big kill. With the save gone, if they get caught off guard now, VKS can open up these fights more, and they still have a Roshan to fall back into after taking some of these kills, unless Tundra immediately rush that area. And the pinks are coming out, so they recognize Roche is going to be the objective. With how scattered VKS they can just go for it themselves, although FCR is still keeping an eye out.
He certainly is. I mean, this is a guy with 5k HP on this Primal Beast. He's not afraid to scout out on front line for his team. Even more moving in now. And it seems like they're going to be the ones to start the Roshan. While that's happened, though, you did have an Ags out on 33, so he's got the Silent as a Grave. Scythe Device now available as well on Analog, so the Kunkka offers even more utility for his team. Thing is, though, you might not be able to use that utility very much because, well, the waves are being pushed in again, John. Tundra are doing Tundra things.
That they are. Just ensuring that every single step outside is not going to be a freebie coming out here for VKS. And Tundra, they even out the game. 16-14, less than 1k lead coming out for Tundra. But if you look at the graph, it was towards VKS for a very long time after bouncing up. Now, pretty much dead 50-50. 52% advantage coming out for VKS. Not a massive amount. And Tundra is certainly still in that game here, despite not having the Aegis. They've got to play it smart, though. If they can somehow catch out Costabile, get these 2 deaths in a row, the game opens up. No buyback on Desmuerta for a little bit longer. VKS has to play this smart. Don't force the issue. You know, that's the whole reason why we're in this conundrum. They forced that issue onto the high ground, and it did not go that smoothly. They've got the full heart up on Thompson now here for Tundra. Much more durable in front line at the very least here.
Oh, another smoke rotation. VK, oh, they could find Skitter. If they headed south, they may have found the Luna, but they will go back up towards the mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
They're trying to find some kind of straggler here because Tundra are just pushing all the side lanes out. Skitter and 33 revealing themselves down at the bottom lane, but it looks like they're ready to just leave the area. But they are getting rather close now. VKS might be able to get there in time to find Tundra. 33 will leave. Skitter going to try for the TP play out, and oh no, it's not enough. They get him completely blind, and now Skitter, with the detection, they've got him.
Oh boy.
That's some game sense right there. They knew.
Yeah. It's a big one. You know, with the Age is still standing for a decent amount of time across the Bila. They could try to make something happen, maybe try to force out a buyback if they're threatened onto the high ground, but all the waves shoved away they are, it's a little bit too far out for VKS to immediately find something for the trouble. A smoke movement out from 9 and snaking. Not going to be really landing onto anyone, just going to be walking around the map, maybe try to get some vision going. You do have some nice item timings left here for Tundra, Mike. You've got the full Ags for snaking ready to go. Just kind of want to hold on to the buyback for now, but double charge of the Demonic Cleanse and Purge is going to be big. Like, that is one more save on hand that does make itself apparent here once you do manage to get to that point. Still They are solely focusing on just shoving mid with these exposed racks.
On the Visage 33, trying to be a little bit cheeky here up against King RD and might just have him. And will with the Soul Assumption. Here comes FCR. King RD is going to buy back for this. Meanwhile, Knight's going straight for the racks again as Analog is going to join in now on the Kunkka. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like they do find a mid-racks in the Dire base as they do lose 9 in the Radiant base. Now 33 is going to try and get his way out with the TP, but no. It is not enough. Complete chaos. They will defend their base on the Radiant side, and now TP's coming right back in to the mid lane. The FCR's TP did get cancelled thanks to Thompson on the creep wave. 9, he's back in the Radiant base, but it could be a dieback incoming for the Weaver. Can he find a way out? He'll try with the Gleipnir. The rush is on. FCR and Analog both chasing. Now the X out 9, he does get caught. And he will go down. A dieback is the mid lane. The Luna still fighting. Skidder gonna go on to KJ. Here comes Costa Bile though. And that'll force the Luna away. Thompson not out of danger yet. We'll go for the roll up and try to avoid Costa Bile completely. But it's not looking too good for him. Here comes Snaking to save the day though with the disruption. And we'll give Thompson another chance at life. Look at Skidder. Skidder is rushing for the Radiant base. Meanwhile, Snaking does die.
Oh my
Skidder,
God.
he's on a mission. He wants that Brax. He wants the Megas, and he's going to get it. Off you go, Skidder. Well done.
Oh,
Analog, he's got the X out. They want the punish. They've got the side device, and they've got the kill. Problem is, Skidder does have buyback.
yeah, they can hold back. The mega creeps are maybe not as big of an issue as you'd expect it to be for VKS at this point in the game. They do have decent enough clear, but it does give a bit of an advantage to Tundra for sure. Just keeping these lanes shoved out is going to feel a lot easier. It's going to be down to another Roshan here, Mike, as I think has been the trend since forever. But we are going to be waiting for that next Rosh before getting more commitment on the board. Mind you, VKS are going for the smoke play. An opportunistic kill could open up that endgame scenario for them anyway, considering that they only have the tier 4s to worry about. You don't really care about the side lanes. We'll see if that's something Tundra reads as well, they drag back, sneaking a little bit early.
Here we go. Tier 4 tower is going to be under siege. They want that buyback out of the Luna. Nice drag back on Snaking will mean the Shadow Demon is down for 90 seconds without buyback, and now the side device out has caught the Weaver. 9, he's got no buyback either. Both supports are down. VKS, they have a chance at pulling off the game victory against Tundra. Thompson, he's going to try to move in. The Tombstone will save King RD, but not for long. Thompson, he'll do it his damn self. He's got no team, but he's still getting the job done. Tara will land though. They've got the side device. They've got the Pangolier. He should be going down, and Thompson is finally dead. But the mid wave is being controlled by 33, who will not allow them to push his base.
Yeah, again, just heads up plays coming out from Tundra. They are making sacrifices, but they are hanging on. Like, it takes too long to try to repair up against mega creeps. It takes so much time to try to clear out, and that is, again, time for Tundra to kind of sit back and try to figure out a game plan here. VKS, they've done a fantastic job, and they've managed to bounce back in.
I think delay. Oh, he wants a Divine Ray. He's had enough. Straight Divine Rapier for Costa Bile.
Yeah, you can't fault him, really. Like, he's not even dying anymore in most of these fights, so might as well go for the damage output. Try to end this game as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, you say that, but 33's top lane. He's going to split push that wave. He'll go mid lane and split push that wave. Like, you know, it never ends. The Analog has caught the Visage, to be fair. Problem is it's only Analog. Meanwhile, mid lane, Costa Bile might set up a team fight. 33 is still going at it with Analog. In goes the high ground for VKS, though 9 has gotten the fight started. Gleipnir out to lock them down. Costa Bile, he'll pop the ulti. Keep in mind, he's got a Divine, so his damage is extremely high on the Muerta. But do they have a chance to go for these tier 4 towers? He can refresh, pierce the veil. It's no problem. FCR They'll start to move in. The tier 4's under siege. 9 will move in now with the Gleipnir. Kostabile in the meantime. He'll pop his BKB and take down 9. That's the Weaver gone. Meanwhile, 33 pushing in the Radiant base, forcing Analog to stay around that area. We have somewhat of a pace race right now between these two teams, though it's a very, very slow one as 33's been caught out bottom lane, or rather top. 33, he'll cop the boat, he'll cop the pulverize. He's still not dying though. Finally, they'll catch him, but no, he'll go into the stone gaze. 33, just die. My goodness. This guy's just a menace.
That he is. That stone form, right in the nick of time, buying time out, ensuring that they can't fully commit onto those tier 4s. Stalling the game. That is Tundra's game plan now. That is all they can really do. They can keep playing around with shoving out these waves, of course, with the Luna illusions. So you always have that at the very least to try to repair. But VKS, it looks like they're getting ready for that commitment once again, for that full divine up. They just want this done, man.
Here we go again. Problem is, you do have the buyback on the Visage. So there we go. 33, he'll commit the buyback. He's ready for the fight, but it seems like VKS, they're okay to back off, seeing the buyback was committed. That'll do them for now. They still have some scaling to go on their carry as well. Like Kostabile, he just wants the Moon Shard now. Just wants that absolute attack speed. Analog's just kind of stuck in his own base, just split pushing the side lanes because he knows he can't leave without Tundra just split pushing their base. So he has to stay around, and basically VKS have to go for a high ground attempt 4v5 without their mid conker. Pretty rough.
And it is. At the very least, the Roshan is up. Tundra does have control in the area, so they'll be able to take this one their way. The refresh shard on hand. Movement is coming in from VKS, but it does feel like it's a little bit too slow. See if they manage to try to breach into anything, but Roche is down.
They're still around. They're still looking to go for the fight, I think. You're kind of in that situation for VKS where any fight is a good fight right now, and Skidder will be able to TP out. Like, any chance you have where all the creep waves are pushed down, you just need to go. You know, Aegis or not, you've just got to take the fight. Sadly, they will not have that opportunity. Tundra, well, they'll continue. It's playing a slower game, understanding the advantage they currently hold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, like they can't really do too much
Skidder.
outside.
Skidder does get caught. They've got the Luna, but can they burst him down? Skidder, he's getting low, and Skidder's gone.
Oh my god.
He has buyback. It's okay. He does have the buyback available. Aegis was on Thompson as well, so you still have that secondary life up.
That you do. It's just, it gets trickier to see that opening come out. You know, it just, VKS have all these ways to initiate, and Tundra only really have roll.
Got a gem on KJ. You've got to be a little bit wary as the Visage. They will be able to spot you. The Thompson. He'll make the jump in. He's found the Undying, and he's found Kostabile. That's the big target. Kostabile, though, he's in the Tombstone. He's going to be okay to reset. He'll pop the Pierce the Veil. He'll refresh the BKB. He'll go for the fight. It's absolute chaos at the top lane, but nobody's down yet. There goes 9. That's 1 down. But is there any more to come? Thompson, he just keeps going. He really wants King RD, but King RD is gone. He is safely out of there. This Thompson's the one to drop. He'll lose his Aegis. Meanwhile, Skidder looks like he's about to go down, but the disruption will save for now, but not for long. Skidder is down.
No buyback.
No buyback available for the Luna. FCR, he's found a 4th. They've found a 3rd. And it seems like they're going high ground for the Jugular. They just want the Ancient down. Put a finish to this game. There's no way to defend just with Thompson, surely. Though I say that, Thompson, he's trying. Side device. He's trying to get the creep waves out. Analog dropping a little bit low, but now they've got the control. Thompson will go down. That's a dieback, and that should be it. Though the creep waves are going to the base, but it won't matter.
Top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, they've got access through top. They're going to be able to just chase this down. Respawns are going to be way too slow. And VKS, they get it done. We talked about what they had to do up against a team like Tundra.
Well.
Man, this movement out, the way they'd move out, the way they'd force Tundra to kind of jump in and just take these really bad fights. It seemed uncharacteristic of how Tundra played, but they just looked pretty lost. Maybe just overly confident, perhaps. I don't think that's the.
To be the best at something at the very least. As I believe Game 2's draft is underway very, very soon. Tundra versus Keyd Stars. Thank goodness. I was getting rather depressed talking about it. I wish I didn't ask you.
Azure Rays turn to ban.
Wait.
Azure Rays turn to ban.
Bro, it was a break.
Thunder Awakens turn to ban.
We're back for our final series of day one as well. We're going to be covering Azure up against Thunder Awaken. So we had one South American team prior, and now we get the second one as well. The boys, they came through the regional qualifiers along with the likes of Keyd Stars, going up against a very, very difficult opponent in Azure, who we saw earlier today have a 1-1 tie versus the boys on league.
Yeah, it's looking real good. And you mentioned Thunder as well. They're 1-3 at the moment, so they're able to get a 1-1 record against Shopify, but ended up going down 2-0 against BetBoom, I believe. But it wasn't like there were stomps either. 31 minutes, sure, that one's pretty convincing, but 57 minutes in that second game as well. Same sort of thing happened with their game against Shopify, actually. 62 minutes they were able to be able to claw that one out in. So wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. It was the Saberlight Sand King that ended up being able to secure Shopify the win. But this is a team that is hungry to be able to compete at the next stage. And I'm talking about Azure. You know, they have missed competing in front of a crowd. We can see there, that's not Xianming, that is Lanham sitting in the driver's seat right now, and he's coming fresh off of a gold medal win at the Asian Games alongside Chalice and Somnus as well.
Yes, indeed. So I think they're going to place better than OGD. I think you're coming into this.
Thunder Awakens.
You're 4-0, bro.
I know that they are indeed, but I don't know, Zure, there's something about these boys when you get towards that TI stage, and I think some of the experience is going to be pivotal. I mean, you take a look at OGD, yes, they're 4-0, but they have 3 members who have not played at TI before, so we will see. Also, continue to speak about China with the addition of Niu. He's been in there for quite a while now. I've mentioned to you, I think, off screen that I felt like OGD were going to be, at least that major, we're going to win it or potentially contend TI. So I still think they're going to do really well, but I don't know, got some feeling about Azure, man.
Yeah, so do I, to be fair. I honestly rated Azure slightly higher than LGD. Like you said, Niu's not new anymore, so that's always going to be a thing. Like the just join jitters aren't going to be a thing anymore, but Azure, like you said, just got so much confidence. They've got so much motivation as well. I mean, any team that's playing without a salary is playing for the passion of it, right? Like that's the big thing for them. And I could tell, like they really want to be able to take this to the next level. They want to do it for their home region. Did you see the thing that Somnus said about depending on how they place it, TI, what he's going to do?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so he says he doesn't think their result is going to be bad by any stretch. If they get eliminated at the first round, like group stage, like he was with with Elephant, he won't be able to be a pro player for even one more day. Like he'll consider himself to be done. So that is the case. He wants to top 8 is what he's aiming for. He wants to be in that last weekend. I think they would probably be satisfied with 8th, but you know, probably top 6 is really where they're shooting for. And they're coming off a fresh win, right? So they've got land confidence with being able to beat the lads on Mongolia. But again, that was the Asian Games. This is the road to the international. But good to see that the spirits look pretty high. Somnus and Chalice, they're joking around. Even get a rare smile from FY as well. I don't know the last time I've seen that. Have you ever seen FY smile? I don't think I have.
He doesn't crack a smile too often on FY. So that is good to see. We're decent way through the draft though. So let's see what we got. Thunder, Shadow Demon, Spirit Breaker currently in the second phase. Azure with the Bat Rider, something they really like to give over to Tianming on the support. He plays a lot of Invoker support as well. FY also, I think China as a whole like Bat Rider as a force, so we'll see them try and flex it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't prioritize the Invoker a little bit more strongly, right? Like both Tianming and FY play it. Somnus is capable, but it really doesn't feel like his style. Yeah.
What are you saying? Somnus Invoker? Come on, hang on. What are you saying, man?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yes, I do agree. There's, it has been a while, and so their supports have been played it a lot so far through the qualifiers, and we'll see how if it's going to be Somnus Earth Spirit. This is still a hero that is very strong at the moment, even with some slight changes. And give it to him. You can give it to FY. Yeah, we'll see out of them. Chalice is also an offlaner with a bit more of an unconventional hero pool as a whole. We were speaking about that kind of last game with South America and Whispers heroes, so we'll see what Chalice gets.
Somnus as well, on the Somnus reporting duty here, but he was mentioning that like the boot camping that they did for those Asian games, I think they were practicing for a good 1 or 2 months for it. Basically since immediately after they qualified for TI, it meant that big of a deal to them. He basically spammed Earth Spirit and Primal Beast. So 2 heroes that he previously didn't have too much experience with, but now he's got a lot of confidence in playing them. So I really wouldn't be surprised if this is a Somnus Earth Spirit. Of course, you can play it on FY as well, but yeah, I feel like he feels pretty confident with it. I'm just excited to see how this Spirit Breaker works out, man. I really feel like this could do a lot of work. You watch. 9 minutes, level 9, phase boots, wind lays, one-shot waves, and it's just how you're able to abuse that area of the draft.
See how it's going to be able to deal with the Sensor Moeta now as well. Zero are going to go down this route, so we've got our offlane hero, we've got our carry hero as well, more than likely from them.
You'd have to imagine that, I wonder if it's going to be, I guess it has to be a position reach Spirit Breaker, right? I don't think you play DSB together with a Shadow Demon unless you're wanting to protect it, and I don't feel like you protect the support that much by picking up a Shadow Demon in combination with. As soon as he gets BKB or Ags, he's totally fine, but when they pick the Bristleback, unless that's going to be a Smiling Knight Bristleback.
He did play carry earlier on.
Okay, let's see it working. I think he actually broke an all-time record at TI in terms of his last hits.
Yes.
In one of the earlier games.
He did, I will confirm now.
Against Luna, right? As Luna, sorry, against Shopify.
I think he just came 13. If I'm reading that correctly.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right. Still though, for a first-time TI attendee, that's pretty impressive. And this is a guy that nearly did attend TI back at TI 10. Remember who won that TI? It was Spirit, and that's the team that they lost to in Game 5 in that Eastern European qualifiers when he was playing on Empire. So this is is a guy that's been so close yet so far. He also has done a bunch of interviews himself about his journey over to SA, really the first person from Eastern Europe that's made that journey. And he said he expected to qualify for TI, whether it be through points or through the regional quals. And if his goal was to just stay around playing Division 1 and not going to lands, he could have just stayed at home. So the man is hungry, and I'm happy to see that he's looking to branch out, and hopefully it'll inspire a whole lot more movement coming forward, especially with we're not having DPC anymore, so we're going to see a whole lot more third-party tournaments and maybe region-specific tournaments that people will feel like it's a little bit more reliable and viable to make those sorts of moves happen.
5 seconds.
DB with a Viper ban.
Thunder Awakens. Turn
Something else
to
that
ban.
provides a break. Hoodwink ban or something? Pretty good Rubik. Hoodwink, sorry.
Yeah, that he does. It's just a question of
10
are you happy with the
seconds
Baron and Moeta lane, and then still looking for a further way to address the
5
Bristle? Do we feel like
seconds
potentially your Spirit Vessel Earth Spirit and Moeta like magic damage is enough?
Well, I don't know if it would be a Muerta Thingo lane, right? If the Bristle's being played as a position 1, probably not going to be the
That's true, yeah,
Just
sorry.
needs to Centaur bet.
No, I meant overall in the game to address the Bristle.
I mean, it's not like you can't go a Silver Edge on Muerta either, right? Like, the crit, fine with being able to pick it up. The Shadow Blade, you've already got so much mobility on the rest of your team, and a Silver Edge would just provide additional on top of that. And you're going to need mobility going up against a Pango, up against a Bristle, and a Spirit Breaker. Another one of those percentage heroes in the Necro. Don't hate that being removed.
A very like specific ban for the game. I guess that's with the Viper as well, right? These two heroes we don't see too often. I'm pretty sure Quinn did the Necro earlier in a victory, but yeah, we don't get it too often at the moment.
Azure Rays. Turn
I say I'm happy that Illich is going by Illich this game and not his. Do you know what his
Little boy?
alternative name is? Yeah, little boy. Like, what kind of a name is that?
Where are they playing everything? Hello Naga. And support Moeta, I suppose.
Moeta, yeah. Probably.
Why do we feel like they've gone Naga as a whole? I mean, if you take a look at the support, Shadow Demon Ancient Apparition, without a doubt, don't deal with Naga illusions, but is that kind of a big thing?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the Spirit Breaker charge should be able to clear through a decent amount of them. Yes, it's, you're going to be able to withstand a lot of it because the Naga illusions eventually come quite tanky, but it's not like there's anyone that likes building into the things like the Maelstrom that you're going to need to deal with these Naga illusions outside of Slutums on his Pango, right? But what Pangos are building Maelstrom these days? Very rarely.
We get a whole lot of Pango Maelstrom, so we'll see what the Thunder Boys are going to be able to do. Of course, going up against the experience out of Azure. I mean, the oldest person on Thunder is MJZ, 23, and of course he has been the only one as well at the TI stage previously with Thunder. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do to help the boys get over the finish line with this craft, the Ancient Apparition pick.
They've already done better than that last time, right? I think they went 0 and whatever on that last attempt. And well, they've won a game now, so they're already doing better than last time, and they've still got a really good shot at being able to make it through to that playoff stage.
Yes, they do, but need to get a victory against Azure without a doubt. And I mean, they're also, keep in mind, this is the Group B of Death, which we were mentioning earlier in the day as well. So they still have some difficult opponents in Liquid and Betboom that Thunder have to verse. So let's see how they're going to be able to shape up in this game one in particular, though. Do we feel like is there a draft we're kind of favoring heading into this?
I personally feel like in terms of draft, purely draft, I kind of like Thunder Awakens.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
I'm
Yes,
worried
I
about that
understand.
Naga late game. That Naga late game is the linchpin in everything, right? Like that's always going to be the case. I mean, Greater Bash is magical, I guess. It's not physical damage, so if it gets to the stage where Illich just picks up a crap ton of farm, you will be able to deal with those Naga illusions. But Lo is a talented player, so he's going to be spreading them around the map. He's not going to just put them all clumped up into one lane. It's going to be difficult to be able to fully deal with this this army.
Yeah, we'll see if Louis is going to be able to make it towards that TI stage as well. We saw him, at least in this position last year with Extreme Gaming, playing in the last chance qualifiers, and that was a team that was really expected to make it out as well. I know, of course, Liquid and Secret in the end were the two teams to be rewarded with their play.
People had them as their top two, yeah.
Yes, they did. So we'll see this time again. I think a lot of people are also putting him in his team probably in the driver's seat to make it out, and potentially off the back of a first blood's going to help them in regards to this first game. It's just a question of who gets the reward. And it will be Chalice off the back of the Centaur.
Very, very nicely done. Man, it's so obnoxious, the Naga attack sound, even when you're not getting the Riptide. Why is it so loud?
Thank you. Dude, I was looking across the map trying to see what I actually...
Where is this sound
was glitching
from?
I had no idea what was going on.
You thought you were by the ocean, and there were like waves crashing up against the rocks. I get it if it's a Riptide proc, but not a regular attack.
Yeah, I don't know. Alright, yeah. Can I mute Naga?
I'm just not going to look at that lane.
Is it bugged? I swear it's never been like that.
Nah, it's recent-ish.
Okay, yeah, well, let's, unfortunately, I can't mute Naga Silence, right? Or just, look away, apparently. So we're avoiding bottom. Very fun. Sorry, Lo, it doesn't matter. You're not important anymore. Smiling Knight is where we can put our attention. Like we said earlier in the day, we've seen his performance out of the Bristleback. I don't think it's going to be any different in the off-lane Bristle item build that we've been seeing so far. He's got that Vanguard, Arcane Boots into the Scepter. Of course, the Bloodstone will be probably considered afterwards.
Yep, and again, it's a similar sort of thing. Against the Centaur, you don't really feel that bad, because Cool Spray, it's physical. Centaur, not a lot of armor. That's why you have to buy those 2 rings of protection at the very start of the game. So you should have a pretty decent time in this lane. Huerta doesn't have the greatest armor to be able to start out with either. Of course, you're able to stay a lot further back, so you're probably not going to get dealt a lot of damage from the Cool Spray, but it still is impactful if you're looking to try and make any sort of kill attempts happen, which they absolutely can. Like level 2, they can look to make a stomp into a calling, into a dead shot, into a double edge. That is a lot of damage output this early on.
What is the more traditional item build you'd expect out of a Huerta support?
I don't think there really is a traditional one. I mean, maybe you go into something like, what would be good for this game? I'm just thinking of buffing up the Naga Scientists. Here we go. They go for that big kill attempt I was talking about.
MJZ is nowhere to be seen, so Smiling Knight. Just those quills, man, were really starting to stack up, but yeah, it does end up going down. MJZ not there. Getting a stack onto the double small camp, but that is a kill for Azure.
I honestly do wonder what they are actually going to go, right? Because a Solar Crest isn't the worst, but you've got pretty horrible heroes to be able to combine Solar Crest with. Naga doesn't make use out of it, really, unless you're using it aggressively every single time. Centaur, not really. Earth Spirit, not really. Might be able to get another kill here onto the AA, though.
Creeps potentially if you can get a ring. Deadshot still on cooldown. Just use it aggressively for potentially for the damage. MJZ though, he's got the movement speed. Chalice is one up in there and also has the double edge back to bottom. Now Tianming gonna get the Firefly down to the low ground. One more right click, not enough. Tianming will just stay alive. He's got a Salve as well to repair the damage.
Dodged out the last little shadow poison there, so Knight not able to take him out.
I must say I am a very much dislike this Knight and Smiling Knight. I mean, Knight is not going a Smiling Knight anymore, but I don't know why they've done this to us, but it's okay. I will forgive them if they win TI.
Knight and Knight, yeah. But we're calling him Smiling Knight. There's no other way.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, even then, it's...
One's not smiling, you know?
What is the other one? Well, I guess we'll see the emotion as this game goes on and how he's going to be feeling. He's making an early rotation over to try and potentially take away the water and maybe make some stacks as well inside the triangle. Nothing too crazy is going on mid. Slardam's 20-9 compared to the 19-5.
I'm still wondering what FY's item build is going to be. Like, sorry, Knight's getting gone on again. Smiling Knight, that is, as he gets pushed potentially back into the calling, but he's just going to stand in the middle of it and start spamming out those cool sprays. He doesn't want to get silenced. He wants to be casting things as much as possible. I can see him going something into like the vessel, into maybe a Veil of Discord, like one of those two items, or even just an Arcane Boots to make sure that when Pango uses that Swashbuckle Diffusal Blade, that his other cores are going to have the damage output to be able to consistently take these fights.
I was going to bring up Chalice. I was going to bring up just solely the yours to be able to deal with the Spirit Breaker. I don't know if it's that, like, if it doesn't feel, you don't feel happy with any item, maybe you just really want to address the offlane Spirit Breaker with that. Pop in again, Smiling Knight.
Yeah. Living.
Oh, into the FY, dude, are you serious?
The timing.
Oh my god.
There's a reason I called him a top 3 pos 4, even after all this time spent not so active.
Wow.
And look at what it means for Chalice's farm as well. He's a full 500. Sure, the first blood helps a little bit, but he is well and truly on his way to being super comfortable on this top side. He gets into those phase bits as well. You really don't worry about those quill sprays at all.
And we've seen so far today the Centaur has been pretty annoying for the Pango to play up against with the Stampede, just to reset away from the Rolling Thunder. So I've been quite impressed overall with Centaur's ultimate so far through the games that we've covered, and we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case. You can just retreat away from the Bristleback as well.
It's 90 seconds now, so a small decrease in the cooldown for the Stampede. Still feels like this game, I think if Thunder are going to win it, is all on Illich for mine. Like, you need to make sure that you're making the most out of the space that a Spirit Breaker can provide you, and the early farm that you're able to pick up as well.
It does look like he's been able to pick up that farm though against Lowe's Narcos Iron. So 35-8 compared to the 35-3. You're not really going to contest the Naga, which is the big concern. I mean, we're yet to see the rotations out of both these mid laners as well. Slardams has this level 6 now to work with. Somnus is very close to 6 and has an invis as well.
You would assume he's going into an Octarine, right? With a Voidstone being queued up on Illich?
Yes, I would imagine, yeah.
Can't imagine it being a hammer.
And JZ. Gonna catch the Ancient Apparition off guard. We'll be able to get out of the calling though. Smiling Knight is starting to stack up some of the spam, and it's going to result in Azure being pushed away.
5-way. He's actually going into the Atos. Okay, I can see it. Get shot into the Atos, just effectively acts like a stun. So it helps to set up for things like the Magnetize, like the Bat Rider, just Firefly down on the ground.
It's so funny seeing this new host on. Like, I'm just not used to it yet.
What, the big wind up?
Yeah.
It's nice to play. You can make it work as a support as well.
Yeah, I was... I'll play again. Jamin's still going to stick around. They're pushing continuously into the calling. Stardust rotation is a pretty good timing. Somnus is going to mirror that though. Just stops the Rolling Thunder. He'll get it off now, but with it being a couple seconds late, means that Bristle's not here for the further fight. Illich will show up at the Stampede. Doesn't get him out of there, the strike, but now Illich is stuck here. Azure will turn over. Can they deal with Slardams though next? The Penguin's got some spells to continue to use. So just a good old-fashioned right click's enough, and now he's going to be able to continue to chase Chalice down over the right side. Hoofstomp to be able to get some distance. It should not matter though, as Knight gets in range for the banishment, and Thunder. Really nice rebuttal from them from bringing multiple members to be able to take that skirmish.
They're able to move Knight towards the mid lane. He's a little bit... Like, he's died 3 times. He's still got an okay amount of farm, right? But you got to make sure that you're accelerating so much faster than what the enemy team is able to do. Yeah, and if you're not going into this Meteor Hammer build on the Spirit Breaker, it looks like it's just a casual Voidstone for a little bit of mana regeneration as well. But he just wants to make sure that he's able to stay out on the map, make consistent plays, get into this Shadow Blade, get into, I would assume, the Aghanim Scepter or the BKB pretty quickly after that. For those that weren't watching when I was talking about the Spirit Breaker previously, I think it's in a position to be Giga Busted.
Top lane?
It'll be okay.
I don't think so. Slardam's even going to rotate over once again, and
now it's
all right.
To be a giant space crab.
Very nicely done, Thunder. I mean, you got your Pango top of the net worth. You're making good movements across the map. Illich is getting some farm down bottom. They will be able to potentially take some stacks over towards a triangle with Tianming and FY.
All right, nice little way to yoink away some gold. But yeah, all you need is level 9 now on the Spirit Breaker, who, by the way, I think you did see. So he's starting the charge happening towards Tianming, but it's a little bit too late.
Should be able to get the kill though nonetheless. Also bring some extra members just in case a further fight breaks out. Soddom's actually going to TP down to the tower in case someone was stuck inside the river, but FY already moved away. And I don't know if they're going to get low. Maybe trying to play with a Rolling Thunder. How about the real one? Illich going to be able to charge forward. FY stops the Rolling Thunder. They're not done just yet. They'll force up the song. They're all grouped up for the potential magnetize. Somna's going to be able to land some spells. Is the damage enough, though? Illich will be sent to the north, and the Rolling Thunder just gives them some time to retreat, but Somnus doesn't need to fear. Actually, Stampede to potentially helping FY close the distance onto MJZ. And they will get the kill onto AA, so the only one that goes down in the end.
Wasn't the greatest magnetized, but it doesn't matter in the end. They're able to secure a kill. You'd make sure that the Naga doesn't need to actually TP all the way back to base, so she could just farming. You still were able to take away that stack from previous, so it's still looking up for Azure right now. Some of these dead shots, the angles are just perfection.
Mid lane, they're also setting up. Slot him. Right. A little bit difficult with that D time. Love to be able to find the level 6s though. Importantly out of Tianming, but maybe that extra... I don't even know. Do you go Pierce the Veil at 6 on a support Moeta?
I don't know if you do. Maybe you change the way that you play a little bit and act a bit more like bait-ish if you feel like they don't have ways to be able to pierce through it. And I mean, honestly, they don't really have all that much, right? Immune to physical damage, going up against a Bristleback, that's all he's doing. Tango, swashbuckle, physical. Spirit Breaker charge will hit you, but not much else.
This game's kind of stabilizing a little bit after some of the aggression we've seen for the past couple of minutes. So Slardam's working on the defusal. Do have 3 cores though from Azure, top of the net worth, and they're not done just yet. Somnus and Tianming's going to look to combine with Low, who is up against a low health pool Illich, and they've got the Spirit Vessel as well. Even Kick connects onto MJZ if they're able to catch up to him. And yep, Somnus going to do just that, rolls over the top. Won't continue though.
Oh, Courier, micro. Crystal's just not really farming, he's making sure his Courier stays alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, but they're doing a pretty decent job at being able to take away this bottom tower. Not typical that this would be the first one to be going down, but again, like punishing the fact that they don't really have the greatest wave clear. Well, there's a big rotation down, but this just makes space for Chalice. So even though you might not take bot, top's going to take a good amount of damage as well. You might end up getting 2 for 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, we might see the map be a little bit awkward to play now, just because those rotations. When Somnus now has a haste rune, so big advantage to look to make a quick play off the back of this active rune. See what the call is going to be for Azure. Use it defensively, does get purged, but Stampede's going to be there. Now bottom as well, MJZ, multiple TPs coming out. Tianming. Is he gonna, I don't know if he's gonna die. Illich is gonna try and charge down FY though, stuck inside the calling. Illich gonna need to get pretty lucky with a bash. Unfortunately, his first right click won't be that. I get vision Tianming though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wonder how much this Muerta is like a specific Bristleback counter that Azure have thought about, right? Like you can see the way that FY is doing it. Obviously, no points in Gunslinger, you're a support, but maxing out the calling before the dead shot, just to make sure that you can lay this down and Bristleback can't just stand around and just spam his spells, right? You're always going to get bumped around by the likes of the Earth Spirit kick, or you're going to get flame broken into a calling spirit, or you're going to get dead shotted into it. It really reduces the impact of what a Bristleback is able to do in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, right. It's always frustrating if you're getting kited. And really, they don't have, like, I mean, you mentioned him earlier. If Bristol's not going to get kited, Illich needs to have a good game on this Spirit Breaker to always be in the middle with charge and Nether Strike and not be worried about getting blown up from 4 to 0. Even Slardam's as well, who, and speaking of him, has the Diffuser Blade now completed. So We're going to need to see something pretty shortly, though, from Thunder, because his net worth lead's continuing to grow, and Azure, considering about going for this tier 1 tower mid, especially with the blink ready on Chalice, you should be able to close on the Slardums, but maybe further back was a little bit too scary for them. Jump in, but it's awkward. Somnus, he rolled for the power rune, so they won't have the Earth Spirit to follow up. Still all the attention put onto Slardums at the moment, while Somnus is dealing with Nano towards the back line. That's a defensive banishment away. Slardum's going to be in with the Rolling Thunder as well. Now with Smiling Knight as well. They've got the damage to deal with the Earth Spirit. And Slardum's as well catches up to FY inside the river. So there we go. Thunder with the Diffusal Blade from Slardum's able to get some big kills as a result.
And a little surprised that FY didn't... sorry, not FY. Somnus didn't choose to pop any of his stuff. He had a full bottle. He had 21 charges. He wasn't hit by the Frostbitten from the Ice Blast as well. Could have survived that couple of extra seconds that maybe you would have needed for some sort of reinforcements to come, or at least to get back behind your tier 1 tower. But I guess maybe they feel like with a lot of those ultimates being used, no Magnetize now, no Lasso, no Stampede, maybe they want to make another attempt of their own, but it's nighttime and you don't exactly have the greatest vision right now.
One JZ. Both supports from Azure, and somehow someone shows up out of nowhere. Does get the Ice Blast though. Signals a position though of the Pango with that swashbuckle. Finds a shield crash. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough though. And now Illich, he'll get the charge in. I mean, Thunder is starting to bring some other members over. It's just Knight at the moment, so Illich is still in danger. There's another stuns up from Chalice, lines it on to 2. Nice initiation. And Thunder, they just go down one by one as Somnus rewarded with the triple kill.
And all the time, Naga Siren is just sitting back and farming, pushing towers, letting the illusions do the work, and actually being relatively close by to a lot of where the illusions are getting these kills. So she's level 12. She's highest level in the game, equal with a Bristleback, which is not typically what you expect to see from a Naga Siren at this stage.
See how aggressive they can be with these two supports, and you know, if Somnus is nearby, he's always going to be with this Earth Spirit. And now you got Blink on Chalice, who can also be super active, so it's going to be very difficult for these two position supports on Thunder, as we saw that be the case in the fight. Other one, this time it's a core and Illich. He's going to go down. Chalice 4-2 and 7 now.
Far too selfless, I think, is the best way to put it. Like, you need to make sure that you're farming with this level 9 timing that you've got with the Spirit Breaker. You one-shot waves just with phase boots, wind lace, and popping the phase boots when you're charging, and that's really significant because you're not showing on the map for too long. It means that you're still keeping lanes controlled while allowing Smiling Knight to be the ones taking a lot of these stacks and building up his own net worth. He's still keeping up with the rest of them, but if the Spirit Breaker is going to take a wave and then hang around in the lane and die, really isn't worth the time investment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
7,000 net worth lead, 17 minutes in. Maybe I could play through the portal here from Thunder, actually connecting with this wave that's being pushed out to see if anyone defends by themselves.
Wasn't even able to defend this bottom lane. They haven't lost a single tier 1 tower just yet. Others actually ended up using their Diffusal Blade there. Don't exactly have the great.
This is awkward. Low.
Real awkward.
Ooh, just gets it off. No mana for TP.
Yeah, he just needs to get into the fog as quickly as he can.
Which is pretty fast.
Get to the boys.
It was fast.
Damn fast.
Well, Song Use should be a tier 1 tower that goes down with Smiling Knight here. Getting close to his level 15 talent as well, if he's going to opt for it. Inside the river, Somnus as well. Trying to find the power, and they had a ward though up on a higher gun. Banishment set up for the roll. Ice Blast to fly out as well. They should have the damage with 3 members. Really nicely done from Thunder. That is a much needed kill.
Ends up going over to the Shadow Demon. Not the worst, honestly. Being able to get a Blink Dagger over to a Shadow Demon just to enable him to stay super safe. Always have the disruption for things like the Lasso. Very useful tool to have. About the impact of the Shadow Demon. FY just off the mark with a dead shot, and it makes him survive.
And he's got no song to work with, so they're going to close under the Naga. Back-to-back core kills for Smiling. and the boys, and they're going to be super happy with this. They can now look to walk it down. You've got the Ag Shard picked up from Knight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Airball just lets you go for those deeper dives. Still making a few TPs happen. I mean, you got the Magnetize available, I suppose.
They started to move away from him. I mean, Knight's going to be here with the banishment. They need to come back to the area, probably with the Spirit Vessel out. Smiling Knight is just going to get blown up with the 3 heroes. And Mimo Chalice, he was able to block Slardens from getting nearby to offer any assistance. And now Somnus as well is potentially going to try and catch up to Illich. They've got a deep observer that's going to scout him out shortly. Illich will get some distance. They are not done though. These heroes are very mobile. Are you going to be able to get out of this one? Illich steps into the trees, tries to TP Somnus, blind roll. Runs into the last second, not even going to go for it anyway. So we'll make it up. But that is a big kill into Smiling Knight. 4 deaths at the moment on the Bristle.
It is indeed, and it really shows the impact of things like that Spirit Vessel and what it's capable of doing, right? He was just a little bit too deep behind the tier 1 tower. It's not the place that he wants to be at this point.
Low bottom. Maybe he's not going to expect more members than just Illich nearby. The chain control needs to be perfect to stop this song. I think they missed the Ice Blast as well. So yeah, the damage is going to be lacking. They might even be able to TP out and get the kill into the Shadow Demon as well. Never mind. All right, they just blow up the illusion.
Thanks, Courier.
Yes, happy with that.
It was once doable at that stage. Somnus is keeping up in net worth as well. Bottled up. Spirit Vessel, Blade Mail. He wants to be in the thick of things, and I mean, Bristleback's one of those heroes that can't really control the damage that he does as well. So you know you're always going to get great value out of that Blade Mail.
So a very nice Ag Shard though to get for Night Shadow Demon. You got the cleanse now, so against the Bat Rider, against the Earth Spirit, and Wet to Naga even and Snare. Yeah, there's really a lot you can look to do with this. And he might get caught out though. The good reaction out of the Pogo Stick in the banishment. And now this is going to give them time to react, and they're going to come down from the south as well. Illich through the gate. Will catch Azure off guard. Now FY as well. Yeah, oh, he's out. Very nice use of the calling.
Yeah, but they know that he's TP'd out, so they know that they can take Roshan now off the back of this. 3 points in the lucky shot, so good amount of minus armor being given over to Roshan. Bristleback with his physical damage going to be able to make the most of that. Hairball, the Bristleback itself, he's already up to 10 kills, 3 stacks.
How do we feel about the opportunity here from Thunder? Like 7,000 deficit. You've got the Aegis now. Is this a lineup that we're expecting to be a little bit more timing based? Like, do you need to have a net worth lead at this stage of the game, or do we feel like they can combat versus Azure as the game goes on?
I think hypothetically they can, but I think the gold is on not necessarily the wrong heroes. I just think Illich is too poor to be because he's the one that's dealing with the Naga Siren most of the time, right? He's the one providing a lot of the chain control. They're not killing Naga unless the charge comes through from that SB. So if he's not going to be picking up this Shadow Blade, I don't think they're going to be able to have enough to find those pickups. I think it'll be pretty rare if Mo puts himself in a really risky position again.
Might be able to get a kill onto Tian Ming, Slardens and Knight. What is that? Okay. That's Cap's voice line. That's so funny.
Top tower is under attack.
You and Cap on my profile, right? Not even myself. You know how much I love myself.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Expecting to see an update of yours tomorrow?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's right there. I'll keep you off for as long as I can. Somnus? Looking for a solo kill, but Illich is here in your BKB. It's not gonna do a whole lot. Nicely done from Knight. He's gonna be able to keep MJZ alive. Should still be able to get the kill with the refresh of the Magnetize. And in fact, he won't. Oh, they use Stampede too. What's going on?
Yeah, he's overestimating himself a little bit. I mean, I understand wanting to get those free pickups whenever you can, but behind a tier 2 solo, it's not the time to do it. Maybe just wanted to put it in styling shoes a little bit as, MJZ let him know about it.
How did he get the cheer? How did Tsunami get the cheer as well, actually, behind him? I want to know.
He's a
Crafty individuals. Yes. So they are indeed. Some momentum. being built for Thunder here. Do have to go up against a hard on the Naga now though, so I'm mentioning, you know, potentially the Spirit Breaker being able to address it, maybe even Pango as well, a little bit here even without the Maelstrom, but hard is now a completely different beast.
Radiant are
It is, and I'm interested to see what Illich even chooses for his tier 2 neutral item. He's just holding on to it right now. Obviously, the movement speed from the Faded Brooch providing so much for a Spirit Breaker.
Ooh, the Spirit Breaker. Uh-oh, gotta be cautious. Yeah, sentry dropped, and where did he run to? It's nowhere.
Run away.
Bright and breezy.
Huh. I didn't even...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I didn't even notice FY is trying to scale. I didn't see Maelstrom.
I was literally about to mention FY. So, I mean, the thing is, I was wondering, do you just go Glypnir off the back of this? I feel like it wouldn't be the worst. Having multiple heroes, for example, caught within the calling, dealing with illusions that might be made by the Shadow Demon feels pretty nice to me. And it's a natural progression of things, but maybe he just wants to sell the Circlet and then eventually upgrade into that later.
That's for me.
Overall, it's slow-paced game, right? You're getting nothing out of the Ages.
Which, I mean, they're getting farm, right? Which is what they wanted at the end of the day. They got a free kill onto Somnus without expending too much themselves. You're getting the Spirit Breaker bigger, which I think is the biggest deal themselves, right? Like, he's almost up to his level 15, so he's going to have even extra damage on top of everything else. Be able to hit on through.
I do see low. Illich is pretty fast to be able to catch up to him. The rest of go down to the south though. Low ducks into the trees. They're gonna ping him out though. Night will start. Let's see if he's gonna have an opportunity to be able to get the ultimate off. Nice Manta dodge. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What? Low, that was incredible.
Would have only been better if Slutums had a basher at that time and was able to interrupt the TP out, but this is the stage where you want to make all these sorts of big plays, and yeah, low.
Instantly to bottom.
Faith in himself, yeah.
Double Knights together, hand in hand, but Somnus as well.
He's
with
not alone
Chalice.
this time.
It's the trio we've seen so much in the past, playing with the boys. Won't be able to get any kills though. Smiling Knight offering the protection. FI will be able to TP out in their face, but Somnus will not retreat as Slardums cuts off the escape avenue inside the river. And a nice roll as well to block one last opportunities with the remnants of that Aegis Thunder. Got a couple of kills on their side of the map.
They do, and I mean, they're getting a little bit greedy, I'll be honest, on Azure, right? I feel like they are lacking a little bit of that damage potential. FY, he's not quite at the point where he's truly scaling, right? It's gotten past the point where a simple calling into Deadshot is going to kill people. This isn't the laning stage anymore, so I feel like maybe if you're going to make that sort of play, you might need that Pierce the Veil for the extra little bit of damage.
The mirrored image dodge, apologies, not the Manta. We got to see it again though, and all its glory. Bottom lane, Chalice and Tian Ming. Need detection enjoys. There are, it's a little bit too late.
He's actually gone for the Bulldoze cooldown instead of the damage, which, you know, I get. He just wants to be on the map and as unkillable as possible. He's even been able to pick up that planar pocket, which, I mean, feels pretty nice against the likes of Ensnare, against the lasso as well, if you're in the thick of things.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, this game's got a kind of a bit of a weird feeling to it. Azure had the net worth lead for, I mean, pretty much the entirety of this game, and it's been a very big lead as well, but impressed with how Thunder have been playing this, and I mean, they're going to get him too. He's got Moenta nearby, but I don't think FI is going to try and reveal himself. Knight does get the banish out, but it is time now for Azure to respond. Low's going to be here. Slardums can catch up to the Naga side, though. He has a lot of trouble. Low
Another
gets
dodge.
the song out.
That was a Manta dodge.
He should make it to it. A late TP song covers the full duration nonetheless.
Damn.
What did he dodge that time?
Yeah, it was a Manta dodge.
Did he dodge? I didn't see what he dodged.
He dodged the death. No, I remember he done something. I
did he?
Get one already, yeah.
Yes. Wait, Knight? What's going on here? Huh?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I agree with you though. It is a little bit of a weird state of affairs for sure. Wondering if Illich is going to get lucky as well with some tier 3 neutral items. Would love to see him get a Defiant Shell as well. If he's getting any sort of right clicks onto him to be able to turn it around, maybe get a lucky bash. Always love those sorts of interactions with him. Darkseer face this void.
Radiant's middle tower
Big
is
3.
under attack. Dire are
Plenty of
scanning.
tier 3 items available for them to pick up if they were wanting it. And he's finally looking to go into that Aghanim Scepter as well. So I really feel like he's been lacking a bit of this spell immunity for quite some time, as well as just the reduced cooldown.
Dude, this is a huge ward for Thunder to work with. Chalice just blindly running forward, but gets initiation onto Smiling Knight, who's not an easy person to kill. Simultaneously, Naga's going to try and deal with the backline, but still Thunder, they're running rampant. They'll be able to catch up to FY. A 1-for-1 to start. Chalice will also be able to deal with the Ancient Apparition as well. But it's the Thunder cores that might be able to turn the tides. Is it going to be enough, though? It's up to Knight, standing strong in the middle of it all. They're even wanting to buy back as well, but can they stop the retreat? It's onto Illich's Spirit Breaker, but they lost the cliff ward. They're going to see low inside the lane. They're going to need detection afterwards, though, and it's not going to be the case. So we see a much better fight, though. Once Azure was able to get the backline support, so it was all set up from low, and then Chalice was able to jump as well.
Is it set up for Roshan, though, is the real question. Doing his best to try and clear out this bottom wave as much as possible, give as much information as he can on Smiling Knight. Got a very small window where these cooldowns aren't available, and I just saw a smoke being swapped in by Tianming. They want to make a play here.
Village showed across the map. It's going to take quite some time to get there, and Chalice, they're all grouped up. It could be a perfect timing as well for him to go. Roche is about to fall, and they're going to get him as well. Nice blink. Knight gets over to the north, but it's not going to matter. Low hunts him down inside the trees.
Wasting a ton of time.
Simultaneously, though, should be able to deal with the Bat Rider and that space created. He doesn't even die. Knight's still alive. And now Low, it's a defensive song. They want to go for Roche instead. It's pretty low, but the Cole Slardens. Oh no, they're rolling. Okay, he can blink over the top. Gets bashed by Roche. At least he buys some time, though. The song is expired, and now they're back into the middle. The Smiling Knight, what's the call? Do you go for the kills or do you go for Roshan? It's MJZ over towards the northern side. Roche is about to drop. Who gets the ages? It's Low. Snags it up. Chalice, beautiful hoof song onto two, but Smiling Knight, he's got full resources, man. This bristleback is going uncontested. How are they going to be able to deal with him afterwards? They just want to avoid him. Get Slardums over to the northern side and kite Smiling Knight as best as they can, but Low, he might not make it out. Completely out of mana, soon to be out of health as well, because he's going to be geared up to go for the second round.
Illich just wanting to make sure he's not getting disrupted here. They want to try and find a quick kickoff onto Somnus if they can.
They won't get it, though. Look how strong the Bristle is. He's got some other boys here, but it's just MJZ with a back turn. Bloodstone activated. Smiling Knight, he's not running anywhere. The Quills, the tips are well deserved, but you need to do more than that, my friend. The fight is not done just yet. Tianming tries to run down to the south, but Smiling Knight will lock onto his target, and he's got so much damage to find another. And that has to feel good for the young gun on Thunder.
Yeah, it does indeed. And the one that survives all through to the end of it as well is Illich. He's up to level 18, nearly level 19, has the Aghanim Scepter completed, and have a look at his net worth. He was by far the lowest core in the game, coming out of the laning stage in the early mid game, but he has solidified himself in a solid 4th position right now, and it's only going to grow from here. Like, it gets even better once he gets to level 20, that Charge of Darkness bonus speed. You previously needed that to be able to get a lot of the farm across the map, but now it's just going to be used purely for killing purposes, not just for farming.
Just looking back at that fight, since when did Chalice have a scepter?
Yeah, he briefly put FY into it, but didn't really do much.
It's such a crazy.
He's going to scale.
Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
It feels like they have the read on how they need to have success in those fights with just avoiding Smiling Knight, but apparently he's just too strong at this stage. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Oh my god. All right.
They are approaching the period where they can eventually deal with this stuff, though, right? Like, FY, he's going towards the Silver Edge. He's got extra damage coming through from his level 15 talent. You've also got a nullifier being purchased up by Low as well. He's hit his own, level 20, so he's got more damage output too. Like, a lot of these things really do start to add up when you consider the Spirit Breaker and the Bristleback are the two main ones giving you a lot of issues in these fights. What they're building will directly address that.
You see smoke up there from Azure. Under, they're going to mirror this movement as well. It's separated. FI is not with the boys at the moment. Meanwhile, you have Low towards the north side of the map too.
You know that the charge came up top. Maybe thinking that he's just underneath the Shadow Blade, but it's actually under a smoke.
We'll see Somnus near the portal.
Yeah.
They're very close to Low, and they might see the illusion shortly. He's already TPing out, so he'll be fine. The side smoke does not work by the looks of it, so it's just now are they able to get some wards down.
Level 20.
Dire's bottom tower is
A
under
lot more
attack.
damage coming through now from Illich. More farming potential. Charge of Darkness only has a 6-second cooldown as well, so by the time you get to the lanes, you're basically free to go somewhere else.
Illich bottom. Top to the Chalice. Azure starting to funnel some extra heroes nearby. Illich is going pretty deep though, and he might run into Low shortly.
Gotta love the hitcher ride, just a mini stampede for yourselves.
Cooldown, 24 seconds, okay. I'd really like to see a gem considered for Thunder. We've spoken a lot about the importance of these supports being very squishy position based, and
Dire's
I
bottom
think you
tower
got
is
one on
under
Sunless. You've honestly had this gem for quite some time from Azure, and I think it's really going to need one on Dire. Village?
They don't have vision of him.
Dude, how is he far? Okay, cool hero. He's closer to tier 2. Night. Oh, he didn't get the banishment off. But he'll go down still. I mean, Illich has got a buyback, but Slardam's still going to try and get into the middle as well, but Azure have to be more than happy with that start, and they can go back in shortly once the cooldowns are there to work with.
First time it wasn't able to get that big initiation disruptor off. Got the demonic cleanse, but it just wasn't enough. It didn't pop, so didn't get the heal coming through from it, and had already used the blink dagger as well on Knight, so a little bit of a concern for himself. He has got
Let it go for do they? Turns it back. You'd love to force out the buyback and Illich. Meanwhile, Tian Ming, I mean, you see he's to the right of the tier 2 tower.
Knight has to be careful now. Like,
Yeah.
you're having to deal with Silver Edge on FY. Like, this is legitimately something that you are scared of. You can get absolutely blown up. You've got the Lotus Orb, I suppose, to be able to give yourself a little bit of protection, as well as the Titan Sliver, just for that magic and status resistance. But you're looking to save those for things like the Orchid, and you've even got a Silver Edge on the Naga Siren as well. So it's about the coordination of when they are looking to use these things. Bait out, basically, the big cooldowns from the Bristleback.
Slardam's getting very close to almost being solo killed from Low with this Orchid. Actually, not going to do much, so sweet from him. Meanwhile, top lane, MJ's here trying to protect the ward. Will go down, but at least it was time for the charge. Illich is actually going to connect with this. This is an opportunity for them to take a fight. You've got the Bristle back into the middle with a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Chalice gets the Earth Spirit out of danger, but they're not done just yet on Thunder as Slardam's closes on to FY. One kill in the bag. Can they get more though? Illich spies another. Low's going to be there with his song. Quick pause. What's going on?
I don't know. We paused. Chalice. Must not have liked the food.
Jesus.
Acid reflux, I don't know. High stress situation, it happens.
All right, what's going on? So Song used how long it's, I mean, 3/4. Chalice has got stun ready to go. You got Stampede as well to retreat.
I think you just get out.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. Yeah, Tianming looking at TP, looking at TP out as well. Earthspirit's bugged? Or is that just my... hang on. You gotta stop. What am I looking at? What's going on? Why is it
I
bugged?
have no idea. He's there. He's there. It must have been the hitcher ride.
What? What's going on?
Well,
what am I
that's
actually...
the reason for the pause. Oh, they kicked... No? He kicks him... No, he kicked them away. Well...
Why are they pausing the game? What's going on? What am I looking at?
I mean, at least he was breakdancing. Oh, he's going to try and hit him again? Or he just can't target him?
Dire's bottom tower is
Hello? I've never seen this. What?
Always wanted to be a giant
At least he's making it
Why is
entertaining with like breakdancing instead of just sitting still.
How are we still on fours? What is going on?
I don't know, man. What are you meant to do in this sort of situation?
Dude, what? I have to imagine what the comms are. I'm trying to. Cracking a smile on Somnus. So I guess you can target maybe the top. Is that what you're gonna try it?
giant spacecraft.
What?
I don't know. It was a prank, bro. It was a
Oh, we're
prank.
looking
Get your
at
riders up again. Ha! Yes! Let's go.
Yeah.
How to play.
Oh my god, I'm dead, dude. This is dude, it's
What are you
an
meant to
interesting
do?
game.
Use a keyboard and a mouse. Oh, come on. That's a little bit of BM.
So look, I have no idea. My only suggestion would be you click the icon at the top. I have to imagine Chalice has already tried that because he's a very big brain.
But we can click it, right? I assume that that's the similar sort of thing. Normally, like, we couldn't click a Dark Willow in Shadow Realm. It's just, like, untargetable. So, is it a similar sort of thing where, like, it just nothing works to fix it? Maybe they can try a Force Staff. Maybe they could try... Is there a way to, like... it's a shame. It's a shame he couldn't, like, buy Bloodstone and then, like, use it to sacrifice himself like he used to, you know?
So I saw it happen in that fight where he used roll and somehow Chalice put him in the war storm when he was when he was invulnerable. So now he's fine.
Well, what else is there? What can you potentially do? What if he bought Ag's Scepter and enchanted himself and like kicked him? Maybe that.
Then how is he gonna buy Ags? He's got 200 gold. What if one of these suggestions?
You bring the courier to yourself and you sell it.
I hope I don't want to say it, but I don't want to say it. I want to say it.
Is G apparently? Well, yeah, that's like I had the same reaction MJ said. Oh, good to see that the SA.
Oh, fine.
Not fine, but he's like, what can we do about it? Oh, you gotta try again. Get him in. Oh, he's like, get away from me! You did this to me, Chalice. He's trying stomp and they're trying everything. What else can they
dropping
do?
items, picking up.
Gem's still on the ground. He's picking it now.
Dude,
Don't let them have it.
Love to hear the comms.
I wouldn't. It'd be depressing as hell.
Dude, I actually am speechless. You gotta try TP.
Can he?
Dude, Chalice is about to die.
With the gem?
He's gonna die. What is this game? What's going on? You need to get out. I mean, he's got Stampede off the workhorse. They're just gonna take a fight around Somnus's body. Are we serious right now? He's gonna stand idly by and watch Chalice die. This, like,
this is Ice Frog's finest creation right here. On this dark side, this rolling hamster ball of death, but it's not actually rolling.
I see no other way but a remake. I don't even know if we have that.
I don't know. I remember, what was it?
Radiant's
Liquid
top
OG
tower is under
last TI?
attack.
It's possible, apparently. He's fighting away.
He's laughing.
Make the most out of it.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
All right.
poor baby.
I
This
agree.
is some incredible things. I mean, Dota never stops to amaze with what is possible in this game. No, just
Said go. No, yeah. That'd be my response.
night pause for them as well. And then like go.
What
Yeah,
else
duh.
can they do? I'm looking for any neutral items. Like, all right, has he got a neutral item yet? He does, damn. No tier 4 items can really like change positioning. I was thinking maybe like if he hadn't picked Ogre Seal Totem yet, maybe he could try something with that. What else do you need to wait for? Oh, don't leave the room. Okay. If it gets to 50 minutes, Fallen Sky, surely.
I've always wanted to be a
Then
giant
you can
space
get out of it. I say 50, 60 minutes. Hypotherapy smoke. Is he still smiling? He is a
Yeah,
little
he
bit.
is. I honestly, I love how they haven't even brought up like remake admin, just anything, because someone is just like, he's just, this is it. He's succumbed to it. It's like there's nothing that can be done. He trusts the boys to somehow win 4, and it's a true 4v5. It's not like they can. It's not like they can even control him.
They got to bait him up towards the top side. We always get one of these games, don't we? One of these games where something has to go wrong. Oh.
What happened? What happened with the OG Liquid? I know there was like a.
It was the classic bug. It was the classic bug where someone like disconnected and couldn't read.
That's right. Yeah, it was a DC one. Okay, so that was a 2-hour pause. No, some stupid amount.
It was at least 1.5 hours. Yeah, and they started talking about which of them is which Naruto character during the pause. I wonder if we could get a similar sort of discussion going. Any anime profile pics that we got here?
We're not doing this. We're so much better.
What else are we doing, bro? What else are we doing?
I don't want to go down the route of, dude, he queued up man to the giant, like, I don't know, man.
If that makes 3 balls, I will laugh my ass off.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know. Some wild stuff.
I can't believe a player actually bought my voice line.
Wow.
I'm happy. Spam it.
That's all you're thinking about right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm thinking about. Oh, look at that. Even a Wyvern emote. They're listening to me. Thank you, Knight. I appreciate you.
Well, this is, I must say, never would have expected to see anything like that or be in this position. But like I said, you know, Dota is, it's a beautiful game, man. We're still in beta, but it's all right. We get moments like this where we can hold hands, speak about what campfire stories do we want to tell?
Campfire stories?
I don't know. Campfire stories are cool. I mean, I can set one up.
I mean, we could do trivia as well if you want.
What trivia would you like to do? We're doing the.
What is the passive
names?
of Stormcrafter?
Yeah, Cyclone?
Bottled
Just
lightning.
the basic? Oh, wait. Oh, you said Storm. Yeah, okay, sorry.
What do you think I meant?
Oh, passive. I thought you meant active. Sorry. I thought active instead of passive.
It doesn't have an active.
I know. I just. Yeah. What was the. That was, you know, I thought a while ago when the mini Yules.
Yeah. Maybe it was just cycling, yeah. Not sure. All right, campfire story, hit me.
I know, I don't. I don't have any campfire
You have
stories.
absolutely nothing. Cool.
Oh, we're gonna replay.
Oh, here we go, replay. We get to see what happened.
I think it's, yeah.
I would assume so. All right, here we go. Here's what to do to ruin your pub, everyone.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
10 seconds remaining.
Uh-oh. That may have been a
5
mistake.
seconds remaining.
Like some previous times, we do not get an hour-and-a-half break. In fact, it's a pretty quick break, which is good to see, because in the past we've had, you know, some issues of not being able to remake some lobbies. Well, this time there's no issue at all. We're going to be back underway very, very shortly. Same minute mark as well. Nothing crazy at all. 40 minutes in, everyone's here, ready to go.
there's some debate going on between the players if it was 38, 39, 40 minutes that it all happened, who had the gem, who was dead for how long. It's never a dull moment in Dota for sure, but well, I'm sure it'll all get resolved pretty soon, nice and smooth, but at least we've been able to get back into the game without a hamster ball that is Somnus. Although, can you see Somnus on your end? He's like invisible for me.
I think it just because it paused straight away.
Okay.
But yes, he is also not there for
I
me.
can see everyone else. He's old PA. He's like the old PA with a blur that you had to like change the brightness on your PC monitor in Dota 1 to be able to actually see her. That was rough. You know, my colorblind issues and stuff.
I have absolutely no idea what you're speaking about, but I'm just kind of nodding.
You probably weren't even born yet. That's probably why.
What are we speaking? Like 2004 maybe?
Yeah, 5, 6, yeah.
All right, well, that was a young little baby, young little Sprite Pop. We're underway and...
Man, Somnus immediately went into the rolling boulder as well as soon as he got out. So just for everyone that knows, the thing that happened is apparently you cannot roll at the same time that you get brought into a hitch a ride. And also you just couldn't make any movements happen after the fact. There had to be a remake. They all respawned back in their base, and I guess we're just going now from this point forward. Have they lost all of their tier 2 items? Or are they getting extras? I think they're getting extras.
I don't know. I honestly have no idea what's going on. They're already... Wait, is Roche spawn? There's no Roche. So we're getting another remake.
The icon says there is.
Like, there's no Roche.
Just go high ground, forehead. Easy. FY should have known that his Deadshot hit someone.
Oh, they even stampeding.
All right. Don't get him in the thing.
Oh, wait, just spawned. I'm not like tripping, right?
It was
there
not
was
there.
no Roche.
Maybe it's like, I don't know. No, I have no idea.
How is... Nonetheless, we got Roche on Thunder. It's going to be a Scepter as well, so... That's who they're going to give this one over to. Who do you actually...
No.
You might eat it?
No, not AA. Spirit, Bristle? I mean, I feel like Bristle's going to get max slotted soon.
What at the Chalice? A little bit awkward position for Chalice to be in. Okay.
Still holding on to the Blessing.
Who is so?
Sludham. Looks like he swapped his own out. I feel like you give it over to the Bristleback. Like, he's going to have money to be able to play with soon enough, right? He did eat it, but he ate it himself, and I think Pango also ate it, and now Pango's going to sell.
Okay, so this is...
He literally just did that. And now he's finally going into a Glipnir as well, or the Pangolier, who he's brought the recipe for the Glipnir, but no, he's actually got the Maelstrom as well. So now you've got ways to be able to deal with the Naga illusions outside of just the Spirit Breaker charge. So I mean, Thunder have been able to claw this one back, which is, you know, pretty admirable. They were way behind.
I mean, 7,000 net worth lead at 42 minutes and is nothing, right? Like, this is very much even. So, like, what are the key things we need to look at? Potentially low going down. Like, that's a big thing. Stardust pops the beekeeper on Illich before the song is there, so he can hold the Naga inside the river. No one is remotely close to the Naga. Is going to try and juke. No way. No way, Lo. He's standing still, gets the force up. Are you serious? You've got to stop him from getting out. You can't let him make a highlight play like that on you. Tries to get the kick away. Challenge with the Operation Protect the President. And he's got to get out.
Oh, saving Private Low. They just get him out of there. It was a full team effort to be able to do it. And he's a tanky boy, right? Like, he is almost 6-slotted at this point.
Somnus. Who's actually in trouble? Somnus. He's got heart. This man's tanky without an Ice Blast connecting. They'll turn now with the Atos to set up low. He's going to charge back in. Illich has a hell of a charge. But where's Smiling Knight? Where is their damage without him here? It's all Azure. 3 members get blown up. Now they've got the break as well on Smiling Knight. Slardens as well is getting ripped apart. It's going to be Bristle against the world, but Smiling Knight, he might be able to win this man fight. He's still got the Aegis as well to keep in mind. Do they even consider about buying back? Do they even need to buy back? Spirit Vessel is going to be the big thing in question here. Knight will avoid the first one. Chalice is back over the top. Break reapplied. And first life taken care of. There's the buyback, but it might be too late, man.
Very late.
No way he's going to be able to get there soon enough, so they'll kill him a second time. And that is a buyback wasted.
It's a buyback wasted, and before that, like as he was about to die, he ended up buying the plate mail. So spending 1,400 gold, wouldn't have had the buyback anyway. But I mean, maybe something would have worked out where you could secure, I don't know, some bounty runes. They probably haven't spawned yet anyway. But you know, just little things like that means that there's guaranteed no bristleback for the next 80 seconds. And suddenly, just like that, a 7k net worth lead is ballooned all the way back out to 16 again.
The big level 25s too. Somnus Magnetize Undispellable. A little bit of extra hoof stomp duration from Chalice could be huge. I mean, what a charge from Illich, but unfortunately just not enough. The first fight we've seen from Thunder with Smiling Knight hasn't been there at the start.
He needs to be who all the attention gets focused onto, right? Like he's who you want to be hitting with that demonic cleanse, with the disruption. Nearly level 25 on the Spirit Breaker as well, though. I wonder what he goes for. Because you're not really right-clicking at this stage on the SP. You don't need that Greater Bash chance. I feel like it's the Bulldoze barrier. He's using it every 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I mean that's very short cooldown.
He's moving so fast, man.
Missing top.
And he's almost got a Silver Edge as well. What I would have told the admins, like, oh yeah, I actually had a block of cheese. Put that in my inventory, please.
They're not. Of course you would do that, try and cheat the system.
Nah.
Disappointed, I feel better of you. Smiling Knight. The Shadow Demon's not nearby to be able to protect him as well. Can they blow him? Not with Slardens counter initiation. The Tango buys some time. Batrider is gone, and now they're going to turn to F5. Low will help them though. Song's pretty good. Gets some retreat away, but Somnus, he's not nearby this song. Still gets his some roll, but meanwhile Lowe's in some danger over to the left side. Charles able to get the jump in. Start up to 3. Smiling Knight, though, once again being able to really start to rack up the damage, and Low is falling lower and lower. Gets the hit to ride. It's not going to be enough, though. They should get the Quantum Nugget. They need more out of it. Low's still alive. Low, someone kill this man. You can't let him live. On a slither of health once again, and now Smiling Knight tricks the cloak. He gets out. No way. They're not going to kill him too.
How does he live, man? How does he get out? That's insane. Oh my god, he's not even level 25 yet. He's got room to grow. He can get even bigger. Boots of Travel level 2, just providing the extra movement speed to make sure he gets the hell out. And he actually finds someone as well. No BKB available. Has got enough damage.
It's a huge solo kill. Oh boy.
He just got a full level and a half off of that.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Well, the fight back to back going Azure's way, and up the high gun they're going to go once again.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are
Not the buyback on Illich at least. Doesn't feel like the towers are going to be taking too much damage, at least without the Naga Siren. Looking to wait it out as long as possible. Get the Pango there alongside him. There's still a gem inside of the Radiant Triangle.
Oh, snap it in. Chels wants to go, senses an opportunity. It'll force the buyback. Still 4v5 without the Pango. Smiling Knight knows no fear with the charge on full.
Risky.
The Low's had enough.
Risky putting her onto Somnus again.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
They're able to get on out. Crazy game, back and forth. You're gonna, what is that, a Moon Shard that you've now finished up? Eats it on low as well. Even more ways to just absolutely obliterate people with that Riptide damage. Gotta be very careful where he's playing on the Spirit Breaker now as well. Nowhere near as tanky as he used to be. Doesn't have that buyback as an option. It feels like Slotums has fallen off in a big way. I know he's ahead of the SB and the Earth Spirit in net worth, but it really doesn't feel that way. I guess
I'll jump in again. Shady team is too far away with the break. They're going to have to damage. Knight tries to jump in, but no buyback on Smiling Knight, and that's it. 2 heroes gone without the buyback as well. They're going to be able to catch up to MJZ. We've just seen Slotums now as well is going to get caught up to. It's just one by one.
It's a dieback.
They'll try and get the Ice Blast to buy some time if the stun connects onto multiple, but it will not. And these most recent fights, whenever Knight hasn't been there to stop the initiation, Azure have always been able to blow some up 4-0, and they'll be able to take it in the end. It was an interesting game one, but Azure will take it.
All right, I want to ask you something. 3.6k HP the Bristleback has. Guess how much of Bristleback's HP died because of FY? The position
80%?
form where. Yeah, about that. You know, like it's crazy the amount that he was able to do. Basically, pure magic damage coming through once he pops that Pierce the Veil with all the farm that he's been able to pick up, and of course the break as well coming through from that Silver Edge. So.
Thunder Awakens, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thunder
Welcome back to the final game of the day. Azure game advantage in the best of two. Thunder Awaken, though, took them all the way to the end. Was a very, very competitive game as a whole. We've got our second draft up on screen. Then, what are we hoping is a little bit different heading into this draft?
Well, Somnus has gone and had his smoke, so I'm sure he's probably very happy about that. It's rinse, repeat, do it all again. I think the big thing for mine was that they were just a little bit disconnected last time, no pun intended, honestly, coming through from Thunder Awaken, and it felt like it got to that point where the Nagasarim was just way too powerful, and it was honestly a bit of a repeat of exactly what happened when Somnus and Chalice played in those Asian games, right? The position 4, it was Xingqiu there, it was FY here. They became a legitimate core, so I think they always want to give themselves an option to make sure that they can have FY scale into that later game hero, whatever it might be. You know, we've seen it with his Hoodwink, we've seen it with his Huerta, of course, we've seen it even with like a Tiny that he's able to do it with, and of course FY Rubik, insane. Earthshaker, of course, insane. These are the sorts of heroes that I'm really wanting to see him play.
Let's have a...
They ban out the Muerta.
Get the Treant Protector that slips through though, so...
Azure Rays, turn to ban.
We've seen FY in the past as well play the Treant Protector as a 4-2, so it's not like it's just going to be Tianming that plays it. Do you often, like, what do you think overall about the hero? Because I know it's very strong at the moment, and we've seen it kind of with the last patch and at Red Masters and Dream League.
10 seconds.
What do you feel like a position 4 Treant Protector provides that like a 5 doesn't?
5 seconds remaining.
Potentially it could just be good for the lane, right? A lot of the good heroes right now are melee cores, with the exception of what, like Muerta. Morphling's not really that strong right now. Medusa's not really that strong right now. Drow's not really that strong right now. Luna, it's basically a melee hero. It's basically just like that and Troll that are able to actually stay at range. So you do a pretty good job of just bullying away the enemy carry, preventing them from being able to get a lot of last hits. And I mean, the value of, you know, his insane right-click damage, even just at level 1, can't be underestimated. It basically forces you to use spells to be able to last hit anything in the lane.
It's also, besides it just being incredibly good, the Treant, it's a bit of a block pick. I mean, in the TI qualifiers, Thunder, MJZ picked it up 5 times, 100% win rate with those games. And I was taking a look at the games that Smiling Knight, like his hero pool, he was actually playing like more ranged heroes than not, which I 100% agree with you. Like, we're getting a lot of melee carries at the moment, so maybe just taking them a little bit out of their comfort or whatever, because that, you know, was a style where you just went Treant plus like a ranged hero. So it's, you know, of course, you know, not only that, but also very strong for Azure, but they still end up the Bristol back as well.
Boring Kunkka. I was wanting to see Slatums play his Omni Knight mid. That's what I really wanted to see. You know, it's all, what is it with these SA mids, right? It was Chris Luck with his Ogre Magi that I wanted to see not coming through, and for Slatums it's Omni Knight, which wouldn't have been horrible against a Treant Protector, but probably still way too early to pick something like that up.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you even, like, do you feel like there's heroes in particular that are coming to mind, or like is able to play better into the Conquer mid lane? Like, it seems like he's just a super staple mid laner that isn't going to be too concerned. That is a very interesting one. Okay.
That is the one, basically. Like, I think of him and maybe a Razor, but mid Razor doesn't really feel super strong these days. I feel like you just need to, I don't mind the Doom. That's another hero that we actually haven't really touched on in terms of the percent damage, right? The Infernal Blade, good amount through that. OD, great scaling as well. Anything that's like percentage based is always going to be good, which the Sanity's Eclipse is. Well, but you get what I mean, like it multiplies. And yeah, it's just a pretty solid lane against the Kunkka. Back in the time where like Kunkka was just played constantly, OD was basically the only counter to it.
I know in the qualifiers as well, Azure, every game they picked the Doom, it was actually given to FY. There were no games that Chalice played it. Chalice has got an incredible Doom. We've seen it in the past. It's not like he can't play it, but it was just interesting that in the qualifiers, they would only give it to FY.
And it does fit the MO of what we were talking about before, right? Giving FY something that is capable of being played as a position 4. You know, you can slightly change it up. Maybe you go like Boots of Bearing instead, but you've got the potential to go into something that provides more of that additional core if it does get to the 40+ minute mark of the game, which a Doom absolutely can. I mean, especially with a Treant as well, right? Your towers are a lot safer, more map to be able to farm, slows down the enemy team, especially if they don't go into something that's able to actively take towers. And you'd have to say a Shadow Demon and a Kunkka don't necessarily do that. So that's really what I'm wanting to see come through from Thunder in these next couple of picks. And Invoker, for the first time today, we're going to get to see it. And a Skywrath Mage as well, damn. These are not tower takers at all, but they do deal a lot of damage. And there's a good amount of control. My main concern is what happens once you've got BKBs online. You know, sure, you can slow people down a little bit with the Demonic Purge, but you drop off massively in effectiveness with the Skywrath and the Invoker.
5 seconds
Are you
remaining.
looking at something like a Lifestealer then?
It's a possibility. Against the Kunkka, feels pretty solid. Can build a little bit more active. I mean, it makes, again, people harder to kill. Just being able to get that Infest Bomb off does feel kind of nice.
We're looking at a range here, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. I know Low in the past has really liked Arc Warden, and this hero is, I think, actually going to be pretty, like, somewhat decent, especially with the changes. So I don't know if, again, we're looking for a range hero to play with the Treant Protector. We're going to get a Spectre, which is incredibly strong versus the 2 squishy-based supports that Thunder have this game. And like we saw last, I also think this hero is very undervalued. Actually, maybe that's not even right. I haven't particularly heard of many other people. Yeah, underpicked, sure. I think this hero is quite strong at the moment. There was a game in the qualifiers where I cannot remember who it played. In fact, I think it was a China qualifier game where the Spectre, just with the new change, with the Haunt not being your ultimate, just looked incredible with the item build, and I think he was buffed a lot in the recent patch. And I think
20
this is going to be
less on that cooldown. It's a minute now, which is kind of insane. You get so much more assist gold coming through, even just using it. You don't even need to reality to the unit, right? You just need to be part of those gank attempts. To be fair, I wouldn't say this is necessarily the strongest like early killing roster, but if they're just going all out greed on Azure, right? You've got a Treant Protector to be able to stall things out. You've got a Doom who could be 3 or 4, more likely 4, and you've got an OD that, I mean, maybe he builds Meteor Hammer on Somnus, but who knows? It could just be a Midas if they feel like Thunder really don't have a way to be able to punish this greed. And right now they don't.
I'm really intrigued, honestly, what the build's going to be from Spectre, because I think the game that I'm referring to, I for some reason feel like I don't know if it was earn into Vessel, but I think it was like maybe earn into like Yasha Diffuser, or just some like very early game items. Maybe there's a consideration for Blade Mail with how strong that is, but I honestly would really like a Vessel for him this game against the Conquer. So I think you can go that and potentially try and scale in a different way, you know, into the Yasha, just the early game items, and have the OD be, and just your raw team fight be the big factor as this one goes on.
10 seconds.
Let's try to consider what they actually want with their last overall pick for Chalice, if it is going to be Chalice's hero,
5 seconds
to be able to finish things off. Centaur. I mean, someone that buys a pipe, basically, is what I want, and that could very well still just be the Doom. I'm also just thinking, what does FI really want to be looking to play with? Rubik still in the pool? It's not a horrible Rubik.
Azure Rays turn to pick.
Maybe
Could
a bit more
consider it-
stuns.
Okay. I was gonna say Darkseid, just, I mean, if a Doom's getting played as a 4 and a pipe builder, I mean, Shadow Demon is my only like deterrent, but if you're looking for an aura builder,
Yeah, it looks like FY's the one doing a lot of the talking, so might be
10
his hero
seconds
that's set to come next. I just really feel like they don't exactly have a lot to be able to hold people
5
into place, you know?
seconds
You've got Overgrowth, you've got the Infernal Blade, but that's about it, you know, in terms of what you can actually use to hold them in place to do damage with.
it's not
Is this-
the off lane, is it?
I feel like it's the off-lane silencer coming from Chalice here.
All
You know
right,
what?
well,
I'm happy to see it. He was the original off-lane Enchantress before anyone else, before Seb, before
Yes.
Pure, before 33 was doing it. I still want to see 33 play Chen this TI, because man plays a good off-lane Chen.
5 seconds remaining.
see what the response is going to be from Thunder, though. What hero does Smiling Knight want? Need a way to take objectives.
Yeah, that also breaks. Nice. I mean, I'm a position
Hard
1
pick.
Legion commander? I don't know. Something a little weird. Blade Mail against the Spectre's not horrible. You need something to combo the Mystic Flare together with other than the Kunkka. Slark, maybe.
You may now
TB.
select your
Okay.
heroes.
Not horrible. And it does take objectives. That's the big thing that we're really wanting, right? We want to make sure that this map gets opened up, and it is going to be the off-lane silencer, played by Chalice. Sure, they had that in mind the entire time with where this pick's going to go. And, well, you really want to be making quite favorable trades happening if you're this silencer, and TB, when he's in that Metamorphosis 4B, prevents that from being able to happen. And, of course, you're squishy as hell. So it really... I wonder if it's going to be one of those cases where you have a tri-lane to be able to start this game off. Just find Chalice, disruption, into concussive shot, into meta, with a blood grenade, try and kill it before the game even...
It feels like your positioning is just going to need to be pretty on point in how they're able to scout up the sky, right? Like potential rotations through the portal too. So we'll see if they will be able to catch Chalice out a couple of times. One thing with the Terrorblade Shadow Demon, I do feel like Azure, like we brought up last game, with how the Naga wasn't contested in regards to the supports being able to deal with the illusions. I think it's very similar this game, with Azure not really being able to deal with the TB pushing the waves, but I'm just very concerned on how the late game fights are going to look when you've got a Spectre being able to kill the supports, and with kind of the team fight advantage that Azure has.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that as well. I mean, the thing leading me towards Azure a little bit more is, of course, that late game potential, but also just the fact that I do want to see Low go a little bit more of an active style on the Spectre, and those two things don't really go well together. But if you go into that Spirit Vessel style, I think it still could work out very well for you. You can make frequent ganks with that Shadow Step, because just with a TB being picked, Radiance is off the table immediately. You know, you don't want the reflection just to turn that back onto the rest of your team.
There's currently Treads Blade Mail, so again, like we were kind of saying, just some early items I'd really like, whether that's you're considering Yasha afterwards, whether Diffuser Blade. You want to look to get very active with the low cooldown Shadow Step that you have. We'll see who he's going to combine with, though, because he doesn't really have the greatest heroes overall to look to make plays. Maybe like an early blink on Somnus could enable that. Potentially how much farm FY gets, but yeah, let's see how they're going to look to try and play this overall from Azure.
30 seconds.
Last game of the day, who's taking it?
I think Dire. I really like the draft. I mean, me for Thunder, it's just what are you able to get? You've got some really good heroes to be able to set up together with Conquer and the Sky. So X into Mystic Flare, even the Invoker can be pretty decent as well. You know, depending on the levels, the Shadow Demon can also roam with his team. So I think that's probably the bigger advantage that Thunder have with the early game. But I'm very concerned as this game goes on. Azure is just going to pick them apart.
Begins.
I mean, Silent Knight does say that his team won.
Yeah, nah, this the hell of a fight we got breaking out at the moment. Looks like with the help of the lead hit from Tianming, that'll keep them healthy to chase down First Blood. And they'll split away to opposite directions. Knight gets the bounty. And while other Knight also continues to bite back in Tianming. But First Blood's going to be picked up for Dai. Who got it? FY.
So the thing that Smiling Knight was talking about as well in the few interviews that he's done is that his team, they give him a lot of confidence, basically. They trust him. When he says, you know, do this, when they say give him one of the later picks in the draft, they're happy to do it because more often than not, he is able to carry them. And, you know, he was in a pretty good spot with his Bristleback last game, so I could see why. This time around, it's the Terrorblade and he's Grandmaster on it. And I think if you're going to, you know, fare well in this game, it's going to be on the back of him, right? You cannot let this game drag on. You cannot let FY develop into this additional core. You cannot let a silencer sit back and just be able to get relatively safe farm. You've got to remove those safe-ish places. You got to take those towers, and the only one that's going to be able to do it is the Terrorblade.
What are we even expecting the item build's going to be from Chalice on this offlane silencer?
I mean, we see a bunch of Witchblades come out, especially if you're able to get a bunch of those early kills as well. A good way to be able to start the scaling happening.
Down you go.
Okay.
Down you
See
go.
if that's going to be the route for Mr. Chelsea. Like we were saying, I think actually to start the series that he does have a little bit more of an unconventional offlane hero pool, which is always refreshing to see.
Yeah. Could see him go into a Midas as well. I mean, Silencer pretty effective off the back of attack speed. Also gets him to those valuable talents as well, particularly level 20, just for that Glaives of Wisdom bounce, because as a hero, you really don't farm all that well.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Overall, we've seen today, I mean, this is our sixth game that we've covered, and overall, we've seen a lot of differences in regards to heroes that are getting picked up, and we haven't seen Silencer, Spectre, or OD, and Doom on Azure, and I guess Conquer we've seen. We haven't got a Terrorblade today, nor Invoker. I don't even think Sky, so...
I'm just happy there's no more Pango. That's the big thing. Like, you could nerf him all this time and he still gets first phase. And I'm like, please, just something else.
Yeah. He still seems very strong, but I think at least he's not at the stage where we're not going to get him every game. Hopefully not. I don't know if that's... Yeah, we'll
he was
see.
banned this game. That's why it was first phase banned.
That's true, I guess, yeah. Don't have to worry about the Rolling Thunder charging into the middle. We got some different spells to be concerned about this game in particular. What about the lanes? So overall, it does look like the top lane with the Illich and 9 up against Tianming and Low. Is this one? Because Spectre always a pretty big concern about you has just been your weakness in the lane. Can Tianming's Stream Protector offset that a little bit?
No, absolutely can. I mean, the thing is, though, you never really need to get up into melee range as this Skywrath, right? It's a similar sort of thing to what teams like to pick the Skywrath into the Undying for. Sure, he's not casting as many spells on the Tree Protector relative to the Undying, so it's not like you can just buy a stick and be very happy to spam out your own spells, but you're still pretty rarely going to get into a sort of situation where you get punished too heavily, and Illich has done a good job of cutting down all those trees on the right-hand side, so Illich doesn't have too much space to play with. Still should be able to get the pull off, though.
And we spoke about Chalice's item build. What do we think out of Illich? Looks like potential double bracer. We're looking into Blade Mail, Scepter. Are you rushing hard afterwards? Like, of course, offlane Conquer, I have to imagine, is very versatile as well as the mid Conquer that we're getting.
Yeah, I think Blade Mail's totally fine. I think you just need to be, again, on the offensive. You need to make sure that Silence is priority number 1 for mine. He's by far the squishiest on the team, has no mechanics to be able to save himself. So anything that's just going to enable you to get on top of him, potentially even if it means diving behind a tier 1 tower, a couple of braces, just some nice early value stats is going to be the play for him.
Okay.
Seen a lot of Midases being queued up as well. Somnus already having the gloves of haste. Of course, it can just throw power treads. Smiling Knight has Midas queued up. I think these two teams know that they're in for a long one.
So he's going to be able to get towards that Midas first and have that pay off as well. We would like to, I guess it's a little bit more difficult for a Radiant to be able to move through the Twin Gate up top, but with the potential first meta of the game, you know, like we were saying with that rotation onto Chalice with a lot of slows out of reflection, if you want to try and slow down the silencer, and you can kind of do that with Illich having all the stats. He's not going to die in this lane at all, so we'll see how they're going to try and look to utilize the Sky early.
They're basically the only lane that has a roughish time when you're playing with the Spectre. Like, Warlock Spectre is still pretty scary just because of how much of that AoE damage that you've got together. Traditionally, it was like one of the more passive lineups, but certainly not the case anymore with the frequent buffs to the Fatal Bonds.
Does look like the overall these two mid heroes having a pretty good time. Denies will always favor the Outward Devour just with that nuisance of the Astral, but Slardam's going to complete the brace, so we'll see if he, you know, of course, constantly we've seen Burn potentially into Spirit Vessels, actually bottom lane, F5. Pumping into Smiling Knight. He's got a pretty big one and Fairy Fire, so F5 gets the kill, but Smiling Knight will find a way to avenge his support. He's got to be cautious, though.
No mana left from Chalice. Get that last word off as well. I think he might have just dropped the salve inside the base. Never mind.
Top lane now. Oh, what? He died to a neutral. Oh my, are you serious? No way, dude. All right, all right.
Warpine Raiders is scary, man. That nut shot, it'll get you.
Yeah. Watch out for it. It's a difficult thing.
All these guys just have Midas on the brain, I'm telling you. They all want it. It's just the temptation to think, you know what, this game's going to go a little bit longer. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe one more usage out of it.
Almighty money.
So is anyone else going to queue up? Is this Treads complete from Somnus?
Are fortified.
Is it?
No, not just yet. There's that potential. Tianming's actually going to rotate through the portal first. I don't know if Smiling Knight can take this fight, man, especially if Chalice is off to the right side, freely getting spells out. They'll get the first kill, don't get tonight. Oh, very close. With MJZ, I mean, unfortunately, you don't have Roche down at this side of the map, so there's going to be no potential for him to deny. 0-8, they're going to find 2 kills off the back of that rotation. Tianming, really nice read from him, being able to go through the portal. It does mean that, I guess, Power Rune's going to go the way of Radiant, but it's really not the big steal at all.
Chalice doesn't have any of those Glaives of Wisdom leveled up just yet. Making sure that he's bullying out the TB as good as possible. You just can't trade into a Metamorphosis TB. It's impossible. Knight's actually gone all the way back to underneath his tier 2 tower. He feels like this lane is not laneable anymore just because of the support that he's got to be able to play around with. It's like MJZ might be looking to soak up a little bit of that mid XP. Maybe even go for a cheeky Wisdom Rune steal if he really feels like it. Try and make a little bit more attention happen.
They're really going to be quick, though. They're spending a lot of time with the supports mid lane. Astral's going to be prevented thanks to the Ancient Seal. And flies in to create some chaos, and Somnus is going to be more than okay. So, no one's taking this bottom farm. Illich is kind of getting zoned out at the moment with some extra levels from Azure.
Should still be fine, though. I mean, double brace, there really isn't any reason for him to be dying up on this top side. It's only a level 3 Tree and Protector. 2 points leech seed is annoying, but they're not unsurvivable.
We're going to go for this kill. Pretty tanky. Lu's not going to be an easy person to bring down at all, and meanwhile, Tianming just chases over towards Illich. Will be lacking the damage just with himself, though.
Would have died if not for the Lotus. Third. Phase boots at least now to be able to play around with, so a little bit more of that mobility, get away from the leech flow.
Bottom lane. Chalice is in a lot of danger here. Smiling Knight finally is going to be able to be rewarded off the back of that. He will still go down nonetheless. Slardam's first rotation. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, so I would continue to stall out this Midas. Second death now for the carry on Thunder.
Feels like this is where a lot of the attention is and should be going, right? Like, you just want to make sure that your towers are not dying, and you just get so much more space to do whatever the hell you want if that's the case. Got FY making sure. I mean, there's no meta now, right? For 115 seconds. Pretty sure Smiling Knight's even considering, you know, do I even come back to this lane, or do I need to just go into the jungle? And you just go straight underneath the tower there. Make mistakes. Yeah, and this game is on his back.
So one nice thing is the fact that the levels on Thunder are actually relatively high in regards to the supports. We need to see some kills picked up shortly once that Mystic Flare is online along with the boat combo. But maybe enough to be able to blow up one. But they probably won't have much left in the tank afterwards, and we might see a fight break out before the 6 is here. FY and Tianming. FY's already got the Doom. A little bit early on. Lowe's going to be able to jump in as well with a Shadow Step. They should be able to chase him down as a result. MJZ is going to prove to be a bit of a nuisance here with the banishment, but it's not going to matter in the end. A big kill. FY is going to claim it.
He's got the deny there.
He's a Somnus. Oh, why not drop the hammer? Hasn't had an opportunity to use it so far this game. Sees a free kill, puts it on cooldown for 160 seconds.
He's going straight into a Witchblade of his own. It's going to be him, Witchblade, Midas on Chalice with the Veil of Discord. Quite like it. I mean, I did feel like early on they might be lacking a little bit of that damage potential, but certainly level 10. It really depends if he wants to go full spellcaster or if he wants to be that big right
top lane. Banishment's going to be able to set up for the combo, but Somnus can react to protect him. Damage has been dealt, but the global suns coming through from across the map as well means that Azure, they can get set up. They'll close the distance surrounding Slardams. He's okay for the moment as well. Either side, realizing their spells out the reposition. They want to go back in though, Azure. Feeling strong to maybe get some of the members out of Thunder. They got enough left in the tank. Low gets Ultras back up, jumps over towards 9. And now they're also going to be able to catch up to Illich as well. So we see the low cooldown Shadow Step helping Low get involved. It's 5 heroes required from Azure, but they do get 2 kills.
I'm not using a lot for it. And my main hope is that they did have some sort of urn to be able to play around with on Azure's side, but as long as Low is continuing to scale, and he is, you know, he's got the broadsword component coming out from the blade mail, and he's going to have that pretty shortly. And just consider the heroes that he's up against, right? Pretty uncontrollable damage coming through from the Skywrath, from the Tiebringer of the Kunkka, the Invoker, all sorts of stuff you can get insane value out of blade mail from.
Is this some concerning signs though for Thunder? It feels like any attempt they've made across the map has kind of been thwarted. Maybe now with this rotation out of Slardams and Knight, but still not level 6 on Knight.
That's my main concern. I really think he needs that Mystic Flare, and maybe Chalice is killable, but it's only Chalice, and he's even got the raindrops with a few charges, so we'll see how survivable he is.
I think he's gone a little bit too far away. They're gonna try and load. What is the damage onto 9? Hang on a second. Maybe Chalice is gonna end up dying. Get some more intel and well done. Okay. And now hang on, Slardams. Tianming is through the portal. Somnus is here as well. Azure, they're the ones looking to play fast across the map. Even FY gets involved. So this tower's gonna end up going down with the catapult. And there will be no response.
It's a surprising amount of burst damage coming through from that Shadow Step. I mean, as soon as you reality in onto your target, it casts the Spectral Dagger onto them, and then you get a second use of your actual Spectral Dagger to use. So it's like a burst 360 damage.
Oh, mighty money.
I must say I did not know that. I was looking at it, I'm like, where's the damage coming from?
Very
Has he got talents?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go for that dagger talent at 15? I don't know if the 80 is a lot.
It's a decent amount. Helps your farm too.
I guess it's 600 nuke all up, right? If so... Very interesting.
There's 25, yeah.
And he's actually going to go Radiance as well. So I know you brought up before, Reflection can be annoying with Radiance. I've also seen some people just be like, yeah, don't particularly care about it. So as a whole, I'm very intrigued about it, because I have also thought that, you know, you're up against Banishment, which I know you can toggle off Radiance, but if you forget, then all of a sudden you've got some really annoying illusions to deal with. And if you will get those Reflection Radiance overall, so the evasion versus the OD versus Silencer can be very frustrating as well, so we will see.
That's the big thing. Yeah, those two heroes are the main ones that I was more concerned about. You know, heroes that need to be right.
Again, dude, oh my god, Low not going to be able to get him just yet. Has to go a little bit deeper into the tower, which could put him in a prime position for Thunder to turn around, especially with Illich's position. But Somnus is also nearby to protect him. Can they get him out of danger afterwards, though? Knight's going to look to try and tip him with the Metamorphosis, but here's now a beacon for FI to jump over the top, and it's just disastrous. Azure, one by one, they will clean up, and it's only Low that goes down.
Is under attack.
That is even going to be able to survive on barely a shred of life, and that's the impact of the Veil of Discord, right? Oh, look at him trying to get a quick cheeky kill, but no, thank you.
Radiant are scanning.
Got a regen rune up top as well. Yeah, that Veil of Discord is doing so much for Somnus in particular. Just absolutely destroying them. Buffing up the Arcane Orb this early on. He's got a ton of stats as well. He's got the Witchblade. Honestly, even... Ooh. Sunstrike going through, but didn't end up landing on anyone. Even just the Scorched Earth plus the Veil of Discord is an insane amount of damage at this stage.
We've seen what this OD is able to do, right? This is something that you mentioned is able to be very frustrating for the Conquer. Even if it wasn't in that lane matchup overall, just being able to disrupt the boat combo. This is also a hero that can be very frustrating if you're able to get some early items. Can be difficult with kind of the cooldowns early on in your positioning, as we'll go back. Yeah, we're going to get another kill. The triangle as well after this. They're also making a simultaneous attempt onto the Conquer, so it will be a 2-for-1 across the map in the end.
At least he ends up getting a solo kill on the Train Protector, so amount of gold for himself. Experience as well.
Oh.
Honestly, the biggest thing concerning mine is you had a look at Invoker's net worth lately?
No, this might help if he gets the kill. I think he's actually going to be able to do so, though. FY. Not going to be able to skip, especially with the ward dropped on the high ground as well, so an opportunity to find the blink away. Yeah, this Invoker net worth is looking pretty grim.
Behind FY.
Yes.
What it is. Man's a beast, but yeah, it's always something you're a little bit concerned about. Already has the blink dagger going into the BKB. Again, like, outside of the boots, this is basically like a regular off-lane Doom, right? That he's just been able to make work off the back of some really solid laning understanding alongside Chalice. Chalice has only died the one time.
Well, this will help. They should be able to get another kill onto the Train Protector, but Knight, of course, will go down. Importantly, that Slardums finds a net worth. Might not matter in the end if Chalice is able to just bring him down, and FI as well jumps in for the ensnare. More intel as well for Chalice to find, so, you know, something goes the way of Slardums, but then instantly the response is there from Azure to continue to slow down this Invoker Midas. Meanwhile, Somnus, he's going to solo kill Knight down bottom. Sanity's dropped. It just... Wait, no, Somnus, you can't do that. You got to confirm the kill. You can't just walk away. Back top. Chalice as well finds a Shadow Demon. Now we got a Doom out as well. Conquer getting chased back towards the tier 1 tower, but there's not much Knight's going to be able to do to keep him alive. Oh, hang on. FY still looking to go. Smiling Knight activates the Metamorphosis. It's a bit of an awkward fight now for Azure. Chalice standing over to the northern side. He's going to be able to get the kill. Slardum's Tornado's off the mark, but he will still go down nonetheless. So some freebies. Yes.
Yeah, a little messy. I mean, the value raindrops, right? That's the only thing that ends up letting Smiling Knight survive after all of that. Then ends up popping a Metamorphosis and dying anyway. So, you know, might have been better. Dying in the first instance, wouldn't have been unable to farm for this next little bit. And it really does feel like he needs to amp up the greed a little bit, you know? He again, you're the one opening up the map. You're the one with the potential to push towers. They haven't been able to take any just yet. Mid and top, low-ish. But unless they actually go down, it's really just going to be Azure looking to set up and run at you consistently. having a look at some of their wards, right? Very unconventional spots that Azure have put theirs in. One outside of the Tormentor, one at the very bottom side of the map, just giving a lot of that safe, understanding a lot of the safe farm that's available on the map, and exactly where they're wanting to make a lot of these kill attempts happen.
Another one onto MJZ. Let's see what they want to get off the back of the kill. I think they have very much have potential to take Roshan. They don't have the greatest tower sieging lineup. I mean, with everyone here in just a tier 1, they should be able to do it slowly. But of course, you got the Arcane Orb, you got the Desolate as well. That's only level 2 to help bring Roche down.
I wonder if they want to hammer on someone just because of how slow this is happening. I guess with Tianming's big roots hitting the tower, it'll be just fine.
Dire structures are fortified.
Time they take that, you're able to TP away on low. He's got, what is that, 500 gold away from his Radiance. He's got Shadow Step up in 7 seconds. They're laughing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to have an Aegis to work with now as well. So, what can we expect out of Thunder? Like, what do the plays need to be from them to be able to find some avenue back into this game? Because it is really starting to get out of control. 7,000 lead. And this game, or at least what we were saying, it doesn't look any easier as it goes on as well.
No, definitely not. And I mean, I think the big thing is, again, they just need to find Chalice. He's dealing way too much damage in a lot of these fights, and all you need to give him is a couple of seconds, right? Is to get off his Q, his E, his ult, and then use the Veil of Discord. All he really wants to do at this stage is act like a position 5 silencer. A few right clicks are going to come out, and he's built up a lot of intelligence off the back of it. But if worst comes to worst, he's got the Midas to be able to lean back onto, so he's still going to get a good amount of net worth.
How are you going to get on top of him?
Bow as well. God damn.
Wow. That, along with the eventual Hurricane Pike, will be very frustrating. So, yeah, how are you going to get on top of him as well is the big thing. Like, you do not have that instant gap closed towards the backline on Thunder.
It's going to be a challenge for sure. I mean, that's really what I was talking about with a lot of those early value items before the silencer became a little bit more of an issue. When you consider it like an int hero versus a strength hero in the Kunkka, and you've only got 400 less HP.
What, dude, a global silence just for the Treant Protector, but I guess everyone else is here to respond and get the kill onto MJZ as well.
Felt a lot better if he actually died, though. Getting the kill.
F5. Chalice is also going to pop out as well. Oh, look at the pincer move for Azure. I mean, there's multiple fronts in Illich. He's bound to run into someone, and he does now with Tianming inside the river. Be able to get the kill. It is dragging them away from the Wisdom, which is up in 14. I think they might be a little bit too late, although they see Nye. Maybe not actually. They're coming. 5 seconds, forcing low closer. Go for the. What's the call? Is it worth your life? Oh no, I think he's
still gonna die. Oh, he's got 2 seconds left on the Shadow Step. Otherwise, he would have gone for it. But yeah, all these deaths are worth so much. Like buying the Aghanim Shard on the Silencer means that every kill is worth -4 now. It just
bottom lane
harder and harder.
Bottoms is in a lot of danger. Once you're able to get on top of him, there's no potential to be able to escape. He's going to try and TP out. It's a nice attempt, but of course with F5 nearby, that is not going to work out. Okay.
Your cause is doomed.
I'm a little worried about Kunkka, specifically his mana pool, because he barely has enough mana to do his full combination. There's 490 at 71. He's getting killed pretty consistently, up to 6 deaths, and most of them at the hands of Chalice, or at least having him close by. Oh yeah, just FY's 22-minute Octarine gets killed.
Gosh, that's very cool. Small thing, but
this guy too good, man.
I don't know, it's good to see him back on this stage, though. If they get to play in front of a crowd with the right there on, we'll be able to get. I mean, you're still not there just yet. Still gonna get the win. Still gonna get the series under their belt, but they are looking good to start day one.
And these wards are still just revealing everything. They know where exactly they can to make these plays. They know they're always going to be able to have the outnumber. Low is actually down here
Smiling
with
Knight
the team right now. Yeah, that's the one.
They've got the rift. Global silence as well to make sure there's no Sunder potential. They're gonna have to damage, so it's lacking at the moment, but an opportunity to get that Sunder off. So Azure finds 5th death of the game onto the carry on Thunder.
And they're going to find another tier 2 tower as well. So the safety space shrinking for them to be able to play around with. They get their second tower of the game, so at least open up this top side of the map. But that's not really where Azure want to be playing anyway, at least not for the next 4 or 5 minutes.
They will also find another freebie onto MJZ. So a little bit more intel more than likely. Okay, dude. Just false into home. Oh, well, no. I hear Doom as well. FY Tianming, I mean, they recognize they didn't need to help out.
Oh, they did.
Dude, no way. No way. He's laughing.
Slardam's needed every little bit he can help he can get, right? Like, he's recovered his net worth a little bit. He's been able to pick up that Midas, so he's going to have a bit of that gold coming through. But yeah, the fact that FY is still ahead of you, despite all this, despite FY not having the Midas, he's still going to have the Octarine coming through pretty shortly. Or 15 as well. Wanting to devour some Ancients, perhaps. A little bit of extra sustain for the rest of his team, maybe a dramatic aura.
Uh-oh, Illage.
Radiant's top tower is under
Through the
attack.
portal. Low's gonna follow. We'll take a little bit time though. I was up the dagger vision, but it's gonna be okay for the moment. FY is hunting.
He knows.
He's got a pretty good read on this.
Of course he does. He's FY.
It's just him though.
FY God.
It is just him. Has he got the damage by himself? Doesn't look like
what?
it.
Radiant's
Oh,
top
what's going on?
is under
Oh yeah,
attack.
that's very awkward now.
He has no TP. Oh, okay.
Nimble Somnus? I was going to say maybe he was going to run into Slardams at night. He's pretty far forward, but of course nothing really to fear with that BKB. Is they going to go for this? As soon as Slardams reveal himself, Tianming's going to be nearby to offer some assistance with the BKB activated Knight. Got a decent chunk of damage at the moment, but Somnus repositions out of the line of sight from Knight, and it's going to be it.
They didn't even need low for that. He's just still sitting down here on the bottom side, ready to join whenever he wants. 5 XP away from having the level 3 Shadow Step as well.
Oh, Illage ran away from the team. Bit of a freebie potentially. BKB activated. They're going to divert their attention back over to try and help the Conqueror, but the global silence will prove to be a bit of an issue now for Thunder as Low. Straight towards the backline supports, and there's nothing they can do about it. Thunder brings him down to half, but it's given enough time for the rest of Azure to move on over as well. Chalice goes in the firing line with the right-click damage will secure that kill. Great timing out of the Azure from Som. This stops the Mystic Flare, and now they can look for more as well. A little bit hesitant though, Azure paying some respect on Thunder. Meta is out though, and FY wants to jump. He's still got the Doom at the ready with the Warsong on the 2. He needs some extra damage for it. That's where Somnus is able to come into play, and he denies a little bit too late. Somnus is way too far forward. They're going to be able to capitalize on that opportunity. They need more out of this though. Azure have gone away too far, and Thunder, they will punish them for this. Oh, Mo's back in. Hang on. He might just kill them all. Tianming, not even dead just yet. Staying alive long enough to help Mo be able to get some further kills, but now it's Low against the world. That'll be all she wrote though. So in the end, still a 0. Yeah, they do go way too far for that and give multiple kills over towards Thunder.
They do, and it's a lot of streaks as well that they ended up giving through too, I believe. Even just, yeah, Somnus, the Wicked Sick. So Illich now has an extra 800 or so gold to be able to play around with. That gets him so much closer towards picking up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. And that's really what both the Invoker and the TB need. They just need that little bit of extra control. That's the sort of stuff that gives the Skywrath Mage so much more potential for scaling as well. I mean, we talked about Azure and FY's potential for it, but I mean, if you can get multiple casts of the Mystic Flare off, multiple Arcane Bolts, it really does start to rack up.
There's something about today in super long drawn out fights. I don't know what's going on so far, but
the hard to kill meta, that's what's going on.
We're gonna have to go back live. We've got some more fights breaking out. Slardams, he's gonna be in danger. Suspected jumps over to the northern side though. Smiling Knight, he's also in an awkward position.
You know what? This Radiance isn't too bad if you just avoid the Terrorblade, right? And just go for the back lines, go for the Invoker. They can find a pick-off, which is quite nice.
Busy. And the Kip ain't gonna do too much here. Maybe we'll actually... Oh, he went... Start a step back. Hang on. They're not gonna stop your Azure. Maybe they will be forced to. Somnus, Ashwood already along with the BKB. Gonna drag him inside the base. But the boys are ready to fall off. They're not going to let him die for free. Wait, Chalice inside the base as well, but he's also okay. What's going on? Splitting their attention. Can Thunder even get anyone? It looks like they should get Chalice, and yeah, they'll get one at least.
Spacecraft.
Couple of times now that they've gone for this dive. They're still waiting around. Somnus and low on the high ground.
Dodge. Not gonna matter. All right, was very cute to stop the Warstorm from connecting, but still dies nonetheless.
They're just outskilling them right now, and that's the sort of thing that a lot of other teams have built their identity behind. You know, when I think of that, I think something like BetBoom. You know, some of the best players in every single position, but I mean, these guys were one of the originals. Somnus for sure, really showing why that is the case. FY, same sort of thing. Chalice hasn't been too shabby either. Low as well, really showing the power of this Spectre hero. If you can go for the greed and get away with it, and on a path towards success.
The Ag shot as well on top of that.
Okay. Just fine.
They see a kill across the map. It's Mr. MJZ. Cummings doing a very good job to be able to set up for the Spectre, to be able to find some of these, and he's rewarded as well with all the gold. I mean, we've spoken a lot about F1 and his item progression, but Tianming now has a blink to be able to work with, help initiate some of the fights, and second row shop as well.
Yeah, instantly Somnus TPing up towards that top side, the pure the pure damage coming through from the Arcane Orb. Plus, he's also got the enchanted to be able to play around with. This Roshan should go down pretty damn fast. That's the strength of having a hero like Doom, who is inherently tanky. You know, good strength gain coming through from him means that he can just put himself there on the lane, not worry too much about his own survivability.
And fire out, even with 7 deaths on Smiling Knight, he still is relatively high up there in regards to the net worth. So
he's got to get the hell out though. They're chasing him.
We're going to see this fresh illusion. They'll go to Slardums out of the north, and now with the daytime hitting, they got a glimpse of the Ghost Walk, and yeah, nicely done, Tianming. Make sure there is detection. Gets a bounty, not wasting any time for Somnus.
Got a min-max, bro.
Of course.
I believe that's at least the Skadi that you've picked up now on the Terrorblade. You've got a Aghanim Scepter completed on Illich as well. So they have hit a couple of big timings. The unfortunate part is that it happens to come right after the Aegis has been picked up, right? So if you're smart about things, you should be able to retreat with a lot of these kill attempts.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is.
It's a bit too late to TP out by the looks of it. And yeah, FI just in the nick of time there with the Infernal Blade once the BKB expired. So another kill into the Conquer, 45 seconds without him. I mean, still we've spoken a lot that Azure, it's obviously showing with their difficulty to take these objectives, being 17,000 gold ahead and only having 1 tier 2 tower claimed.
More installed as well from Chalice. He's up to plus 40 at this stage, and yeah, nearly into the BKB for himself. We were talking about what happens once you've got BKBs. Well, we're seeing it. You know, the Chalice, he's had to use, Somnus, he's had to use his a fair few times, and, well, that meant that they aimed towards Chalice, but now he's going to be so much more survivable. Not even yet level 20 as well, so that those glaives are going to start to bounce too.
Might be able to catch Smiling Knight down bottom. A simultaneous jump across the map. One inside the middle lane, they're going to be able to kill the Sky Mage. Back to bottom though, TP forced to pop the Sunder, but Knight's still in a lot of danger. They're protected with the banishment momentarily. He's still going to go down nonetheless, and with the rest of Thunder in no man's land. Chalice jumps up top, the rest of Azure soon to follow, and Slardums will not even be able to make it back inside the fountain. It's a 5-man wipe, and Azure, well, should be able to get some objectives off the back of this now finally too.
They should. They're going to converge on mid, make sure that they finally take out this tier 2 tower that feels has survived a good 10 minutes longer than it, but
they're not going to get anything.
Yeah. They'll probably get mid tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Something nonetheless, 23,000 gold, still have Ages. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop there as well.
Why not?
This is, I think Meta was even used just before the TP died, so once he's back alive, he's not going to have this big damage spike for 85 seconds, and one last fight potential for Thunder. They're going to try and make the attempt off the back of the smoke. Good luck killing low, 3600 health with cheese, and Somnus as well can always protect him with the Astral too. I mean, Global Silence maybe to try and help them be able to get rid of the buildings and also potentially enable Low to be able to secure the kill as FY jump out of the tier 4 tower. Slardam's going to be addressed, and they've also completely muted the TP's effectiveness inside this fight and inside the entirety of the game as well. I mean, maybe Torrent Storm willing to catch a Tree Protector inside the trees. They do see him though, so it is a kill that goes their way, but it's not going to matter as his buildings continue to fall.
Gems on the deck, they should be able to pick it up. And now it's being picked out by the tree in himself.
I mean, you're going up against the Aegis target still. They're trying to secure the kill. Aegis will be claimed now. More Chalice as well might just solo kill. Another pretty good Mantage shot. So Smiling Knight finds a Sunder target, but it's just not going to matter. They are far too ahead. Somnus can clean up beyond Godlike on low. And Azure should be able to take this in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, this should be GG being called fairly shortly. It really doesn't feel like they can mount too much of a defense off the back of this. Might be looking to make one last hurrah here with Slardam's, but he just has not been allowed to play this game on his Invoker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One more ride, one more fire.
Zure back, man. China's back.
Hang on. Now Slardam's. All right. He's trying to back. Oh, buyback Sunder. Thank you. Keeps him alive. That is there. They're going to make sure almost silence FI, still able to pop the BKB. And that Doom should pretty much spell the M.
Yeah, no mana. Constantly draining HP. Not able to eat regen even inside the fountain. They pick off the Invoker again. You could Sunder him 50 times. They're still going to be able to kill him because of how far away and how good this Azure roster is. They're going to finish up 3-1 at the end of today, which is a pretty good record for them.
Yes, without a doubt. A solid start. Road to the international group stage. One more fight is all they need to be able to claim this one in the end. Low did just buy Butterfly, so maybe a little bit more survivable. Not going to be the case though inside that fight. Everyone just leaves him. You know, F5 down to the low ground. Sunless as well. I mean, Chalice has got the global to make him work for it in the end, but he too is going to end up dying. Chalice and F5 though, hand in hand. Might be able to just do it 2v5, but it looks like it's going to be the case. Did this offlane Santa is a beast. Are you serious, Chalice? And Moonshot as well. Come on, go for more. It's like, no, he's gonna be a little bit more scared. FI, help me, sir. Then we get the rampage. Slardam's able to TPing out. I know, yeah. Now with low buying back, yeah. No, it was all fun and games momentarily, but there's all she wrote for our final series of the night. Cheers to drop 0 over the 2-0 over the Thunder Awaken.
Pretty easy in the end for them, right? Like, I was a little worried that they were just going to get run over because of
Як просто квест, можливо, не в найкращій формі доїхали до...
No. That actually happened. We do have a draft though.
okay, yeah, we could do that, I guess.
We'll probably hop into it. Yeah, I think we're probably going to be seeing a good amount of all chat going on in this one. There's a decent chance that happens. as we're already into this draft. They take out the Dazzle. Are Liquid going to try and run the strategies that we saw them run earlier of just a bunch of big, tanky, beefy boys and then Oracle behind them all? They take out the Phoenix. I think this is the same opening that Liquid had in their last series, isn't it?
It certainly sounds familiar. Actually, I remember Phoenix earlier from Primal Beast games. I don't know if I remember from the Liquid ones.
I think it was banned at the very least.
Oh, that would explain it.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff there. How is Shopify doing right now? Anyway, they're just at the 1-1. Okay. Yeah, 5 hours ago. So they've kind of been chilling. I mean, they've been waiting a while. Obviously, our last series, this stream was a little bit delayed. So we had to wait a little bit in terms of some of the games and stuff. So they've kind of been cooling their jets for a bit. I think both of these teams last played. Yeah, Liquid were a bit after when Shopify were down. So they should be well rested right now. Maybe snuck in a couple pubs in between. Liquid, they dropped that first game to Azure that we were watching, and they've now won 3 straight. They've played that Brewmaster, but they're not going to leave it for themselves this time. And it has been featured pretty heavily in some of their drafts. And you're right, they're also looking after that Phoenix quite a bit as well. So here's a hero we've seen a lot of, Grimstroke. It's looked great. The Shard feels nice. It obviously just using Inkswell in the earlier parts of this game to help secure some kills for some of these melee heroes has looked pretty solid. And it's a hero that Liquid have a pretty long history with as well.
Right. Well, and interestingly enough, Shopify, after their series against Thunder Awaken, which, by the way, they split those games 1-1, not the start that you're anticipating for Shopify, particularly considering how tough this group in particular is. They saw Thunder Awaken run the Grimstroke, and now they're picking it up for themselves. This, entire group stage very much about quick adjustments. Is this going to be an adjustment that Liquid were anticipating? Doesn't look like it. Look at this. Already a minute 45 of the reserve time. This caught them off guard.
Indeed. They're going to go for that Nature's Prophet. Perhaps maybe a little surprise at how that was still in. I mean, not everyone, we haven't seen it in other games, but of course, in that one game, Azure did crush. FY had an incredible game with his Nature's Prophet. He just ran the whole map and made life very difficult for Team Liquid. I'm going to try to replicate a bit of that here.
And for anybody that missed that game, because we were on the B stream when that was happening, it was this combination of FY Nature's Prophet with a Luna on his team, and at the 5-minute mark he was just rotating everywhere and getting kill after kill after kill. So both of these teams kind of taking something from the teams that they played against earlier and trying to develop their own strategies a bit.
I'm now just looking at the draft of that game one. Also, I'm wondering if they are going to Spirit Breaker, because Thunder Awaken did Spirit Breaker Grimstroke, which coming into this tournament looks like a solid combo considering the value that we're seeing from Spirit Breaker in pubs right now. But is anyone else completely not surprised that Shopify picked Luna and lost their first game at this TI? I've been calling that for weeks. I am a certified Luna hater. I see that Luna also then lost the game for Thunder Awaken, so she was the true loser in that 1-1 series, although so was Phoenix. They both played. Liquid have actually won a game versus Batboom with the Luna, though, so credit where credit is due, making this hero work, and obviously lost their game to Luna earlier, but Arteezy, he's just always wanted to play this hero, and I feel like it never goes well for him.
I mean, if you can get it to work, though, it does feel like that hero has definitely been rising up the ranks. It's been feeling better in some of these higher MMR pubs. I don't know. I'm curious if they're going to be able to make it function the way that they hope it is, or if they end up even picking it or not. Foxy looks like he's in a whole different room than everybody. I know he's not, but the camera angle is kind of cool.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
They're going to take the Spirit Breaker. Okay.
Yeah.
I was really curious why they didn't ban it, because it seemed like super solid, but that takes away a good option for the Grimstroke. Grimstroke doesn't care that much. There's plenty of heroes that are really good with Grimstroke. Obviously, you're looking for these solid Inkswell targets, but there's also plenty more that could also benefit a little bit more from the ulti there too. Maybe get some double plays. So what we see from Liquid though is a lot of global potential. We just had our game of Spectre plus Dawnbreaker. Now we have Nature's Prophet plus Spirit Breaker, and we get a great counter to that Spirit Breaker in the Shadow Demon. Very common to see this hero picked against the Spirit Breaker.
You know what else goes well with Shadow Demon, don't you?
Is it Luna?
That's right. Let's see it. Bring it out one time. Why not? Okay, so Kunkka to kind of right the ship, so to speak. And then we've got the Shadow Demon Grimstroke as some nice little supports, both to build up stacks, of course, and then also just solid team fighters. Double rounds of Demonic Purge. Love it.
And now Liquid obviously used quite a bit of reserve time going for this Nature's Prophet, and this tends to be one of the more important parts. You want a little bit at the end for the overall last pick, of course, but right now going for this double pick is going to set up more than likely who is getting that final pick to decide what's worth it right now. And looking at this Kunkka, do they just want to straight up go for their mid hero now and not worry too much about the flex, or are they considering the Saber like Kunkka because he's a pretty swag player?
Right. No, I'm with you. I mean, that is definitely a possibility. And to be fair, I actually think that offlane Kunkka is one of those picks that, like, I mean, I guess you want to have the hero there to be flexible. But I've liked offlane Kunkka for a while. I think that it enables you to play a laning stage a lot more greedily because you can just XTP back the base if you need to.
All right. You know what? I'm worried because all right. Whoa. I was gonna say, we don't want to see another Centaur Warrunner with Earth Spirit. Hopefully, Hitch a Ride is what has caused this horrific bug. Has he escaped? Can we get a wellness check? Could someone in chat check to see if Somnus is out yet?
Oh, no.
And just report in the chat if he has been freed from his eternal prison. It's truly a Sisyphus situation there. He's just the boulder while it rolls.
Yeah, Sisyphus should have just done that. He would have been set.
It would be a lot more relaxed. Yes, they remade. Is that real? Are you lying? They're just lying.
I mean,
to me.
what else?
They're just lying to me.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. They reloaded. Sorry. When you say remade, that kind of implies that the game, it's a reload, is what you're saying. Okay.
Wow.
You gotta get the terminology here.
Wait, remade? So we have the technology to remake?
It's forbidden. It's forbidden technology. Yeah, don't speak about it, or else it stops working.
Back. All right. Well, Liquid decided to pick 4 support heroes, so that's a thing. And then Shopify get the Beastmaster.
Sorry, I'm just tuning back in now to see that Somnus is safe. So I'm glad that. Thank you everyone for helping out. Yeah, that is indeed what's happening right now.
Okay. I think that in terms of like the big beefy tanky heroes that they've got now on Shopify with a Beastmaster and a Kunkka, obviously reveals that it is going to be Abed Kunkka. The Ancient Apparition feels like a nice answer, at least in like a hypothetical, but can they keep people in that area? Are we going to see something like a Faceless Void out of the last phase?
It certainly feels like that's a solid ban.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a hard time thinking of something that's better than that, at least for that specific reasoning. Although a lot of those other heroes, I mean, they banned the CK themselves. Like Sven, of course, but in terms of like long duration disable, I mean, there's Naga Siren that can also do something similar, but doesn't really look like the best Naga game right now. It was a prime Luna game, even I'll admit. I mean, you have Beastmaster, you have Kunkka. It would have been pretty solid here. You have Shadow Demon on your team. I see a lot of bodies in space that could have been made for a Luna, so I definitely get the ban.
Right.
I'll have to find something else for Arteezy in this one.
So the other thing, an option they have is they could ban out something else and take the Faceless Void themselves if they're that worried about it. But honestly, if they take Faceless Void on the side of Liquid, then I feel like Beastmaster probably owns that hero after a little while in the laning stage. But they're going to take the Naga. So
That's
say, all right,
cool.
just don't fight us. Oh
well,
my God.
They don't ban the Faceless Void because now, you know, if they want to go for it, it's pretty rough versus the Naga Siren.
Dude, what if we find out that it wasn't just the heart, if it was the role in the midst of the song all along that gets you stuck there?
Well, only one way to find out. And Shopify, they're going to help us with a little bit of bug testing right now. There's no time for demo mode.
The cart's too weird. It had to. Cart.
Sven's still in.
Okay.
I mean, it's Beastmaster, Naga Siren. You have AA. This kind of looks like a Sven game.
Give me Darkseer, safe lane NP. Let's go. There's no way it happens, but I want it to happen so bad. Please, just one
Calm
time.
your jets, sir.
That's all I want in this world. Give me a Darkseer. Zai, you can play it. You know it's time for it. Bring out the Darkseer. It's actually terrible. Don't pick it. Don't pick it. It's bad.
I feel like it's just oh, it's Life Stealer. Okay.
We have seen this banned a couple of different times.
Yeah. Wow. Insania, good luck hitting these ultis, bud.
Zai Breaker?
I think that fits. That tracks. There's been a lot of offlane Spirit Breaker today. I feel like we're rocking that. I'd rather that these days than the Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
I mean, especially with like this Nisha Earth Spirit. Oh, if he bashes him out of an Ice Blast, I will feel a little bad for Insania.
That's fair. All right, well, can Arteezy Naga Siren carry them to victory, push out all the lanes, get them where they need to be? There are going to be so many illusions going around, but they picked the Life Stealer into it. Mickey is feeling strong.
That's, I mean, got some more buffs, of course. Trending slightly upwards. I don't know if the confidence level is there quite yet. I'd almost more expect to see Shopify being the ones who are bringing out the Life Stealer. That's kind of been something they've looked towards, even when he doesn't look necessarily super meta, trying to find those good counterpick games. But this is instead going to be Liquid. See if they can make it work. Will it be the Radiance build that has grown in popularity? It is versus a Naga Siren. Seems like it could be a good reason to bust it out.
Oh, but get the hell out of there. I saw him still talking to him. Game's about to start. It's time. We're getting ready to get underway.
Bulba, start the game.
Exactly. Again, a pretty important one in this Group B. Every match matters, and Shopify having already dropped a game against Thunder Awaken. If they end up losing a couple more, I mean, can you even imagine? That would be crazy for them to go out, or to have to play tiebreakers even against the Thunder Awaken setup. Yeah, could be rough. Just win though, right?
Just win. That is the play here. And one thing that I like when it's going for a big win is the position foreshadowing in the current year. I do love the ability to just get a bunch of stacks going for your teammates. You have a Beastmaster on your side, so you can sort of give him a solid start to the match through those stacks early on. But sometimes when you're running position for Shadow Demon and the early game goes poorly, it just feels awful. It feels like you have no comeback potential with this hero, right? Like you're not like some hero that can set something up, like a Spirit Breaker or something. You're very dependent on other stuff happening. It's pretty hard to make smoke disruption work anywhere past like 12 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but it's that type of dynamic with the Shadow Demon where you just want to be left alone. It's like, just leave me alone. Let me stack my jungle. Let me go take it with Shadow Poison. Let me give it to my carry. And they just keep coming in and bullying you and killing you over and over and over. You know, this just might be me, but it feels bad, man. It feels bad. We are unpause.
I'm going to ask chat here for player who gets the longest kill streak. I will take the first answer.
Oh my God, they have another freaking pause.
That's all right. We got lots of time here, guys.
Who do I want to give that to?
Arteezy question mark. Is that you, Farcast? So I have to pick you? Oh no, you're just seeing if he's asleep. I see. You guys are just catching up. Oh, Arteezy. Okay, sweet. Definitely that was for Arteezy. Okay, I will take Arteezy.
I'm going Abed. Team with first Roche kill.
Ooh, Roche kill. What do we got? Press 1 for Liquid and 2 for Shopify.
I'm going Liquid. It's in the P-Flax line. Insania had that also on his sticker thing, I think. If I'm not mistaken. And let's see. Time of first tower destruction.
Right, 3 is not helpful, guys. It's not good. A lot of ones. A lot of ones. You guys are Liquid believers. The channel points are even, by the way. That's hype.
Wow.
You guys are 50-50 on the line here. Chat is loving this close game.
I like that. That's what you want to see. We want to have a high kill. I mean, to be fair, it's also a Naga Siren game, though, which is a little bit rough.
Woo! Hey, our last Naga game was really fast.
That's true. It was.
All right. Bye-bye, chat. It's game time now. Have fun.
We're in on it. So the late smoke coming from Liquid. Delayed and maybe ready to go in for some action after they got down that pretty early ward. They will see a couple heroes. Mickey.
The battle begins.
We're by Saberlight and Crit. Smoke breaks, walks in, disruption, and that means it's going to be Shopify picking up 2 of them.
Shout outs to Valve on the nerf on the Hawk. I think we can all appreciate that. Got absolutely obliterated at level 1. 1 second to 0.25. Oh.
Yeah, that hurts.
That feels great. Well, it was necessary. I mean, the hero had a little bit too much going for him. More back down to earth. One thing he does love still is definitely that Helmet of Dominator. And how does it look this game? It looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where if Saberlight gets off to a nice start and can sort of take down this tower early, the game feels really good for Shopify. So much just about kind of, the map control when it comes to these Naga Siren games. But
yeah, are you gonna be able to put Liquid into, Liquid into a position where they're forced to like go for infest plays, like depending on how fast you force them out of the lane, or do you just knock the tower down and Mickey's gonna do that thing where he like farms by the tier 2 and the camps nearby on Radiant side, and it doesn't actually feel that bad unless you can force the ganks, which they kind of can though, right? Because they're gonna have the roar, so it won't necessarily be the safest place. That's okay. It's very high concept level things. I understand that the play-by-play casters kind of zone out there.
You're not wrong.
It's fine.
Can barely hold it together here. Spell names and hero names. About all I got.
Sometimes you don't even get those right.
You take a look. There's a couple other streams that are going on as Boxy comes back.
If you want to find a better one.
They're a decent amount of way through. It looks like they're kind of even in that TSM quest game over there on D. But regardless, this one likely to be a bit of a barn burner, or Naga Siren just goes a little bit crazy. We'll see. Nisha getting caught in the mid lane as Abed able to get off to a decent start. Only one deny between these two so far.
It's good. Oh, nice long range kick there. For the freebie level 2 on the Boulder Smash.
Trying to get all up in the face of Zion Boxy if at all possible. I will say that haven't seen a ton of harassment as of yet out from Boxy onto Fly. Fly's been able to do a pretty good job of keeping his distance. But that is something that we've seen a little bit, is just how much harassment you can get in on this Nature's Prophet. Heroes aren't in good positioning.
Yeah, and he's going to try it now. He has that Blightstone.
Finds him.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful.
Nicely played. Drops down the Sprout to block his way, but he can't Quelling Blade out.
Did he have Quelling and Tango there, or did he just buy that? I mean, it wouldn't matter, honestly. He was still way too slowed, yeah. That's such good placement there. I mean, we're looking at how he doesn't have the lane combo to give himself the stun, and so to help out with all these slows and everything, the cold feet, they're just going to bring in the backside Sprout.
Oh, yeah. Then immediately through, Boxy heading back to his lane. They're going to try and see if they can get some pressure here on as Zai turn it into the Bash Lord. Good damage. Another one hits, and Arteezy trying to do what he can. The stun is going to be there. Still a lot of damage continuing out, but it will be enough to bring down Zai.
Great use of the mirror image there, too. Just ensuring that they only have the single target damage, right? So
yeah,
if they can't figure out who the right one is, they really have a great way to do it once there's not a Sprout to be concerned about by not getting lucky there on the choices. Obviously, those harsh words in the lobby chat are coming back here in cold blood. TP to the rune. Thank you, says Boxy.
Takes that one away, and Nisha, he's going to be able to get in position to take the other water rune. So no refill for the Kunkka. Empty bottle on Abed.
And not going to be getting a whole lot of help here mid, you wouldn't think either, right? Like, Fly on Grimstroke, Shadow Demon for crit. He wants to try and get some stacks going. Doesn't have any going yet, though. So Shadow Demon not finding that, and Fly.
No bash. Boxy chasing. Not going to be able to quite catch up to him, even though he had a slight movement speed advantage.
Arteezy happy about that. Sends out the illusion to keep an eye on them. And grab the wave too. Very nice. Doesn't quite get the pull through though. Boxy to stop it. So nicely done.
Nicely done there too. Making sure he didn't get the money.
True. Can't be having that.
Interesting. 5-minute mark. Nighttime coming around. Will it be time to get a little bit aggro? So far, Mickey doing quite well in his lane. Artesia a little bit behind. Kunkka a slight lead over the Earth Spirit. But besides that, both offlaners kind of getting what they want out of the early going.
Yeah, and Crit did go get one Ancient Stack set up there as well. So
okay,
that'll be lying in wait. And Abed hoping to find a play, but it's kind of tough versus Earth Spirit. Even level 5, it's 1,000 HP there with this Belt of Strength. You got to hit everything right there with the boat. And now the 6 is up there for Nisha too.
Not an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination.
Does go both ways though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is just still here. He's been under a ward for a while though.
Kind of set up for that 6-minute rune. And it is going to spawn. It's a shield rune that hid behind the trees.
Oh, what?
So he didn't see it. I think Fly didn't see that one.
I didn't see it either.
All right, new tech.
Observer ward picked up there. As Insania's heading towards mid. Bottom lane, I mean, it is a life stealer, so Mickey is just totally fine on his own here. 3 points to the Ghoul Frenzy, 2 to the Feast.
They're going up top, trying to take down Zai. Got him with the boat, more than enough to take down that Spear Breaker. And as the 7-minute mark comes around, I wonder if Shopify think about going to try and steal Wisdom Rune.
I mean, he's got TP. You got to think it's on his mind. Saberlight. There's not really much he can do. Yeah, they are definitely going to be losing this one. Oh, maybe not. Nisha.
Oh my God.
Nice.
In time, gets him there. Perfect play. It's Liquid that ends up getting it. Very well played.
There's something I've been seeing Thompson do a lot. I'm sure other mids are doing as well, but I just have to watch like 4 Thompson replays in a row. And he was constantly just going for this 7-minute Wisdom Rune. And it works out so well because often it's like a support 1v1 and they like throw stuns at each other and then one person TP's out. But when it's a mid hero like Earth Spirit, who has a little bit of offensive potential early on, and even brings the AA with him, it just becomes a Wisdom Rune plus a kill.
Step lively now.
I think that is going to be one of the big things that, I mean, your Shadow Demon is level 3 right now at 7.5 minutes.
Oh, they're
now
gonna
Nisha's about to roll in, finds Saberlight immediately. Like, he can't do anything. He's just gone. Liquid are, I mean, that Wisdom Rune play is huge. And now they're even like, if Crit comes in and tries to stack too many camps, they could even go on in and try and steal these.
Right, Liquid looking good there. Of course, you know, they do have a Naga Siren, so there are some concerns heading a bit later here. And they're going to try and make another play up top here onto Zai. Charges back in 8 seconds. Doesn't look like they're going to have the control to set this one up here. I think Abba might have made a long rotation.
Oh, body block.
Still trying.
Oh, he got through. I don't know how he got through there.
I mean, the Naga illusions are pretty skinny, right? They have the smaller collision size.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Unfortunate for Shopify, not able to connect. So a lot of wasted time. There's still, I mean, this is basically what Crit has to do. He just, you know, continues to stack up camps when he can. He is going to get the disruption there onto the NP. But yeah, needs to do whatever he can to try and get these levels up on the Shadow Demon. Saberlight now also.
He's just doing his thing, right? Beastmaster Gaming.
X pulls back Zai. Damage onto him there. Ooh, Nisha. That was very nice. But still going to get stunned, and I think brought down. Yes. I can't get away.
Man, that ink spell lasts so long now.
Oh, yeah.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Tread's finished up here for Boxy, so might not have the Luna Aura like we saw earlier, but has some treads, maybe a little bit of help there too from some allies when TP's in. Might bring a life stealer with him perhaps, so he's got a couple different tools that can help him out.
Saberlight in the meantime decides to go on in for the arcane boots. Has to farm a bunch this game to try and catch back up, it feels like, for him, so to make sure he can keep that going into the helm of the Dominator next.
And Mickey is going Armlet, Radiance. Not surprising. Great versus Beastmaster, great versus Nagasai.
Why? Caught. But they move in with Abed, trying to do what he can. Stun will not connect onto anybody, and now Abed kind of in no man's land. Crit can't really do anything to save his mid, so Abed is just dead. Nisha with the double kill. Their early games movements have been so strong from Liquid.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of these mid blade mails here as well, which means that whoever kind of starts rolling out first just feels way better. Like if you both have blade mails, but you're the one who's getting the better advantage early, you're the one who's pushing the tempo and kind of forcing like your own. It's just like they can't turn on you. You know, you just get to keep bullying the whole way through, and that's while you have Nature's Prophet TPing in, a core Spirit Breaker charging, with potentially the surprise inside of Mickey's Lifestealer.
The tempo of this game is starting to pick up a little bit for Liquid as Boxy. Oh my God, mobile ward. They're gonna go right in.
Vision.
Crit's there, but a lot of Shopify are too. This is not an easy go.
I mean, he's here for a while.
They roll in, find Saberlight, A blast, Roller is there, but they back away. Silence tries to get out.
Oh, that was so sick,
dude. I can't believe that. That's so crazy.
The sprout into ulti too. That like the last bounce. Oh, he clips the boulder smash.
Dude, that was so sick. That was so freaking sick.
I thought he had Tumbler Swipe when he first did it. I was expecting him to like hop down. He's just up there. Throws out a sprout, gets the big damage at the end of the Wrath of Nature, because that thing's still crazy. They get hit by 358 on the Kunkka by Wrath of Nature. It's just, you're just getting hit by Lion, you know? 431 on the Beastmaster. Why is it still so good?
Disruption. The Boxy sprouts himself a little off the mark, but it doesn't matter. They still have what they need. They're completely rolling now.
So just to check, he's clipping himself and getting kills, and then he's sprouting himself and getting kills. And this is all versus RTZ. I just want to clarify that's what's happening.
That's a good point. Yeah, okay. You know,
this is some serious mental warfare. And I watched that Boxy documentary. I was kind of a fan. Not so much. It seems a bit much. It seems a little toxic, if you ask me.
It's the new ways to mentally tilt opponents. You gotta love it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wow, 4K gold. And I mean, again, if you're on the side of Shopify, this is kind of the I guess in a way what you're hoping to get, which is the free farm on the Naga Siren. The problem is that a lot of heroes are kind of dying in the meantime. Not able to get too much else done on the map, it feels like, for Shopify.
They are, but
now that they have level 6s, maybe.
I mean, they're just keeping it up, though, just like they have to on the side of Liquid. I mean, Spirit Breaker, Earth Spirit, there's only really one side of the map they want to be on. It's not their own. They can be applying pressure, trying to remove that from you. And one of the best things about being a support Nature's Prophet is that if you have these allies that really need to play aggro, like Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker, not only are you happy to join them, but you get to clean up these little like dregs on your own side of the map that nobody's here for because they're playing so aggro. You know, oh, the mid laner's back. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just holding these creeps for you. I wasn't gonna farm them.
All right, as he farms them in his face.
Yeah.
It's binged a couple times there. Might not have been him though. Yeah, so Manta done, Blade Mail done, and I think Helm of the Dominator completed too. It's as good as time as any for Shopify to try and maybe take a tower. I don't know if that's what they're interested in doing though. Abed's still trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter. It will be a Wisdom Rune finally got for Shopify though. Much needed.
Yeah, indeed. How's Zai's progression going here? He is doing the Midas straight Octarine.
Okay. And a nice little infest play. Who's gonna show? Who's gonna die?
They're just waiting for a roll in from Nisha.
Is under attack.
Withdraw.
Abed's there. Dude, they're playing so safe. Now Zai.
A time miss.
Yeah, this is actually kind of great for Shopify. If they just don't show and they're able to dodge this, this is huge.
Dire's middle tower.
If they can convert it to some tower pressure, kind of works out. I mean, Sania is lurking nearby. He's got the Ice Blast ready.
Yeah, it does not appear that Shopify are interested in fighting this. They see that there is a ward placed up on that high ground. They are spread out all across the rest of the map. There is going to be a Zai charge, and even thought about ulting the Helm of the Dominator creep, but lets it get away.
I see some pings up at the top left of the map there from Mickey saying, hey, there's a Shadow Demon here, because they're not able to chase him, right? He's hiding out of vision, throwing out this level 4 Shadow Poison, pushing out these waves when staying out of their own view of the map. So great place there from Crit, just trying to counter out what the Spirit Breaker can do. He's still doing it again down bottom now. So trying to get to a Blink Dagger here as they do find one patch.
I mean, it's Fly who was trying to deward. Ends up getting punished for it. But nonetheless, a kill's a kill. It's a good job by Shopify to keep the net worth close, even though they haven't been able to do anything on the map. Now, the
defensive roar to escape.
And he gets out. Did a little jukey juke.
Is he done there? So, Nisha moving back in here again. Exactly like Somnus earlier, he is 404. Got himself an error.
Hmm.
You see what I did? Actually, that's what you did earlier. Really
well
explain the joke. Yeah, it's good. It's better that way. Yeah.
I still didn't get it, but that's fine.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they are literally just gonna try and keep AFK farming. That feels like it's Shopify's play. They are hitting a lot of creeps, man. 256 last hits for the Naga Siren.
Creeps. Almost 100 more than the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Naga's just gonna keep doing it. Top net worth in the game. There is a Lifestealer Radiance. You know, this part is pretty nice, and actually they will find another. It's gonna be Beastmaster going down. Well, Mickey keeps farming. Mickey decided he wanted to be a dinosaur.
Well, that's good.
Oh my god, dude. The ESJ was never really gone from TI. Do you guys remember the days? Lifestealer infested ancients.
It's back.
We're here. Dude, he's running at him. Oh my god.
Yes, Jay.
Oh my god, dude, he's actually gonna get him. Run away from the ancients. Don't let him get you. He's just stayed in the ancient. Oh god. All right, he's had enough. You can't take the Watcher apparently in ancient mode.
Yeah, that's tough. Sometimes we gotta go back to our real selves, take off the mask, you know. Nikkei, what do you got? Show me this tier 2 token.
The smoke is good. They find one. Nisha is going to get away. It will not quite be so lucky for Insania, who had a streak and actually gave a ton of gold.
Yeah, he was actually tied with a 4x streak, just like Nisha. So good news for him. Nisha almost has a heart. And Zai almost has the Octarine. He's about 700 gold away, and it will be done.
I mean, they're incredibly farmed. They somehow managed to get a blink on crit, which is pretty insane.
It's all this pushing he's doing, staying out of vision and just throwing the Shadow Poison.
Right.
How impactful will it be is the big question. I mean, it's going to help a lot in terms of the kiting. He should be able to get off his ulti on the target he wants. He might be able to blink in range, get a key disruption on either the Spirit Breaker or the Spirit Breaker's target, depending on what's the most important.
Trent, this is where the game's going to be decided right in the next couple of minutes here. There is one Philosopher's Stone on Liquid. Will they be able to get multiple on Shopify? They get one on Shadow Demon. That's pretty big.
Oh, it's a big Philosopher's Stone.
I mean, this is really important, this game. Probably don't want it on Boxy since he right-clicks creeps so much. Maybe still, though. I don't know. We'll see, though, if Fly is able to get one for himself. He does going to be a happy camper.
Zai is farming really quickly, and there it is. Octarine done.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He is. He's definitely getting up there.
I mean, he even got the Faded Brooch for the 15 movement speed. He's got it all. Everything the Spirit Breaker needs. And it's a pretty significant buff as well, right? With the every little bit of movement speed just does more now. Feels kind of sweet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. Do they have the tier 2s? Who's gonna get what? That's all I'm waiting on right now. I've just got it open, ready to look.
Radiant structures.
Because it is farm fiesta. The damage done in this game has got to be minuscule.
Easy? Gonna be found here by Nisha? No.
Fly also found. Gets caught and killed. Get any more? No. Keep it away.
Yeah, back to farming.
Zai. I mean, I think he's just gonna be happy doing this for days. This really feels like it's the one play. When these smokes come out, there is a chance that something good happens on the side of Shopify. But it feels like they need to make something happen with these. If they're just AFK farming with them, it's not going to be a good time.
It's another game where we have this Kunko who isn't able to find his moves here. Zai gives up on the plan Saberlight. A little bit more concerned about the potential rotations and also just a roar being dumped on him. Was maybe hoping to burn it on a bulldoze.
Unfortunately for Shopify, Fly did not manage to get a Philly. Instead has the Eye of the Vizier.
This will impact our Agman's hopes. I guess it's not a crazy Ags game this time.
Yeah.
Already has the Shard too, which we've discussed as being one of the best things about Grimstroke anyway right now, so he's sitting pretty.
Boxy's just like going and taking ancients while the rest of his team is out across the map continuing to farm. Lifestealer, Manta done now on top of Radiance and the Armlet.
The Helm of the Overlord is done. Huge item for Beastmaster. There is some potential counterplay from Nick A, but there's a good chance that the Infest just won't be up anyway, right?
Yeah. Okay, and Shadow Demon gets the Shard. So another really cool answer, I think, in a way for Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Magnetize just stays off of whatever hero he casts this on. Demonic Cleanse, super good.
All he needs to do is get level 25 for Undispellable.
There it is. So 22 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead, but Liquid not really able to completely blow this game open. They are going to spot one, but crit already away. Immediately blinked before the charge could get out there. Nisha hunting, trying to find him. Song available. They're not going to go for it. Abed. They're back behind the tier 2 tower. Connection is there. They have the Orchid already done. Silence now continuing. The damage out, and Abed able to secure the kill. And now the connection onto both of these two heroes. The big Helm of the Overlord creep starting to lay into them, but they've already killed it off. Now Zai, under control, rooted, doing good damage, and they get him. Mickey just walked in and right-clicked him. Didn't have an answer. Saberlight forced to back away. They try and take down Zai, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to dodge the Ice Blast. That was pretty sick, but right at the start of that fight, he took almost 600 damage from Wrath of Nature. Like, it is absurd the amount of damage you just get moving into these fights with that. With all the vision they're going to have, these aggressive heroes just like rolling on in. And they did get Nisha's big streak, though, and that went to
Abed.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's something. I mean, he needs it, that's for sure. They're chasing now onto Saberlight. Get vision, blink forward, try to get him with the Sprout, not quite going to connect, but with everybody else moving in, Saberlight as good as dead, and they're going to get his little creep too. They move in, take it down. Liquid, I mean, they've had every answer.
Yeah, I think you could even say that they probably should have more kills in a sense. Like, they've really been on the run there from Shopify. They've done a pretty good job of dodging around this map. Partly because it is a Naga Siren, of course, so the illusions are giving you a lot of assistance for scouting out and keeping the waves pushed out. But it's just a devastating situation. They've just been in their grasp pretty much the entire game. And Zai, does he have his next item? I see his gold is empty. I don't see his courier. Oh, it's flying through. Oh, his Shadow Blade's done. Okay, nice.
Okay. Crit, right onto Zai. Nice blast.
Good time to get your Shadow Blade delivered.
They find Insania. This is pretty decent. At least getting a couple of kills along the way. Boxing moves in. Zai still chasing. Finds one. It's on to Fly. Now the roll coming from Nisha. Do they have any way to save this? Managed to get the soul bind onto 2. Arteezy still in trouble. Where's the save? Where's any heal? Doesn't have anything. Arteezy going to drop to Mickey as Nisha takes down Fly. And 25 minutes in, it's a 12,000 gold lead, and Shopify still on the run. Can't find a way out of this. They run into Saberlight, will manage to kill off his creeps and then move in for the final finish.
I've seen this one before. It's a rerun right there. Unfortunately for Shopify, and Nisha is just keeping this up exactly as you'd hope for. All over this map, making life look good for the Nature's Prophet. That feels a little inspired from the Azure game. Gotta say, a lot of similarities here.
Oh yeah.
Foxy was a bit jealous of how much fun FY was having. Felt like he might give it a go.
It's definitely working out in a similar way. And I mean, again, these next couple of minutes here, I mean, what is this? Shadow Demons trying to get towards Aghanim Scepter. Crit kind of knows the job and what they need to come online, but in the end, it just feels like this Lifestealer is way too big to deal with. He's got a Lincoln Sphere.
This Roshing, I gotta say, there was something to say about the future of hitting towers.
Right.
That was painful to watch considering they have a Lifestealer.
Why does he get sniped? Oh my god. I was close to death.
It's a tough game for the Ice Blasts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was a bit of a YOLO one, but just hard to lock them down. Yeah.
Oh, the silence from range! Yo, Nisha dropping the stone to make sure he can't get it off. But now disruption, I don't know if it's gonna matter, man. Song of the Siren does manage to get him away in the demonic cleanse. That'll be enough. Oh, what a play by Nisha, though.
Oh, what crit? No.
Poor crit. Oh,
saved. The Ink Swap.
Living.
Ice Blast Fountain. No crit. Oh
my god.
You see him? He's 360 in the fountain.
Jeez. That was scary as hell, man.
All right. Some small wins here for Shopify.
And
don't look down there, though.
Small wins and big losses is a good description of this game for Shopify so far. Because there have been some moments that things have looked decent, but overall it's been quite tough.
All right, well, just hold the high ground forever. There's the Torrent Storm. Man, this is so similar to our earlier game where they just had no damage except for their Morphling. Like, this is just Virtus Pro ran into this issue, and I mean, I say no damage, and then they have a Naga Siren who, I mean, she's kind of damaged, but it has to be in the blender in a pretty perfect situation with other illusions dying. And predictably, Mickey is going Mjolnir.
Right. I mean, he's gone the perfect item builds to just completely counter out Naga Siren. And I mean, even with like open wounds now, right? Like the healing he's going to be getting, just even from all of his abilities and everything, it's going to be really hard to deal with this Lifestealer. Perfect last pick.
Zai?
He's
That's
dead.
Almost 100 to 0.
Crit manages to get away. He has a blink. They move in. This is okay. Nope. Well, they roar and take down Zai. Also, Abed able to get involved. Boxy went down. The illusion's off to the side, and Arteezy getting a couple of those kills in there. They do have the Song of the Siren already going out, but Mickey in his is, well, able to get some damage out, but Abed's just going to run away. Trying to escape. Can't catch up to Abed.
I don't think you've seen. I mean, it's nighttime. We should be good.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on.
Oh, is he gonna go farm the Radiant side of the map?
That's sick.
It's a gamer move.
Don't get scouted by the courier, and everything will be fine for Abed. If he's good.
And nicely played. AK will push up the mid lane though. Get an absolute ton of farm. And continue his rise here as the most farmed hero in this game. Shortly followed by Arteezy, but then again it's the dynamic duo of Zai Spiritbreaker and Nisha Earth Spirit, who are kind of just doing the same thing all over this map.
Right. Well, and the other problem, as often happens with Naga Siren, is level 17 right now compared to 21 on Nikkei. He's 3,000 HP. Although I guess with Naga Siren Heart and now having Bloodthorn, there are some elements of this that maybe could start culling together a little bit better in a fight. It's just very difficult from the position they're in. But they're going to try and go.
All right, well, maybe in combination of a Bloodthorn and Inner Beast, they can get a crazy amount of damage in the span of a roar or something.
They hit on the scan. They saw that one hero went off that direction, but they're not going to be able to connect onto anybody. It looks like Naga Siren Illusions will take out the creep wave as they maybe run through the gate.
Yeah, they're going to send back... oh, nobody. Yeah, okay, now they're going to send somebody back because Boxy's in.
Yeah, they got to. And it's Smoke Up instead from Liquid. And I mean, their initiation is insane. With Spirit Breaker, Shadow Blade, they're trying to find somebody. They knew that they're heading off this direction. They spot Abed, able to get him. Nobody to save. The Kunkka goes down.
The old Mighty Minds ward up there getting them.
Roll. Finds Fly, kicks him back in. Nisha playing this one quite well. And another 2 dead as Liquid have had enough. Time to push the buildings.
Oh man, he even got Elven Tunic.
Oh yeah.
All the movement speed for Zai. What a shellacking.
I mean, it really is. Nothing has gone right for Shopify in the last couple of minutes. Well, many minutes.
About, 31 of them, I'd say. That's not true. Didn't they get first blood?
Yeah.
All right, so like 30 minutes.
Illusions going down. They do manage to break Lincoln's, get the silence, but now the roll. Boxy just went on the back line. Kill crit. That is a nice target to find. Song of the Siren, but they're losing buildings while it's happening. Throwing out some magnetizes, but objectives claimed. Double lanes of racks. Liquid, they're just too good in this game right here. Boxy aggressively blinking in onto the Beastmaster. No roar, he's gone. Buyback immediately, trying to do what they can. Arteezy trying to find him. Boat is out, so damage mitigated, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. They do get the stun, long duration onto Mickey, trying to take him down. Feast is still there, though, with so much work. They finally get him. That is the kill that they needed, and now the root connected onto Boxy. Shopify managed to find a little sign of life.
All right, guys, relax. That might be the next call here.
The relax call?
Yeah, might have been a bit much. Got a little bit deep. I mean, cost what, buyback on the Beastmaster. Just on ulti, sail on by. This is the best investment of TI, by the way. Yeah, see, TZ appreciates. He's like, oh, thank you.
Oh wait, do I have him muted? I think I have.
Bro.
I think I have Insania muted.
Are you not getting his voice lines?
No. Oh, there we go. Unignore user. My bad. Sorry, Insania.
That's kind of fair, to be honest.
Bad. Very toxic of me.
I'm sure he deserved it.
I think he was spamming voice lines a lot at once. Yeah, I just didn't want to see him anymore. Thankfully, we still get him on broadcast. That's what's important. Speaking of Insania, is he going to get found over here?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't quite look like it. As Saberlight, he will definitely be found. And
this is the worst game.
Oh no! Oh, they find the Naga Siren. Song of the Siren back up 2-1. Will it matter? Okay, maybe a chance. A hope, a dream, song, die, BKB, crit dies in the duration of it. The rest of them try and run away. Gets the TP. Oh! Oh my goodness.
Oh, thank goodness we're back in our base and it's only a 27k lead.
True.
Saved.
They managed to get away, just barely.
Zai just one-shotting the waves here as he charges through.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, towers start to fall. And Arteezy steps forward, breaks the Lincolns, has to back away. Nisha at 4,669 HP will find and kill off Fly, decides to roll in. Disruption almost sends Nisha into the fountain there for a second. That might be the only thing that could salvage this, and he's not going to stay there for too long. Torrent Storm and the boat, nothing doing. Building's gone. That's Mega Creeps 35 minutes in. Are they going to try and end this one out right now? Liquid keeping that pressure going.
Abed, he wants one more here. They want to end this streak on Nisha.
Oh,
can it be done? He's at 6,000 HP.
Another Song of the Siren. She called. Well, sing the dismay sound as it will go down. And an impressive win for Liquid. They knew exactly what they needed to do. It felt like they knew exactly what Shopify wanted to do, and they just stopped it from happening.
I'm a little upset here. Chatters who told me to choose Arteezy for the longest kill streak. You probably are aware that that wasn't it. So you got me.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
We go to that instead. That's a little bit better. No, drafting's a lot like cooking, you know? You got to follow the recipe. Got to have the right ingredients. You don't want too much of one thing and nothing of another. You don't want too much Beastmaster Gunka.
See, this is
and
definitely
not enough damage.
This was all part of the plan, you know. We sort of had this laid out that we were going to do the analogy of the draft to a recipe and a pie. I definitely didn't just run off and grab a pie from the microwave. But we have changes.
Microwave?
I microwave up the pie. What's the matter with you?
Sullying this pie by putting it in the microwave.
You gotta heat it back up. It makes it delicious. Well, enough of that.
We've had enough of that, honestly. We might have to work through some problems here.
We have a couple of not really swap ups, I guess. The only change up is that Liquid banned the Phoenix themselves.
Team Liquid's
which last time, I guess. Wait, no, hold on.
They did that before as well.
Okay, yeah. It's all just the pretty much the same then. Shopify have last pick.
Yeah, instead they have also banned the Brewmaster this time though on Shopify, so won't be coming out here. That part was swapped up previously. But yeah, other than that, I mean, Shopify banning the Muerta I think is a little bit surprising. I mean, it essentially says that they also think that Liquid would first overall it, because I think that's what Shopify are kind of hoping for right now.
Right.
Is trying to get their hands on that Muerta, as Winter was mentioning there. Can't really blame them.
No.
Oh, Nisha, he's doing air quotes. Okay, all right.
What does it mean? What could it mean? Shopify, I will say, they took a long time, it looked like, in between the games, trying to figure out what they wanted to do and change up in the draft. They still have, after seeing the Spirit Breaker get taken, they're trying to figure it out. I mean, this is really the plight of the group stage, right? There's so much that can change and happen throughout the course of it. You got to make split-second changes, and the drafts just start one after the other. You know, there've already been so many games that happen today. You got to get through them all.
And Spearbreaker is a bit of an enigma right now, since that hero's, well, I mean, that hero might be okay actually with those changes, but we don't know yet. Spearbreaker is tough because it's multiple roles, And I think even if you're not necessarily playing like a global strat, it can still be a pretty strong hero, but it just gets further amplified when you bring those out. And so they have to be considering things like how vulnerable will our mid laner be? Is it a hero that can be punished pretty hard by that? You know, grab the Invoker. This has been traditionally when they found, I would say a lot of their success for Shopify tends to be like earlier Abed picks. Kind of sucks for Abed sometimes. I mean, we all know the meme, the old Storm Spirit, but it did work fairly well for a long time for a good reason, because he did open up those opportunities for the other core heroes. Kunkka unfortunately wasn't able to do it last time, so I'm going to bring out the Invoker instead.
Team Liquid's
one of the
turn to
heroes that
ban.
at times has looked like maybe, I mean, the last couple of patches since the universal change has both looked very dynamic in terms of being flexible, but also quite strong out of the mid roll. I will say a lot of the strength to me comes from the flexibility, and I don't think there's anybody else to play this, right? Nobody else is going to be playing Invoker. Except for Abed.
No, I don't think. I mean, I haven't seen Crit practicing it. Maybe he's got his own secret smurfs and stuff, but as far as I'm aware, you know, he's still playing Hoodwink. That guy's trying to make that hero work. He's a grinder. And of course, the Tusk that they did work with a bit recently, but that's going to be removed here. Some other heroes he's been working on, though, the Shadow Shaman. He's been playing some of that. He's been playing some of that Weaver that we saw earlier. He's working on his Muerta because obviously Arteezy is looking like a threat with that hero, so he's be ready to also shift into it on the support role. And well, I mean, he's always loved Clinks, but I mean, that one he's only played core. I don't think he's ready to bust it out into the support. He always likes to complain whenever Clinks gets changed.
Makes sense. Figure out how to make it happen. It's like Dazzle as a hero, right? Keeps changing constantly, but this time Dazzle's really
hard to keep up with that guy. Yeah, they're taking it. Oh man, that's a lot of reserve time there, and they do give her the Nature's Prophet. They say, hey, we just can't handle this double global again.
Right.
It's a bit much.
Stroke is still in if they wanted to try it.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
But no.
Okay. Speaking of crit heroes, it's definitely one of the bigger ones.
I like it. It's tough. This Spear Breaker, I think, presents a lot of problems. It's great wave shove. It is pick off. It's team fight. It's escape. Like it kind of hits all the boxes for what you want out of it. If you can get farm and if you can get through the laning stage, I guess. But honestly, I don't even think really shutting him down in lane matters that much. So it feels like you kind of need to ignore it, but also feels like you can't ignore it.
Pretty good. But a couple tools at least already for Invoker and Dark Willow. I mean, just like untargetability from the Shadow Realm, maybe saving you in clutch situations, maybe some Brambles making things a bit annoying. Does have quite a bit of magic damage early to even maybe punish if it's like a support Spear Breaker. Kind of burst him down a little bit, even as a fellow support. And Liquid, they go right back for it. Quick double pick here of the AA and taking the Kunkka for themselves. So quite a bit of flex here. I mean, it's a absolutely classic counterpick versus Invoker, so it's pretty safe to assume that they're willing to send this mid here for Anisha into the Invoker. I'm not expecting a big flex out of this one.
5 seconds.
And yeah, I'm kind of excited for Saberlights here, though, because he didn't get as focused in the bans. Last time, they banned out a couple heroes themselves that he has been playing recently, and then Liquid did as well, and I felt like the pool was really small for the offlane. This time, it's completely wide open. I mean, we could say the Bristleback has been in the offlane a little bit. He's banned, and then, of course, the Brewmaster first phase. But other than that, he's got choices. So where does he want to go to get the most out of his lane and his partnership with his Dark Willow?
Yeah, I mean, that's really going to be the question mark. And it feels like with an Invoker in the game, somebody that can both get active, get stuns, could be pretty important. So that way you can have at least somebody to play with. But then again, maybe you can go like a more greedy route if you want to play. Yeah, so this is what I was wondering, is if we're going to see like a return to Exort Sunstrike Invoker, particularly since you're playing against Kunkka, I feel like Quas Wex, I mean, I don't know. That matchup is so hard no matter what you do.
10 seconds remaining.
At least here you can do like Sunstrike combos with Duel to maybe try and accelerate your farm. If that's what he wants to do. He might still go Spirit Vessel like Crosswex.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have Bedlam, so the Duel should be okay. And oh my goodness, you know, okay, this was gonna be my complaint, is that one of the issues with the fours for crit that he loves, like these Dark Willows and stuff, is that there's not a lot of great melee 5s, and Fly traditionally also hasn't played that many of them. He tends to obviously just play the more like classic 5 mega supports, like, you know, Witch Doctors, Warlocks, Dazzles, those kind of heroes. So I love seeing this with the Clockwork. I think it's a great way to try and give a bit of space for the Dark Willow, a little bit of initiation in there as well. And it definitely opens up the carry pool for Arteezy, because he tends to gravitate towards a lot of those ranged heroes. Melee heroes can manage with melee 5s if it's like Clockwork in a lot of situations, but the ranged heroes really need them. So this can be quite helpful. But there's the big guy, the Chaos Knight. He has looked incredible all day today, and it can be a 3 or a 1. So have to cover a couple different options here during this banning stage.
I think if Saberlight pops off this game, like you're talking about, he got a pretty nice window of being able to pick a lot of different heroes. I think they are going to be in a really good position. And I want to see somebody that Arteezy plays that can get involved in fights. I think Spectre might be a pretty good pick here. It's not great against CK, but just let like Saberlight try and snowball a bunch and get a bunch of kills running around with Legion.
10 seconds
I don't know. I just feel like they need to play more active.
Sounds so scary though.
It does. You're not wrong. If it goes poorly, they're out, but you got to take a chance, man. Like,
that's a fair point.
You're playing into like Kunkka CK. Legion needs to be able to do damage.
I'm guessing they probably just ban Luna alongside this TB.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the other way to go, but Luna might be a bit much, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
Might be a little excessive, but they also haven't shown all too much because we're so early in the group stage, so maybe they just go for some of the classics. They have a long time to decide here. Presumably, they probably have their other hero already set in stone. But they wanted to go with this Chaos Knight anyway. What are they looking for right now from Team Liquid anyway? Their team fight's pretty solid. Good initiation across the board. Yeah, let's ban Luna. Oh, the Razor. Oh, that's so good. That, because I'm thinking of all these other options. They're also shut down by Razor.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. Wow, you know what the worst carry-to-carry matchup is in the game statistically? For Razor. Spectre.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't believe.
Wait, Spectre is the best matchup against Razor?
No, yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
By just raw pub data. It's not actually that meaningful, but it's kind of funny. Because you were, going for the Spectre. They go for the Faceless Void. So works pretty well with the Dark Willow. Bit of a classic here. It's got some sauce. I don't hate it. I'm not in love with it though, but of course you always have the never-ending classic combo of Aghanim's Invoker plus Faceless Void.
Yeah, I think that it at least gives you a way that if the game does go south, you can like maybe make a comeback happen. I mean, as much damage as Cataclysm is with Chronosphere, the other worry that I have is that you have a couple heroes that are getting at 4,500 HP. You know what I mean? Like, will it be enough to burst through them? Particularly when CK just like heals immediately back up to almost full with one swipe.
Yeah, and even though they're kind of like, we had this discussion earlier, they're kind of like semi-cores. Like they don't have this like crazy acceleration where it's just like, it's not the big like ramp up like, whoa, we go crazy after being kind of bad. They just slowly get better. All three of them do the same thing. All three of them get pretty beefy. And then do they have damage issues again here for Shopify?
Maybe.
No, those earlier levels, it's they're going to be pretty precise with the spell casting there and really hope they don't hit the rum buff.
Listen, just get crit Aghanim Scepter with Midas, okay? Get there. You know what you need to do. Job's done.
Prepare for battle.
How hard could it be?
Well, some predictions here as the game gets into it. Number 1, number of ancient can't stacked by 30 minutes. Let's go 21 plus. You are muted. Oh, all right, that's good. I muted him too. Don't worry.
Did you really take 21 plus? It's not gonna be 21 plus.
Oh, I believe 21 plus.
That's insanity.
I'm just
Who
picking
even farms
random
ancient
things.
stacks in this game?
All of them. Battle. Battle. Fly. Get in there. Battle him. Rooted. Controlled. Nisha in trouble. Nisha not in trouble. They walk away.
It's like one hero.
Could have been big. Can you imagine? Just gonna get bashed right out of the gate. Do I have them all muted?
Seconds to battle.
If I muted everybody? I might have, Trent.
Why are you so toxic?
I mean,
they just said good luck, have fun.
Did they really?
Yeah, and then Insania did the dove line again, and then Arteezy said you are muted.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And then Insania tipped him. It's a dramatic retelling of what happened. Down bottom, there's a bounty rune fight. Boxy, wow, he got it. Nice clicking, Boxy.
Doing good damage here onto him, but needs to back away. And with crit coming in, can they do enough? Fly. Fly. Oh, he baited him in. Got him. Easy gets the first blood.
We got the salve there, too. Flies right back in it. Oh, level 1 clockwork. What to do is level 1 clockwork in the lane, ladies and gentlemen. You run at them with battery assault. Does that still apply to a Razor and a Spirit Breaker? Kind of. Gotta watch the link, though. You already saw that could end up being a little problematic, but he is immediately there. You go. He didn't commit.
Do it again. We'll have to see. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting one to watch. That's for sure. I want to see how much. I feel like Zai should have a really good lane against this double melee with Clockwork. Like you're talking about, you can run at him a bit, but when battery assault is down, even when it's up potentially in some fights, it might still be crazy strong. And in the mid lane, the thing to watch will be how much can Abed get done in this matchup that's traditionally been thought of as a super hard counter.
Yeah, plus the recent nerfs would specifically hurt in this matchup, as it's like non-stop constant damage spam, and you've lost it along these regen and lifesteal helps that you had before. So, a bit annoying for Invoker to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Up top, though, we have a classic combo. We have Chaos Knight and Ancient Apparition. Ancient Apparition used to only be considered kind of viable in the pro scene if you had like Sven or Wraith King or CK, so they played together a lot, trying to make use of the cold feed in the lane. And it's still a super solid combo. It's quite well.
I don't think that you can get it off without using Reality Rift, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you can. But because the stun is so low now, all the stuns got nerfed. It takes longer for the latch to go through.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit longer, like 4 seconds. You have the time, but it's basically a great way to force bad plays. Like if they try and go on you, use the cold feed, they immediately have to decide like, oh, are we going for this kill or are we just backing off?
Right. Oh yeah, and mid already starting to show some of the problems. Nisha right now 14-2. Although actually Abed's still keeping it somewhat close. We'll get a couple of denies here and there. He does have a whole wave that's still sitting while Abed doesn't. And actually it looks like Abed might try and pull the wave to the side. Yeah, doesn't want to lane straight up against the Kunkka.
No, do not do it fairly.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, lanes. No. He just wants to take it somewhere safe. And now Spirit Breaker's charging. Dude. Oh, no. This is bad.
No, it's worth. You get the bounty room, guys.
Yo. Ghost Walk. They already have the sentry down. Abed is gone. You know, sometimes Spirit Breaker ganks your lane. Sometimes you gank the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, or you meet somewhere in between.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they got a great kill bounty at the bounty rune. And up top, they are taking some damage. Look at these like full HP heroes here.
Yeah.
1 point in the Chaos Strike. Insania is just hiding behind his big friend there, lobbing these ice balls at him.
They're winning all the lanes. This is pretty rough. Shopify, I mean, we'll see how this goes. But this game is definitely feeling like it could be a tough one. Already, they're getting pulls off over to the side. And Nisha continuing to be dominant in the mid lane.
So definitely some core heroes that I don't really want to see when I'm playing Clockwork. You know, like, I mean, they pick me Clockwork. I'm like, okay, this looks good. I like it for the support duo. Seems fine. And then out comes a CK and a Razor. And it's just like, oh, like, I don't want to hook either of those.
Right.
I mean, you got to hope that your teammates are really far ahead to the point where you guys are so strong and powerful that a mere catch is death for your opponents. There's a catch coming in mid, though.
Yeah, they got him onto Abed. Cold snap means that Boxy has to back out, trade over aggro to Nisha. And you can do this because Zai is pretty free in this lane. They don't have any pressure they can apply to him.
Is this really fair to counterpick mid this hard and then still have a Spirit Breaker ganking?
Yeah, dude. I don't know.
I guess it is Invoker.
Well, and again, the issue here too for Abed is that I feel like a lot of the ways that he could maybe catch back up with the other parts of his lineup, right? You've got like Legion Commander, so Sunstrike combos are really good, but you know, he's going Quasu X. The way you play Invoker nowadays. And Boxy's just camping him, dude. He's literally
the scan misses.
Yo, this is not fair. Zai?
He doesn't work.
They need this. They need to get Zai. Oh, 310 to 325 movement speed and fly.
Abed?
Now in no man's land as Abed goes down. Zai, he's just playing with them. Like, obviously, they're ensuring that Arteezy gets some farm, but I mean, they're not getting the kill. Ooh.
Oh, bro, that tower
flies dead. Insania moves in, can't quite get him. Deny by Boxy, and Fly is also going to die himself. Okay.
Alrighty, everybody, head into the neutrals. Going home and try again. Arteezy, despite the space there, still kind of low on the old HP pool here. There's a courier coming with the glove, though. Oh, there we go. Tread's done.
Good. Crit making the move over, but with Insania coming down, this might, if they go on him and they get Zai, this would be a big kill. They do get him, and Arteezy able to back away. Boxy makes the move over. Now battery assault right onto him. Boxy's in trouble, giving over a couple of kills. Oh, don't bash him to death. Okay, they didn't get him. Oh my god, double kill for the Faceless Void. That was so needed.
Weren't you kind of hoping, though? I mean,
no.
Memes.
What do you mean?
Come on. 7-minute mark here. Insania will get there. Saberlight has been chilling with the wave pull between the towers, so able to just walk over and get the Wisdom Rune. Oh, updates! Let's see here. Quest can go. Oh my goodness, that's a 47 to 18. I mean, the game's still going on, but that's not good numbers there for old Thunder.
Yeah, that's big. And particularly big because, again, Shopify in their game earlier against Thunder, they ended up splitting the series 1-1. So that means that Shopify is going to be, if this game continues to go Liquid Way, maybe get down at the bottom of this group with them. We'll see how it goes, though.
Well, to no one's surprise, Arteezy's looking at Midas here on the Faceless Void. So doing pretty common stuff on the hero. Definitely not too unusual. Going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Abed and Saberlight here for the moves across the map. And then by virtue of that, it really, again, comes down to crit. 8 minutes. Wants to get that Bedlam on the earlier part of this game. See if he can enable some damage here. Help out this Quaswex Invoker.
Playing out for it. Boxy had to pick up the BD. Fly going to get caught by the X, and with everybody else nearby, it will be enough to bring him down. So again, very even. Ooh, link up. Tries to chase down the Faceless Void, not going to be able to get him. More battles coming out as Abed finds one off to the side. Boxy, cold snap, still taking a lot of damage, has the charge to get away. Manages to escape. Saberlight kills off Zai, and that was much needed.
Boxy. Okay, range could gain 10 there. He actually killed a tier 1 token. They're going to lose a neutral item because he charged through a camp.
Nisha and in far. I mean, Shopify, they're bringing in numbers. This is huge if they can get the kill. They move in, find him, and get the bring down. That is so needed.
Yeah, it's actually massive for them right there. Great plays there. Oh, might finally be able to claw their way back into something here. I mean, there's a lot of free front for Mickey up top, no doubt about that. He's catching back up to RTZ, but yeah, RTZ also about to grab that Midas. Have they found that neutral item yet? No, they still haven't. So, and Liquid will be down neutral item, which does kind of hurt. Essentially, he charged through while Insania was also standing there too, and fortunately now they're able to snag it up.
Radiant are scanning.
In the mid lane, they're, well, actually getting set up top, rather. And as you said, all that free time, they're trying to take down this tier 1 tower top before 10 minutes. This is a pretty good window for them on Liquid. Very little in terms of net worth separating these two teams, as they will find Crit and manage to bring down the Willow.
That was bad.
You'll always be my child.
Midas done.
Zai's struggling quite a bit here. Finally gets a big wave to his tower. So he will at least get up to level 6 right here. But Fly is also 5.5 right now, and his 6 would be amazing.
Yeah.
Try and pick on some of these weaker heroes. Maybe catch Insania a little bit in the back there. They try and charge you. You have the cogs to try and control the area and the space, then create good setups for your allies. Easy follow-ups for the Brambles, and maybe those fights are how you could get Crit to level 6, but they're going to smoke up Nisha and Boxy together. What is their vision looking like down there? Just the creeps to work with. Zai wants to use the ulti.
I will say I have been really impressed by what Fly's been able to do so far, because like you said, he hasn't always been known for playing the biggest.
Easy, they see him. They have vision.
That's pretty rough. X, boat, waiting, bashed, stunned, everything thrown out and gone.
Easy streak snag there.
That was nicely played. But what I was going to say is that I feel like, even before that kill, Fly's done a really good job on this clockwork, and it goes to show that there are still some answers out there for the Spirit Breaker. Battery Assault, catching him in cogs, and he will die. Nikkei, it's brought down by the root, has Duel, does not want to use it. They back out.
Rotation 2 from Abed. They want to try and turn this. Hookshot's still not there quite yet.
Smoked, hasted, chasing, on him. Nikkei.
Oh no!
Tornado's going to connect.
Oh, but
they would have loved to get
Nikkei.
CK, but they'll have to settle for Boxy. Yeah, the duel's going to be there.
Radiant's middle tower.
At hold, don't kill, don't kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Why?
I think he found him here.
Dire's structure.
They know where he is. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Has hook.
Got him caught. That's really nice. Cold snap, hook shot, catching, Saber Light in.
Under attack.
And Abed wanting to secure it, but the armlet tackle, Mickey.
Kill him, just kill him. Please.
At the finish, my God.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's a charge giving vision of Crit right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nah, they're gonna cancel. Calls it off as Crit tries to soak level 6 in the mid walls. Allies are grabbing some kills on top. Some much needed kills at that. It's still a 3k lead here for Liquid despite that, as Nisha is farming up that Radiant side and getting humongous this blade mail plus 800 gold.
Well, and the other thing is that towers, right? Like, they've taken 2 tier 1 towers on the side of Liquid. Rebellion have not been able to get one. Easy. As Chronosphere, thought about it. Not going to go for it. Charge. Find Abed, Tornado, and back away. Nisha there. Don't have the damage to fight. Oh, they get him. Saberlight there for the press the attack. Tries to get away. No escape. Abed burns. And Saberlight tries to just TP out. He had X back up on Nisha, but
it just came back up after, I think.
Another tower goes down, but this is big. Zai gonna go down again. Saberlight has to get involved, and he's doing it.
Radiant are scanning.
And 14 minutes though. Oh, RTZ, he's gonna chrono for it.
Okay.
Just to get the wisdom rune.
Well, he got
the
that
kill. Oh, nice.
Yeah, nicely played. That should be enough to get Boxy killed too.
All right, mega value. Teammates are going to appreciate that one.
Well, we wanted an active Arteezy hero, and he's doing it with Faceless Void. 4, 1, and 3.
Yeah, catching up to Mickey. Almost has the Maelstrom done there on top of the Midas. So feels pretty good. Mickey is closing on an Echo Saber. But had a crit would be super dead.
Oh. Does manage to get the Terrorize and then the runaway. As Nisha hunting, wanting that one. Find him. Oh my God, he got vision. Oh no. Poor guy. Deny a creep. Oh,
bro, what is he?
Dodge. Oh, crit. Oh, it's pretty sick. Well done. Oh, wow.
That's really funny. It was kind of hard to find the good angle. There is some nice dancing.
Yeah. A little sidestep. You love to see it. Meanwhile, Saberlight going to be found in no man's land. And Blade Mail will not be enough to keep him alive or any damage out on the Zai. Hunting. Finding. Hook shot. Battery assault. Throw it all onto him. And you can see there, the Bedlam paired together with Clockwork is pretty good. Although Fly will pay the price for it now as he gets brought down.
Fittingly, Crit also was the one to get the kill. They're barely surviving previously, so bit of revenge there. But every time that I think things are going kind of nicely for Shopify, I just look back up that lead and I keep seeing it growing.
Oh yeah.
Just getting the high ground there. See if Saberlight could walk up. He's gonna find Zai at low HP, but how low?
Ooh, Blade Mail doing work. Tornado. And they quite get there in time. Wanting it badly. Arteezy in, finds him. Gets the kill. Much needed. Now moving in. Nisha trying to play cleanup. Gets the connection onto both. The tidal wave pulls them on in. It is in the end going to be a trade. A 2-for-2. No dual victory either.
Yeah, the chrono was a bit away there. Just a couple of seconds, so couldn't find it. It is up now for RTC if they want to try and find something after this, but no plays on that one. The Bedlam also coming back up relatively soon, so we could say see a play there. Nisha's going real aggro here. Has the shard done, has double bracer Blade Mail, so if you're trying to chrono and focus with Bedlam, it is a bit tough to go magic damage versus him at the moment. But at least you might be able to negate some of the Blade Mail effectiveness.
Yeah. Oh, you see Nisha's items? He's queuing up. Okay, he had Dragon or Hurricane Pike queued up on the Kunkka for a second.
I think that's a typo. I'm gonna guess.
Okay. It's back to the days of old when his Meepo would buy Dragon Lance. Chrono down, but the Ice Blast, it was set up perfectly too. Arteezy finds one. Can they get the other? Yes, they will. They lose Saberlight, but get two important kills. They're fighting their way back into this. This is what I want to see from Shopify.
It's very impressive. It's just every chrono coming up. They're able to make these plays together. Work it out. And they get a Grove Bow onto the Razor. That is nice for Zai. And they're going to hop right through the Twinkie. They're going to be behind Zai right now. He still has a tier 1 tower, but it's pretty low. They could try and get a kill into a potential grab there. Do they have any obs right now? They have one on crit. See if they can find a good ward up in this part of the map. And drop it right behind the tier 1 tower. That's their big focus here. They're going to get Zai. Duel is ready.
Oh, Manta have to get away. So Shopify find themselves another victory there. Nisha now hunting. Can Boxy get in? Oh, the Cogs push back. That was almost so good. They still are probably going to get crit here, but the Yule's Scepter. Oh, Nisha! He anticipated it. He knew the Yule's was coming. Waited for it with that torrent. Nicely played to secure that kill.
That one kind of hurts.
I love that. That's my favorite.
EMP as well, just to drain all his resources, but immediately stops back up there from the wand. Arcane's also available in this one from Insania too, so can't send Nisha back home or anything, unfortunately.
Well, again, it's 15 to 12, 3,000 gold separating the two squads. And it feels like what was looking quite bad for a bit for Shopify. It's still not looking great. Liquid are in a very strong position, but you can see a path that maybe if they can hold out, they can get towards victory. Still really liking Liquid's draft, though.
I want to see so much dual damage on Saberlight. We got to get the crazy Saberlight. He needs to just turn on the stream. I feel like it's his best path to victory right now.
Okay.
Like, there's no delay anyway. I feel like he should just start streaming, really be himself. Go a little crazy.
I thought you meant something else. Okay. 20 minutes now. A 4K. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Like we've talked about the whole game. He needs to have a great time. Almost has that Blink Dagger done.
Gotta be the most frustrating thing about Blade Mail being good is having to buy this item before your actual active item. Like, having Blade Mail just feels so blah. It's like, oh, if we get into a fight, I can press it. I don't know, you know. I want to chase people, I want to fight.
Fair. Get in there.
They planned it on their last go through here. It gives them complete and total confidence to take this tower. Everybody is up here right now, except for Fly, who's down bottom. Unfortunately, no vision left further in there towards like the mines or anything. They're not gonna be able to track anything happening up there. Maybe a bit of a future going there. They get a hook shot though for a freebie onto Insania.
And the Blink duel. So more dual damage. Are they coming through right now? The rest of the team? Don't feel like they can do any type of Roche or anything. They still need a while before that comes online.
I'm just figuring out where to go on the map at the moment. As Quick grabs the Wisdom Rune there, just level 11 now. Any shards picked up in this one?
Not as of yet, from what I've been able to see.
AA and oh yeah, Kunk got hit kind of early. Yeah.
Been the go-to. Just sitting pretty with the Reaver for the moment on Nisha. Thinking about going in towards some other items next. Wants the heart to be completed.
And then Insania getting his from that Tormentor. So see if Shopify have similar ideas here. For now, Saberlight, he's gonna see the Boxy's nearby.
They know that he's been going for kill after kill, so they're trying to bait somebody maybe. Everybody is right behind Boxy, and they're not gonna fall for it. That would have been a really good play by Liquid, but heads up, Saberlight.
They also have couriers flying through some of that ward too, and give them an idea as to what's happening up here, which is nice.
As the game has trudged on, it's grown again. The gold lead for Liquid.
Courier? Oh man, Zai just showed on that wave. RTZ's trying to get his courier over to the bottom secret shop here to buy this Hyperstone. He's 40 gold away from his Mjolnir. He will get away with it with the zip. But Heart is done now for Nisha. 3,300 HP at the moment. Can they cut through that?
I feel like with Spirit Vessel online and, you know, if Clockwork can get them, kind of, that's what it feels like to me. Bedlam, they have the damage, but it doesn't feel like they have the damage to deal with like all of it at once. Now they are going to smoke up instead of trying to take Roche, and they will run into him. So we might find out in just a moment here. Smoke on smoke.
Radiant's middle tower
Boxy showing. Mickey showing. They throw out the Ice Blast. Already have seen it. The Chronosphere is at the ready. Jump forward. Duel down. Arteezy looks for the backline. Finds them to the side. The Chrono, they walk into it on Nisha. They get a great Chronosphere in a good position, but now walking in and in trouble. The pops the BKB trying to stay alive. Control onto Zai. Zai starts to fall. This fight is looking good for Shopify as they've taken down two. Looking for a third. Wait until the end. Try and bring down Nisha, who will get caught by the tidal wave. Well, if they have more damage, the Tidebringer hit, it's not going to come out in time. Arteezy barely managing to live as they slowly whittle down the Kunkka. Bit by bit to death, he falls, everybody goes down. They are back in it. Although Boxy, oh my God, he gets away. Wait. Oh God, that was almost there. Oh,
I'm just so sad right now. I think for the good of humanity, that should. Oh wait, it's even better. He gets a dual instead.
Unreal.
That's an upgrade.
By the way, shout out to the other streams that are going on where Nouns are up 21-7 over Gaming Gladiators.
Well, I mean, that's just, they know Quinn.
That's right.
I mean, you know, they've seen this guy. Just like, Europe just, they didn't know how to handle him. Like, NA is what was holding on his power this whole time. It's not a surprise.
True enough.
Yeah.
Man.
This is ridiculous. What an incredible team fight from Shopify. They need these team fights so badly, and these chronos have been incredible. I mean, frankly, like Arteezy's getting in the perfect places, and that hook shot from Fly, like if they just get the instant ice blast right away that they want by covering Mickey's positioning like that, that's gonna be a pretty tough fight for the rest of it there. But immediate jump on. I didn't even see what happened with the ice blast in the end, but it was not what he was hoping for. And he got immediately hopped upon and then into a 3-hero chrono there that included Nisha bobbing into it, like you said.
Well, they're still hunting. Odd about it. Rooted. Where are they? Hookshot jump in. Saberlight waiting for his moment. Does he go for the backline or does he take the easy duel? Jumps in, bows the backline, and also gets the easy duel as it is onto Insania. Doesn't get the dual damage win though, as the tornado lifted him up for a while. A little zigging when they should have zagged, and the bing bongs are coming out.
Yeah, bing bong rain to that Roach Pit right now. Get in there. They gave away an observer ward there with how Crit laid those brambles and instantly got pinged, but guess what? It's expiring anyway, so they ended up wasting a sentry on it there. And they will get themselves an Aegis of the Immortal. Who to give it to? I could see an argument for Saberlight. I could see an argument for Arteezy. I could even see an argument for Abed. I'm kind of fine with any of them. So they're going to pick Arteezy. They just want to make sure that Chrono gets off.
Yeah. Understandable, and can farm in more aggressive ways. Now, all right, here's the thing. I feel like I've watched a lot of these Shopify games where they get out to this early lead. Ooh, almost caught him. Wait, Zai! He didn't run away, and Cataclysm down. That is the dual victory. Mickey caught in the cogs, keeping him far away, but Saberlight will get brought down, and now pulls back another. Mickey is pissed, but they run in, and now Chrono solo. Is it going to be enough damage? Can they bring down Mickey, trying to kill him on BKB? Another hit and another kill. Shopify taking the fight to Liquid. Arteezy is doling out death, but has to jump away as Abed got caught. Oh, man.
That was definitely a bit of a strange one here. Ends up being a win for Liquid overall here, as Abed unfortunately has a bit of a disconnection here. But 2 to 3, bit more XP and gold going the way of Team Liquid here, mostly to the Kunkka and the CK. Yeah, what happened there? Zai, I guess, intentionally made that little juke to the side. I'm not sure what he was trying to avoid or something, or if he was just trying to create a good opportunity for the fastest reality rift that he could. But man, Mickey just hopped in there, got 2 quick slaps down before he got chronoed and killed.
Oh, yeah. I think, so the thing that I was going to mention as we do see the Faceless Void pick up the Lincoln Sphere, is that I feel like I've seen a lot of these games where Shopify will get off to a hot start, get the Aegis, and then kind of sit back and rest and not try and put the pressure on the map. But you saw after that one, the change up, immediately they went in, Fly went for the hook shot, they tried to look for another fight, which is, you know, something a little bit unexpected. A lot of times teams will just back out and, you know, farm up the Aegis, but willing to play somewhat more aggressively.
Yeah, and now Abed here, level 17, he gets another point into the Exort. So pump those up. Midas is way up there, and of course with that big combination, they're looking pretty good right now. Just got to keep hitting Chronos. I mean, it is definitely that simple. You miss a Chrono, you can certainly miss a lot of these other spells. The duels have also been great lately from Saberlight, and both of these tend to come from Vision. Good duels and good Chronos mean that they're probably getting their eyes on you first.
Speaking of which, Fly. It's found. Tornado lifts up onto Zai, jump forward, gets hit by the Ice Blast. Oh no. Oh, that's not the way they wanted that one to go. They will get the Terrorized out to back away, and that is not going to end up being a kill onto the Faceless Void, but showing the power of that Ancient Apparition Ice Blast shard.
Yeah, certainly something that you're going to be a little bit concerned about for the rest of this one here. And the vision right now from Liquid, it's looking really solid. I mean, they got a ward over where Nisha's standing in the mid lane. They got wards down bottom where Mickey's roaming. So there's a ton of duration on both of these. They did lose the ward that was up near the Radiant offlane tier 2. But I think they're trying to solve some of their vision problems here after some bad starts to the fights. It is hard to win the vision battle versus Clockwork, though.
Oh, he bashed! Oh my god!
He's too good.
Dude, the bash into Cataclysm, I'm not hitting. Oh, that's so
It's just guaranteed, you know, Duel and Sunstrike, it's fine. What could go wrong?
Dire's middle tower.
It's so sick, I love that. Yeah, well, and so the thing about the vision too is I feel like Fly getting into this Aghanim Scepter is really, really big for them if they can get it. As you can see, dun, 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 dun. Oh, let me just run away from those. Freaking Boxy. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the Clockwork Eggs is incredible. Is it done?
No,
or no.
No, he bought a gem.
Okay. I thought it was quick buy. It was empty. I was kind of shocked for a second. That'd be ridiculous. We do have a couple Ogre Seal Totems as well, I believe, right now. But Clockwork loves this item. Force Staff and Ogre Seal Totem.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Doesn't love it when other people have it.
No, that's true.
But another tier 1 going to be taken. Coming a little bit later, but it does feel like the draft is kind of gotten what they wanted. 140 dual damage right now on Saberlight. And running into this area could find Insania again. Go for the D ward. And Liquid wisely retreating away.
Dire's middle tower.
RTZ with his Aegis, they kind of keep him mid. I wouldn't mind them just hitting this tower. 15 more seconds. I guess there is some concern of them smoking and trying to catch you with the end of your Aegis, which they're about to do right now. God, what is the jump? CK blink into hopeful chain stun with his heart. Yeah, it sounds pretty scary. Like don't get X. I mean, I guess he just go for the BKB BS too.
He gets away. They did get the charge though. Saberlight hunted. BKB out. Still in trouble. Ice Blast pulls it back in. Well done. Nice connection there from Liquid.
Wasn't that his 9-second BKB? It was.
That was good. Wait, are they going to keep going? This could be a really strong timing. Can't quite break it though.
Jeez, if they kept vision, I don't know. That was kind of close on the X.
Yeah. It's going to be still a very close net worth difference. And of course, there is the danger of like late game Cataclysm with Chronosphere still being there. But it feels like Liquid are starting to get a foothold in this one.
Yeah, for sure. Like they're just hitting their plays in the fights. It definitely feels like if they make one mistake, this whole game comes kind of crashing down, and that lead just balloons again back up to where it was before. But they're not making those mistakes in the fights. They're hitting their spells. It is going to come down to that next Roche. No doubt about that. And it's a scary place to fight. Kind of for both teams, obviously. We talk about Cataclysm and these Chronos, but you also have just like Razor running amok in the pit. We have the Torrent Storm out from the Kunkka. It can go multiple ways. The most important thing, I'll be watching those BKB cooldowns.
Oh, yeah.
As many as we have. I mean, RTZ down to 6 seconds, so keep an eye on that. See if you can like force it out before the actual roaching happenings, those kind of ideas. Zai gonna lose out on parts of an AC. Which he's almost done. He's 1,000 gold to go.
They see that Nisha is not here, but now he's TPing in to join the rest of the team. That might make Shopify feel safe. They look to jump off to the side. Chaos Knight is there. They run in with Boxy. Charge through onto multiple. Arteezy looks for the backline. Can he find him? Jump forward. Chrono. It's only onto one. It might be good enough, though. With the Cataclysm out, it's good damage, but it's not enough. Fear connection. A lot onto Mickey. Starting to fall, but not dying yet. And the Torrent Storm, it does enough. They managed to find the control. Everybody gone, and Liquid didn't lose one.
One bad fight. That's really all it takes. Mickey just not chain stun, not brought down, turns, swings, and I mean, you just saw it. He was walled into that faceless void.
What a fight.
And everyone just got out too, right? Like Zai's running the whole way through as well throughout that fight, doing his thing. Kunk could get off all his spells. Life is just good for them in that moment.
It makes such a difference too, just getting that boat out and having the rum buff available. It's if you find the vision first. Like if they jump in and get that chrono onto several, they're solid. But Liquid playing these fights perfectly. Let's take another look at it here.
Look how Boxy just forces it. Yeah, he forces it so hard. And that's the kind of position you really don't want to see. An early BKB from the Legion commander. Zai just barely gets out. Cataclysm comes through. Unfortunately, doesn't connect onto a whole lot. Nothing meaningful there. And then they clean up Saberlight on the side, and then there's Mickey.
Yeah.
Insania also forced out a kind of a non-optimal jump from Arteezy because the Ice Blast was coming through, so it sort of ruined his positionings. And then his escape in the chrono, like he couldn't back out of the chrono towards his allies, like you might see a Faceless Void do in a lot of engagements. This time he's just kind of stuck in place, the molasses. As Zai earns himself that Tormentor Shard.
I do wonder if they had managed to catch that Kunkka in the chrono, or, you know, again, if like Liquid's a little bit more grouped together or something there, what could have happened and how it would have been different. Because, you know, Abed maybe doesn't die at that point, but it didn't end up happening, and Liquid take full advantage. 16,000 gold lead now as Roche is going to respawn.
Indeed it is, and Nisha's gonna run on over to see it.
Radiant are scanning.
They're making their way up here.
They have the whole combo again.
Oh, they got Scythe on the Kunkka. That's what he opts for on Nisha. Wants to just be the one to win this game, I see.
Wait a minute, are they just gonna sneak this? He's gonna get a free one? Oh, Ice Blast. It's going to come too late. I think they get this in time.
Oh, I might give him a Roche.
Oh, finish it. Shopify cleaning it up just barely and then getting out. Oh, my God. Sneaky, sneaky.
Deciding if they even want to fight this, I think the answer is no. Back it on up. Does it have a Bloodthorn done for Mickey, though? And an AC done for Zai. Oh, these are some big upgrades. Those might be better than an Aegis at this point in the game. What's the big upgrade coming up for the Radiant side here soon? Arteezy's working on Refresher. Abed's working on a Refresher. Saberlight gonna break the chain there and said go for an AC. Pretty solid.
These Manta Illusions scouting out for vision is so good. I love this. Like, since Manta's gotten buffed so many times, I feel like with the just stats that you're getting from it, it feels really nice to be able to send those out.
Yeah, it's a solid counterplay to the Clockwork too. Just like spamming out these flares, and sometimes they often give you away, of course, too. Can be a bit troublesome depending on where you're firing them from. Manta Illusions or Illusions in general don't necessarily always have to have that same concern. As an Ogre flops his way, an Ogre Seal flops his way out of there.
Boxy's gonna run by a Observer Ward here, so they'll see him go over for the Wisdom Rune, but can't really do anything to that. And so there's a ward that's still over here, also scouting out all of Shopify's movement.
Does he chase? No.
Boxy
charge off the YOLO Ice Blast.
The Boxy's like almost the same level as Abed. All of the levels right now on Liquid are so scary. It is level 3 Ice Blast.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. They've been doing a very good job of spreading that XP around.
Well, a great item for the Legion Commander. Saberlight manages to pick up the ninja gear, but can he find the right moments in the correct duels?
So you can see the Dota Plus there, about 65 to 35, and that really just comes down to ease of execution for the most part. There is no really big spells you can necessarily mess up on the side of Liquid. I mean, hitting Ice Blast isn't really a requirement. It would be great, but as long as you throwing it out there causes problems in terms of them having to make maneuvers they didn't want to, or popping like early BKBs and stuff, that's always amazing. So that's not so bad. Whereas you look at Shopify, they just have, we need to hit Cataclysm, we need to hit the duel, We need to hit the Bedlam for the most part at this point. We're going to hit the hook shot to start things off. It's just all more difficult the whole way down here. Zai is going to poke into Arteezy here and then go right on back towards his teammates, the bomb side of this map.
Right, 2 minutes still left on this Aegis. And you got to imagine that Liquid will try and just wait this one out, continue to coalesce their lead, not try and play too aggressively into it, I would think.
Could we get tower damage stat? Is that possible? Have you seen Shopify hit many towers?
There haven't been that many, if we're going to be honest. It has been chill mode. They do almost have that refresher, though. The double refresher, in fact.
Whoa.
Jump in. Ooh, that was the real CK up there. Mickey getting away.
Trickster Cloak picked up here. Insania, so the survivability here. Plus the resistance during the chrono can be nice just in case. If you're a little bit of an afterthought there, lots of magic damage from Faceless Void. Maybe you survive.
So we never see the backtrack or the Chronosphere AoE. Is there any chance it happens in this type of a game? Oh, Saberlight turns. Oh, dying. Just okay, dying a lot. 4 second stun. They're layering it perfectly. Arteezy's in so much trouble. He's gone. That's Aegis. Does have Chrono when he comes back up. Abed ready with the Cataclysm if you wanted to do it, but he's not going for it. It's going to be both Legion and Clockwork dead. Aegis expired. As Arteezy clips himself, the safe space gets away.
Oh man. We get on out there, but yeah, you see him go down really fast there on that Legion Commander.
Oh yeah.
It does have the damage, not the survivability. But yeah, there it is. The refresher is done. Or that Invoker.
All right. Can they find this one fight? I mean, again, that last engagement, they did not use Chronosphere. You have enough gold at this point on the Faceless Void to go full refresher.
Moxie teasing them down bottom though. His allies push up top. Will he go for the refresher before they come high ground? That is the question.
Dude, do you think that they actually... Is there any chance at all that he goes the Chronosphere AoE? Like, any at all?
I can't imagine. Like, with Terrorize and Hookshot, like, I feel like there's just that little bit of a sequence break that can save you. And if I die because I didn't have backtrack, like...
Dude, I just want to see it. Come on. He's thinking about it. Do it one time. Make it happen. Just hit the big chrono. Hit the biggest chrono. It's like playing with training wheels.
I mean...
Radiant are scattered.
I don't know. It is hard for like CK to affect him, right? Because CK didn't go pierces in the immunity.
He's taking his time. I want to see it. He's getting shard.
He's really making us wait for it here.
I know. I think if there was ever a game for it, this would be the game.
He's like, I'll just hold it, and if I get ganked, I'll take backtrack, and if I don't, I'll take Chronosphere AoE.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Full refresher done. Stop taking out the Midas.
I'm gonna like refresh it a couple times.
I mean, I was wondering about that.
Invisibility.
Wait, you didn't take stats, right? No, this is no. You already have full stats.
No.
Gonna say.
No, it doesn't glow anymore.
Well, we'll wait and see. For Liquid now.
He's actually just holding it because of this.
Yeah. Moxie pops BKB, hook shot in, Fly's got him. Pushes him out. Looking for a chase down. Where are they gonna go? They have a good angle if they want it. Jumping, Chrono 1-2, Cataclysm there. Second round, they pop it, refresher. He's ready to go again. Why not? Can they do enough damage to take down Mickey? Starting to bring him lower and lower and lower because they have the damage. He has to jump away. Mickey is so low, but not dead yet. They've already lost Legion and the Clockwork. They pull him in, jumps away. Oh, he's got to get out of there. Pops the cheese, trying to survive, dodging the damage. A triple kill for Zai. Arteezy, the last one left alive. Nothing left in the tank. The ultra kill as Zai just is above all.
He really
so
is,
strong.
man. He's just untouched. The Chrono gets dropped, and if Zai's not in it, he just puts it into like top gear. He just goes. He just zooms around these fights. He's a little bit untouched there.
Look at the damage.
His damage is insane.
Yeah, Kunkka did nothing in that fight. It didn't matter.
Yeah, 82 damage. So I got it, guys. And you got Mickey just like absorbing all this damage, turning, and eventually grinding down this faceless void.
Is under attack.
But yeah, it's Zai definitely making me a Razor believer here.
Has fallen.
Oh, he looks so good in this mid and late game.
Liquid are so strong right now. And I mean, again, just look at all their heroes. Their average HP is like 3,000. Higher than that. Insania is the only one at 1,600.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, actually.
I mean, Cataclysm just doesn't do enough at this point. They need more damage, and it's not coming out in time. And now they move, find crit, push him back in, duel. Look, it doesn't matter. They do nothing. They can't do anything.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen the pacifist run in the RPGs with no damage. It's
a little rough. Hookshot pulls in one, Fly dying, brought down, triple kill Mickey. Get yourself into the fountain. It's time to party as buildings are falling and Liquid are gonna take the 2-0 in this one, barring some type of a miracle comeback. But I don't know if they need to leave anytime soon. Jump in, Arteezy wants him, tries to find him. Control is there, 3-second stun. The charge connects on all of the back line. Ice blast off, connects, good damage, dies in his Chrono. The Cataclysm only tickles. He did kill Zai though. That's something, but the Zai buyback signals what they want to be the end.
So 500 gold for Invoker though. He just buys a BKB.
That's pretty good. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to matter. They just don't have enough in the tank right now.
Mickey's not messing around. He wants to get a snack, go to bed.
Goes in, TP's out on Abed. That was the BKB usage as they find Saberlight dead before the Deafening Blast can come in. And well, even the fountain is not safe as Boxy goes in. Good game is called. A Cataclysm for the ages, but it is going to be Liquid remaining supreme.
Yeah, they're going to take this one. They're going to clean it up nice and fast here at the end to help out their EU fans. It's getting pretty late over there, you know? Last game of the day, the dedicated still here in Twitch chat doing their thing. You can go sleep now. It's okay. And come back for more.